Chapter 14. All for the Front. The plan for Operation Uranus, the great Soviet counterstroke against the Sixth Army, had an unusually long gestation when one considers Stalin's disastrous impatience the previous winter. But this time, his desire for revenge helped control his impetuousness. The original idea dated back to Saturday, the 12th of September, the day that Paulus met Hitler at Vinitsa, and that Zhukov was summoned to the Kremlin after the failed attacks against Paulus's northern flank. Vasilevsky, the chief of the General Staff, was also present. There, in Stalin's office, overlooked by recently installed portraits of Alexander Suvorov, the scourge of the Turks in the 18th century, and of Mikhail Kutuzov, Napoleon's dogged adversary, Zhukov was made to explain again what had gone wrong. He concentrated on the fact that 3 under-strength armies sent into the attack had lacked artillery and tanks. Stalin demanded to know what was needed. Zhukov replied that they should have another full-strength army supported by a tank corps, 3 armoured brigades, and at least 400 howitzers, all backed by an aviation army. Vasilevsky agreed. Stalin said nothing. He picked up the map marked with the Stavka reserves and began to study it alone. Zhukov and Vasilevsky moved away to a corner of the room. They murmured together, discussing the problem. They agreed that another solution would have to be found. Stalin possessed sharper hearing than they had realized. "And what," he called across, "does another solution mean?" The 2 generals were taken aback. "Go over to the General Staff," he told them, "and think over very carefully indeed what must be done in the Stalingrad area." Zhukov and Vasilevsky returned the following evening. Stalin did not waste time. He greeted the 2 generals with business-like handshakes, to their surprise. "Well, what did you come up with?" he asked. "Who's making the report?" "Either of us," Vasilevsky replied. "We're of the same opinion." The 2 generals had spent the day at the Stavka, studying the possibilities and the projected creation of new armies and armoured corps over the next 2 months. The more they had looked at the map of the German salient with the 2 vulnerable flanks, the more they were convinced that the only solution worth considering was one which would shift the strategic situation in the south decisively. The city of Stalingrad, Zhukov argued, should be held in a battle of attrition, with just enough troops to keep the defence alive. No formation should be wasted on minor counterattacks unless absolutely necessary to divert the enemy from seizing the whole of the west bank of the Volga. Then, while the Germans focused entirely on capturing the city, the Stavka would secretly assemble fresh armies behind the lines for a major encirclement, using deep thrusts far behind the point of the apex. Stalin at first showed little enthusiasm. He feared that they might lose Stalingrad and suffer a further humiliating blow unless something was done immediately. He suggested a compromise, bringing the points of attack in much closer to the city. But Zhukov answered that the bulk of the Sixth Army would also be much closer and could be redeployed against their attacking forces. Eventually, Stalin saw the advantage of the much more ambitious operation. Stalin's great advantage over Hitler was his lack of ideological shame. After the disasters of 1941, he was not in the slightest bit squeamish about reviving the disgraced military thinking of the 1920s and early 1930s. The theory of deep operations with mechanized shock armies to annihilate the enemy no longer had to remain underground like a heretical cult. On that night of the 13th of September, Stalin gave this plan for deep operations his full backing. He instructed the 2 men to introduce a regime of the strictest secrecy. No one beyond the 3 of us is to know about it for the time being. The offensive was to be called Operation Uranus. Zhukov was not just a good planner. He was the best implementer of plans. Even Stalin was impressed by his ruthlessness in the pursuit of an objective. Zhukov did not want to repeat the mistakes of early September with the attacks north of Stalingrad, using untrained and badly equipped troops. The task of training was huge. Zhukov and Vasilevsky sent reserve army divisions as soon as they were formed to relatively quiet parts of the front for training under fire. This also had the unintended advantage of confusing German military intelligence. Colonel Reinhard Gehlen, the highly energetic but overrated head of Fremde Heere Ost, began to suspect that the Red Army was planning a large diversionary offensive against Army Group Center. Reconnaissance reports and prisoner interrogations confirmed the original hunch that Operation Uranus should aim for the Romanian sectors on each flank of the Sixth Army. In the third week of September, Zhukov made a tour of the northern flank of the German salient in the greatest secrecy. Alexander Glitschov, a lieutenant from 221st Rifle Division's reconnaissance company, was ordered to report to divisional headquarters one night. There he saw 2 Willis staff cars. A colonel interviewed him, then told him to hand over his submachine gun and get in the front of one of the staff cars. His task was to guide a senior officer along the front. Glitschov had to wait until midnight, when a burly figure, not very tall and almost dwarfed by bodyguards, appeared out of the headquarters bunker. The senior officer climbed into the back of the car without a word. Glitschov, following instructions, guided the driver from one unit command post to the next along the front. When they returned shortly before dawn, he was given back his submachine gun and told to return to his division with the message that his task had been completed. Many years after the war, he learned from his former commanding officer that Zhukov was the senior officer he had escorted that night, sometimes within 200 yards of the German lines. It may not have been necessary for the Deputy Supreme Commander to interview each unit commander himself about the ground and the forces opposite, but Zhukov was Zhukov. While Zhukov made his secret inspection along the northern flank, Vasilevsky had visited the 64th, 57th and 51st Armies south of Stalingrad. Vasilevsky urged an advance to just beyond the line of the salt lakes in the steppe. He did not give the real reason, which was to establish a well-protected forming-up area for Operation Uranus. Secrecy and deception plans were vital to camouflage their preparations. Yet the Red Army had 2 even more effective advantages in its favour. The first was that Hitler refused to believe that the Soviet Union had any reserve armies, let alone the large tank formations necessary for deep operations. The second German misconception was even more helpful, although Zhukov never acknowledged this. All the ineffective attacks mounted against 14th Panzer Corps on the northern flank near Stalingrad had made the Red Army appear incapable of mounting a dangerous offensive in the region, least of all a swift and massive encirclement of the whole Sixth Army. During the summer, when Germany was producing approximately 500 tanks a month, General Halder had told Hitler that the Soviet Union was producing 1,200 a month. The Führer slammed the table and said that it was simply not possible. Yet even this figure was far too low. In 1942, Soviet tank production was rising from 11,000 during the first 6 months to 13,600 during the second half of the year, an average of over 2,200 a month. Aircraft production was also increasing, from 9,600 during the first 6 months of the year to 15,800 for the second. The very suggestion that the Soviet Union, deprived of major industrial regions, could outproduce the Reich filled Hitler with angry disbelief. Nazi leaders had always refused to acknowledge the strength of Russian patriotic feeling. They also underestimated the ruthless program of evacuation of industry to the Urals and the militarization of the workforce. Over 1,500 factories had been evacuated from the western regions of the Soviet Union to behind the Volga, particularly the Urals, and reassembled by armies of technicians slaving through the winter. Few factories had any heating. Many had no windows at first or proper roofing. Once the production lines started, they never stopped, unless halted by breakdowns, power failures, or shortages of particular parts. Manpower posed less of a problem. The Soviet authorities simply drafted in new populations of workers. Soviet bureaucracy wasted the time and talents of its civilian people and squandered their lives in industrial accidents with as much indifference for the individual as military planners showed towards their soldiers. Yet the collective sacrifice, both forced and willing at the same time, represented a terrifyingly impressive achievement. At a time when Hitler still refused to countenance the idea of German women in factories, Soviet production depended on the mass mobilization of mothers and daughters. Tens of thousands of dungareed women, fighters in overalls, swinging tank turrets on hoists down production lines or bent over lathes, believed passionately in what they were doing to help the men. Posters never ceased to remind them of their role. What was your help to the front? Chelyabinsk, the great centre of war industries in the Urals, became known as Tankograd. Soon, tank training schools were established near the factories. The party organised links between workers and regiments, while factories made collections to pay for more tanks. A tank gunner called Minakov composed a rhyme which seized the imagination of the Ural production lines. For the death of enemies, for the death of friends, there is no better machine than the T-34. Somebody later suggested that production line workers should form the first Ural volunteer tank regiment. The organisers claimed to have received, within 36 hours of putting up the first poster, 4,363 applications to join the tank regiment, of which 1,253 were from women. Even the slave labour camps devoted to munitions production achieved a far higher output than their equivalents in Germany. There were also far fewer cases of sabotage. Gulag prisoners still believed in defeating the invader. Allied aid is seldom mentioned in Soviet accounts for reasons of propaganda, but its contribution towards keeping the Red Army fighting in the autumn of 1942 should not be overlooked. Stalin complained to Zhukov about the quality of the Hurricane fighters offered by Churchill, and the British and American tanks provided did not compare to the T-34. Consignments of British ammunition, boots and greatcoats were just as unpopular with Soviet soldiers because of their uselessness for winter warfare. But American vehicles, especially Ford, Willis and Studebaker trucks and jeeps, and food, whether the millions of tons of wheat in white sacks stamped with the American eagle and cans of Spam or corned beef from Chicago, made a huge yet unacknowledged difference to the Soviet Union's ability to resist. Zhukov knew the importance of having the right commanders for mechanized warfare. At the end of September, he persuaded Stalin to appoint General Konstantin Rokossovsky, a former victim of Beria's NKVD, commander of the Don Front, which stretched from the northern tip of Stalingrad westwards to Kletskaya, just beyond the Great Don Bend. At the same time, Lieutenant General Nikolai Batutin was put in charge of the new southwestern front on Rokossovsky's right flank, which faced the Third Romanian Army. On the 17th of October, Don Front headquarters gave the order that all civilians within 15 miles of the front line must be evacuated by the 29th of October. Apart from security considerations, the military authorities wanted to be able to hide troops in villages by day during their approach marches. It was a considerable operation, since the evacuees would be taking their own cattle, sheep, pigs, and hens, and food for a month. The cows were to act as draft animals, and all collective farm tractors, combine harvesters, and other valuable machinery were to be withdrawn. Several thousand civilians were drafted into a construction corps over 100,000 strong, repairing roads and bridges along the Saratov, Kamyshin, Stalingrad route, and all others leading to the front. From the newly laid Saratov-Astrakhan Railroad, lines diverted to railheads in the steppe, where the Stavka reserves would detrain well to the rear, before proceeding to concentration areas behind the front. The strain on the Soviet railway system, moving 1,300 wagons a day to the three fronts, was immense. Confusion was inevitable. One division was left packed in troop trains for nearly 2.5 months on sidings in Uzbekistan. The plan for Operation Uranus was simple, yet daringly ambitious in its scope. The main assault, over 100 miles west of Stalingrad, was to be launched southeastwards from the Serafimovich bridgehead, a 40-mile-long stretch south of the Don, which the Romanian Third Army had not had the strength to occupy. This point of attack was so far to the rear of the Sixth Army that German mechanized forces in and around Stalingrad would not be able to get back in time to make a difference. Meanwhile, an inner strike would cut down from another bridgehead south of the Don at Kletskaya, then attack the rear of Strecker's 11th Army Corps stretched across the greater and the lesser Don bends. Finally, from south of Stalingrad, another armoured thrust would attack northwestwards to meet up with the main assault around Kalach. This would make the encirclement of Paulus's Sixth Army and part of Hoth's Fourth Panzer Army. Altogether, some 60% of the whole tank strength of the Red Army was allocated to Operation Uranus. Soviet security proved better than one might have expected, considering the number of Red Army prisoners and deserters passing through Wehrmacht hands. German intelligence had failed during the summer of 1942 to identify the creation of 5 new tank armies, each roughly the equivalent of a panzer corps, and 15 tank corps, each the equivalent of a strong panzer division. As the moment of retribution appeared, the Red Army paid great attention to maskirovka, a term covering deception, camouflage, and operational security, by greatly reducing the quantity of radio traffic. Orders were given in person and not written down. Active deception measures, including stepping up activity around Moscow. The Germans identified the Rzhev salient as the most likely area for a Soviet offensive in November. Meanwhile, in the south, frontline divisions along the sectors vital for Operation Uranus were ordered to construct defence lines purely for the benefit of German air reconnaissance, while the Voronezh front, which was not involved, received orders to prepare bridging equipment and boats, as if for an offensive. Troop activity in other sectors was concealed by the construction of defences, which gave the opposite impression to plans for an offensive. The approach marches of formations for Operation Uranus were made at night, with troops hiding up during the day, a difficult task on the bare steppe, but Red Army camouflage techniques were remarkably effective. No fewer than 17 false bridges were constructed over the Don to attract the Luftwaffe's attention away from the 5 real ones, over which crossed the 5th Tank Army, the 4th Tank Corps, 2 Cavalry Corps, and numerous rifle divisions. South of Stalingrad, the 13th Mechanized Corps, the 4th Mechanized Corps, the 4th Cavalry Corps, and supporting formations, altogether over 160,000 men, 430 tanks, 550 guns, 14,000 vehicles, and over 10,000 horses, were brought across the lower Volga in batches at night, a difficult and dangerous operation with the ice floes coming down the river. They had to be camouflaged by dawn. The Red Army could not, of course, hope to conceal the forthcoming operation entirely, but, as one historian put it, their greatest feat was in masking the scale of the offensive. In the early autumn of 1942, most German generals, although they did not share Hitler's conviction that the Red Army was finished, certainly considered it close to exhaustion. Staff officers, on the other hand, tended to take a more sceptical view. When Captain Winrich Baer, a highly decorated officer from the Africa Corps, joined 6th Army headquarters, Lieutenant Colonel Niemeyer, the Chief of Intelligence, welcomed him with a much more sombre assessment than he had expected. "My dear friend," he said, "come and see the situation map. Look at all the red markings. The Russians are starting to concentrate in the north here and in the south here." Niemeyer felt that senior officers although concerned by a threat to their lines of communication, did not take the danger of encirclement seriously. Paulus and Schmidt, who saw all of Niemeyer's reports, thought his concern exaggerated. Both generals expected quite heavy attacks with artillery and tanks, but not a major offensive deep into their rear, using the Germans' own Schwerpunkt techniques. After the event, Paulus seems to have fallen into that very human mistake of convincing himself that he had seen the true danger all along. Schmidt, however, was quite frank in his admission that they had gravely underestimated the enemy. General Hoth, on the other hand, appears to have had a much clearer view of the threat posed by an attack from south of Stalingrad. Most generals back in Germany were convinced that the Soviet Union was incapable of two offensives, and Colonel Galen's assessments, although deliberately Delphic to cover any eventuality, continued to point to an attack against Army Group Centre as the most likely area for the main winter offensive. His organisation had failed to identify the presence of the 5th Tank Army on the Don front opposite the Romanians. Only a signals intercept shortly before the offensive pointed to its involvement. The most striking aspect of this period was the apparent assumption by Paulus and Schmidt that once 6th Army staff had passed back their reports, nothing more could be done since the threatened sectors were outside their area of responsibility. This passivity was entirely contrary to the Prussian tradition, which regarded inactivity, waiting for orders, and failing to think for yourself as unforgivable in a commander. Hitler, of course, had set out to crush such independence in his generals, and Paulus, who was by nature more of a staff officer than a field commander, had acceded. Paulus has often been blamed for not disobeying Hitler later, once the scale of the disaster was clear, but his real failure as a commander was his failure to prepare to face the threat. It was his own army which was threatened. All he needed to do was to withdraw most of his tanks from the wasteful battle in the city to prepare a strong mechanized force ready to react rapidly. Supply and ammunition dumps should have been reorganized to ensure that vehicles were kept ready to move at short notice. This comparatively small degree of preparation and disobedience to Führer headquarters would have left the 6th Army in a position to defend itself effectively at the crucial moment. Hitler had decreed in a Führer instruction of the 30th of June that formations should not liaise with their neighbours. General Schmidt was nevertheless persuaded by members of the headquarters staff to ignore this order. An officer with a wireless set from 6th Army was attached to the Romanians to the northwest. This was Lieutenant Gerhard Stöck, who had won a gold medal for javelin throwing in the 1936 Berlin Olympics. General Strecker also made arrangements to send a liaison officer from 11th Corps. The first warnings of a build-up on the Don flank had come in late October. General Dumitrescu, the commander-in-chief of the 3rd Romanian Army, had long argued that his sector could only be defended if they held the whole bank, using the River Don itself as their major anti-tank obstacle. Dumitrescu had recommended seizing the rest of the southern bank at the end of September, but Army Group B, while accepting his argument, explained that all spare troops had to be concentrated on Stalingrad, whose capture was still assumed to be imminent. Once the Romanians began to notice the enemy build-up, they became increasingly anxious. Each of their divisions, only 7 battalions strong, had to cover a front of 12 miles. Their greatest defect was a lack of effective anti-tank weapons. They had only some horse-drawn 37mm Pak anti-tank guns, which the Russians had nicknamed the door knocker because its shells could not penetrate the armour of the T-34. Romanian artillery batteries were also severely short of ammunition because priority had been given to the 6th Army. Dumitrescu's staff reported their concerns to Army Group Headquarters on the 29th of October, and Marshal Antonescu also drew Hitler's attention to the dangerous situation which his troops faced. But Hitler, while still expecting news of the final conquest of Stalingrad almost any day, was also distracted by other momentous events. Rommel's retreat from the Battle of El Alamein was soon followed by warnings of the Anglo-American invasion fleet heading for North Africa. The landings of Operation Torch also focused his attention on France. The entry of German forces into the unoccupied zone on the 11th of November took place on the day that Paulus launched his final assault in Stalingrad. By then, the warnings of a Soviet offensive against the salient had started to accumulate rapidly. The liaison officer reported on the 7th of November that the Third Romanian Army is expecting a strong enemy attack with tanks on the 8th of November in the Kletskaya-Raspopinskaya sector. The only trouble was that the Romanians continually expected the Russian offensive to begin in the next 24 hours, and when nothing happened, especially after the uneventful 25th anniversary of the Revolution, this began to have the effect of the boy crying wolf. General von Richthofen, on the other hand, was increasingly convinced by the evidence of his air reconnaissance squadrons. Even during Paulus's assault on the 11th of November, he diverted part of the 8th Air Corps to attack Russian concentrations opposite the Third Romanian Army. The following day he wrote in his diary, "On the Don, the Russians are resolutely carrying on with their preparations for an offensive against the Romanians. 8th Air Corps, the whole of 4th Air Fleet, and the Romanian Air Force are keeping up continuous attacks on them. Their reserves have now been concentrated. When, I wonder, will the attack come?" On the 14th of November, he recorded, "Weather getting steadily worse, with mists that cause wing icing and freezing cold rain storms. On Stalingrad front, all quiet. Our bombers have carried out successful raids on the railways east of Stalingrad, dislocating the flow of reinforcements and supplies. Fighters and fighter-bombers have been concentrating on smashing up the Russian approach march to the Don." German air sweeps over the Soviet rear areas caught part of the 5th Tank Army crossing the Don and nearly produced 2 important casualties. German aircraft surprised Khrushchev and Yeremenko at Svetly Yar, where they were receiving a delegation from Uzbekistan, bringing 37 railway wagons of presents to the defenders of Stalingrad, including wine, cigarettes, dried melon, rice, apples, pears, and meat. The reaction to the threat by the various levels of command, Führer Headquarters, Army Group B, and 6th Army Headquarters, was not just a question of too little, too late. Hitler's infectious illusions also played their part. He covered himself by issuing orders for the reinforcement of the Romanians with German troops and minefields, but he refused to accept that there were neither the resources nor sufficient formations available. All that could be spared to strengthen the threatened northern flank was the 48th Panzer Corps, commanded by Lieutenant General Ferdinand Heim, Paulus's former Chief of Staff. On paper, this formation appeared powerful, with 14th Panzer Division, 22nd Panzer Division, and the 1st Romanian Panzer Division, as well as an anti-tank battalion and a motorized artillery battalion. But on closer examination, it proved much less impressive. The whole Panzer Corps had fewer than 100 serviceable modern tanks between 3 divisions. The 14th Panzer Division, which had been ground down in the Stalingrad fighting, had not been given a chance to refit. The Romanian contingent was equipped with Skoda light tanks from Czechoslovakia, which did not stand a chance against the Russian T-34. The 22nd Panzer Division, as a reserve formation, had been starved of fuel, and during its long period of immobility, mice had sought shelter from the weather inside the hulls. They had gnawed through the insulation of electric cables, and no replacements were immediately available. Meanwhile, other regiments in the division were continually split up and sent hither and thither in answer to cries for help from Romanian units. To keep the Romanians calm, detachments as small as a couple of tanks and a pair of anti-tank guns were sent on a wild goose chase from one sector to another, like an increasingly unconvincing stage army. The Führer's Luftwaffe adjutant, Nikolaus von Below, claimed that Hitler was misinformed about the quality of this Panzer Corps. But even if that were true, he was the one who had created the atmosphere in which his headquarters staff avoided uncomfortable truths. South of Stalingrad, the only reserve formation behind the Romanian Sixth Corps was the 29th Motorized Infantry Division. But on the 10th of November, it was told that on receiving the code word Hubertusjagd, it was to set off within the shortest time possible towards Perelasovsky in the 3rd Romanian Army area. Perelasovsky was the focal point of the 48th Panzer Corps. Despite all of General Hoth's warnings, the threat to the southern flank was not taken seriously. The weather in the first half of November made the approach march for Soviet formations difficult. Freezing rain was followed by sudden hard frosts. Many units, in the rush to prepare for Operation Uranus, had not received winter uniforms. There was a shortage not just of gloves and hats, but even of basic items, such as standard Red Army footcloths, worn instead of socks. On the 7th of November, when the 81st Cavalry Division in 4th Cavalry Corps crossed the Kalmyk steppe to the southern flank, 14 men, mainly Uzbeks and Turkomans who had not been given winter uniforms, died of frostbite, due to the irresponsible attitude of commanders. Officers rode on ahead, unaware of what was happening behind. Frozen soldiers fell from their horses, unable to hold on, and NCOs, not knowing what to do, just threw them onto carts, where they froze to death. In one squadron alone, they lost 35 horses. Some soldiers tried to shirk the battle ahead. In 93rd Rifle Division, during the approach march, there were 7 cases of self-inflicted wounds, and 2 deserters were captured. In the next few days, Stalingrad Front reported to Shcherbakov, other traitors will be tried too, among them a member of the Communist Party, who, when on sentry, shot himself in the left hand. The atmosphere in the Kremlin had become increasingly nervous ever since Zhukov had the unenviable task of warning Stalin that the launch of Operation Uranus would have to be postponed by 10 days to the 19th of November. Transport difficulties, mainly the shortage of lorries, meant that the attacking formations had not yet received their allocations of fuel and ammunition. Stalin, though afraid that the enemy would get wind of what was afoot and escape the trap, had no option but to agree. He badgered the Stavka for information on any change in the Sixth Army's dispositions. Then, on the 11th of November, Stalin became anxious that they did not have enough aircraft to hold off the Luftwaffe. But the scale and detail of Zhukov's plans eventually reassured him. This time, he felt, they would at last get their revenge. Zhukov and Vasilevsky flew back to Moscow to brief him on the 13th of November. "We could tell he was pleased," wrote Zhukov, "because he puffed unhurriedly on his pipe, smoothed his moustache, and listened to us without interrupting." Red Army intelligence, for the first time, had made a determined attempt to coordinate its various sources. It was its first real opportunity to prove itself since all the earlier disasters, which were largely due to Stalin's obsessive preconceptions, totally discounting any accurate material produced. Most intelligence came from tongues seized by reconnaissance patrols, probing attacks, and air reconnaissance. Signals intelligence from radio units also helped confirm the identity of a number of German formations. Artillery reconnaissance worked fairly well, with General Voronov supervising the concentrations of regiments on the key sectors. The sappers, meanwhile, were mapping out friendly and enemy minefields in advance. The main problem was the freezing fog, about which General von Richthofen also complained bitterly. On the 12th of November, the first heavy fall of snow coincided with a series of reconnaissance missions. White camouflage suits were issued, and groups sent out to capture prisoners were told to check whether new formations had been moved into the sectors targeted for breakthrough. The reconnaissance company of the 173rd Rifle Division, for the first time, discovered Germans preparing concrete bunkers. Other prisoners, taken by raiding parties up and down the front, soon confirmed that although concrete bunkers had been ordered, no new formations had arrived. On the Third Romanian Army's front, they discovered that senior officers had commandeered all the supplies to concrete their headquarters in the rear first, and none were available for first-line positions. Russian troops manning these sectors where the offensive was about to take place knew something was going to happen, but they did not know exactly what. The major preoccupation in Moscow at this time was the lack of reliable information on the state of Sixth Army morale. So far, during the fighting round Stalingrad, not even a full regimental headquarters had been overrun, so, apart from odd letters and orders taken at a junior level, they had little to go on. At last, on the 9th of November, Major General Ratov of Red Army Intelligence was passed a captured document from the 384th Infantry Division opposite the Lesser Don Bend, a mixture of Saxon and Austrian regiments. He immediately saw that here at last was the evidence they had been waiting for. Translated copies were sent immediately to Stalin, Beria, Molotov, Malenkov, Voroshilov, Vasilevsky, Zhukov, and Alexandrov, chief of the Division of Propaganda and Agitation. General Ratov could no doubt imagine the glee which its contents would excite in the great leader's heart. They were doubly encouraging, since this formation from Dresden had not been involved in the street fighting in Stalingrad. "I am well aware of the state of the division," wrote General Baron von Gablenz to all commanders in the 384th Infantry Division. "I know that it has no strength left. It is not surprising, and I shall make every effort to improve the division's state. But the fighting is cruel, and it becomes crueler every day. It is impossible to change the situation. The lethargy of the majority of soldiers must be corrected by more active leadership. Commanders must be more severe. In my order of the 3rd of September 1942, number 18742, I stipulated that those who desert their post would be court-martialed. I will act with all the severity that the law requires. Those who fall asleep at their posts in the front line must be punished with death. There should be no doubt about this. In the same category is disobedience, expressed in the following ways: lack of care of weapons, body, clothing, horses, and mechanized equipment. Officers must warn their soldiers that they should count on staying in Russia for the whole of the winter. Soviet mechanized formations, which had been camouflaged well behind the lines, moved forward to their start line positions. Smoke screens were laid to cover them crossing the Don into the bridgeheads, and just behind the front line, loudspeakers from propaganda companies blasted out music and political messages to cover the sound of engines. On the 3 Stalingrad Axis fronts, just over 1 million men were now assembled. General Smirnov, Chief of Medical Services, had 119 field hospitals with 62,000 beds ready for casualties. Orders were given 3 hours before the attack. Red Army units were told that they were to make a deep raid on the enemy's rear. Encirclement was not mentioned. The troops were fiercely excited at the thought that the Germans did not know what was going to hit them. This was the start of the fight back. Vehicles were checked and checked again. They had huge distances to cover in front of them. Their engines were listened to as a physician would a heart. The time for writing letters, shaving, washing foot bandages, and playing chess or dominoes was over. Men and commanders had been ordered to rest, but they were too keyed up. Everybody was turning over in his mind whether everything had really been done. On that eve of battle, the Germans did not sense that the next day would be any different. The Sixth Army's daily report was brief. Along the whole front, no major changes. Drift ice on the Volga weaker than on the day before. That night, a soldier, longing for leave, wrote home, reflecting on the fact that he was 2,053 miles from the German frontier. Part 4. Zhukov's Trap. Chapter 15. Operation Uranus. Soon after 5 in the morning, on Tuesday, the 19th of November, the telephone rang in 6th Army headquarters. The operations staff were housed in Golubinsky, a large Cossack village on the right bank of the Don. Outside it had started to snow, which, combined with freezing fog, prevented sentries from seeing more than a few yards. The call was from Lieutenant Gerhard Stöck, the javelin gold medalist with the Romanian 4th Army Corps on the Kletskaya sector. His message was logged in the war diary. According to the statement of a Russian officer captured in the area of the 1st Romanian Cavalry Division, the expected attack should start today at 5 o'clock. Since there was still no other sign of the offensive starting, and it was after 5, the duty officer did not wake the Army Chief of Staff. General Schmidt was furious if disturbed by a false alarm, and there had been a good deal of those recently from the Romanian divisions to their northwest. In fact, all through the night, Soviet sappers in white camouflage suits had been crawling forward in the snow, lifting anti-tank mines. The massed Russian artillery and mortar batteries loaded at 7:20 a.m. Russian time, 5:20 a.m. German time, on receipt of the code word siren. One Soviet general said that the freezing white mist was as thick as milk. Front headquarters considered a further postponement due to the bad visibility, but decided against it. 10 minutes later, the guns, howitzers, and Katyusha regiments received the order to prepare to fire. The signal was relayed by trumpets, which were clearly heard by the Romanian troops opposite. At 6th Army headquarters, the telephone rang again. Wasting few words, Stöck told Captain Bear, who answered it, that trumpet calls had signalled the start of a massive bombardment. "I have the impression that the Romanians will not be able to resist, but I will keep you informed." Bear did not hesitate to wake General Schmidt this time. On the 2 main sectors chosen for the offensive from the north, some 3,500 guns and heavy mortars had been concentrated to blast a route for a dozen infantry divisions, 3 tank corps, and 2 cavalry corps. The first salvos sounded like sudden thunderclaps in the still air. Shooting into a haze which was impenetrable to their forward observation officers, the artillery and Katyusha batteries were unable to make any corrections, but having ranged in a few days earlier, their fire remained accurate. The ground began shaking, as if from a low-intensity earthquake. The ice in puddles cracked like old mirrors. The bombardment was so intense that 30 miles to the south, medical officers in the 22nd Panzer Division were woken from a heavy sleep because the ground trembled. They did not wait for orders. The situation was clear. They loaded up their vehicles, ready to head for the front. Russian soldiers on the Don and Stalingrad fronts also heard the distant rumble of artillery and asked their officers what was happening. Commanders had to reply, "I don't know." The obsession with secrecy was so great that no announcement was made until the outcome of the battle was well and truly decided. Most, of course, guessed and could hardly contain their excitement. Stalin, in his speech 12 days before, on the 25th anniversary of the revolution, had made a broad hint about a great counterattack with the words, "There will be a holiday in our street, too." After 1 hour, Soviet rifle divisions, unsupported by tanks, advanced. The guns and Katyusha batteries, still shooting blind, increased their range to take on the Romanian second line and artillery. The ill-equipped Romanian infantry, although shaken by the heavy bombardment, straightened up in their trenches and fought back bravely. "The attack was repulsed," reported a German officer with the 13th Romanian Infantry Division. A second assault, this time supported by tanks, was also beaten off. Eventually, after another round of shelling, the Soviet guns abruptly ceased shooting. The mist seemed to make the silence deeper. Then the Romanians heard the sound of tank engines. The massive artillery preparation, which had turned up the snow and mud of no man's land, did not improve the going for the T-34s. It had also concealed the routes through the minefields. The sappers, carried on the back of the second or third tank, ready in case the lead vehicle hit a mine, soon had to respond to the order, Sappers, jump off! Under fire from the Romanian infantry, they ran forward to clear a fresh route. The Romanian soldiers stood up bravely to several more waves of Soviet infantry and managed to knock out a number of tanks. But without enough anti-tank weapons, they were doomed. Several groups of tanks broke through, then attacked sideways. Unable to waste further time with infantry attacks, the Soviet generals sent their armoured formations straight at the Romanian lines en masse, and the breakthroughs came around midday. The 4th Tank Corps and the 3rd Guards Cavalry Corps smashed through the Romanian 4th Corps on the Kletskaya sector and headed south. The Soviet cavalrymen, with submachine guns slung across their backs, cantered on their shaggy little Cossack ponies over the snow-covered landscape almost as fast as the tanks. The T-34s, with their turrets hunched forward on their hulls, looked equally impatient to be at the enemy. Half an hour later, some 30 miles to the west, General Romanenko's 5th Tank Army shattered the defences of the Romanian 2nd Corps. The broad tracks of the T-34s crushed the barbed wire and collapsed the trenches. The 8th Cavalry Corps soon followed. Its mission was to protect their right flank and widen the encirclement westwards. Wind had dispersed the fog a little in the middle of the morning, so some aircraft from the Soviet 2nd, 16th and 17th Air Armies went into the attack. The Luftwaffe bases seemed to have suffered from poorer visibility, or else their air controllers would not take the same risks as their Russian counterparts. Once again, the Russians have made masterly use of the bad weather, wrote Richthofen, with more feeling than accuracy, in his diary that night. Rains, snow, and icy mists have put a stop to all flying. 8th Air Corps managed with great difficulty to get 1 or 2 aircraft off the ground. To seal off the Don crossings by bombing is not possible. 6th Army headquarters were not officially informed of the offensive until 9:45 a.m. The reaction at this stage indicates that although the threat was taken seriously, it was certainly not regarded as mortal. The attacks in Stalingrad, even those involving panzer divisions, were not halted. At 11:05, General von Sodenstern, the Chief of Staff of Army Group B, rang Schmidt to inform him that General Heim's 48th Panzer Corps had been sent north to Bolshoi to support the Romanians. The corps had, in fact, been advancing towards the Kletskaya sector when, to Heim's fury, orders relayed from Hitler in Bavaria had dictated the change of direction. Sodenstern suggested that the 6th Army should tell General Strecker's 11th Corps to send troops to strengthen the defences east of Kletskaya, where the Romanian 1st Cavalry Division was holding on. So far, they had heard of only 20 enemy tanks sighted. Up to now, only a weak attack. At 11:30, a regiment from the Austrian 44th Infantry Division was told to move westwards that night. This was the start of a process which was to tie down part of the 6th Army within the Don Bend and gravely hinder its freedom of action. In spite of the liaison officers and new telephone lines that had been laid, little detailed information was getting through. The first hint that the situation might be more dangerous than previously thought did not arrive until over 2 hours after the Soviet breakthrough. News came of an enemy armoured spearhead, in fact, Major General Kravchenko's 4th Tank Corps, which had broken right through the 13th Romanian Infantry Division and advanced over 6 miles to Gromki. This news had already sown panic in several Romanian formation headquarters. Boxes of files and personal luggage were thrown onto trucks, and their personnel departed in a rush. There was even more uncertainty about the progress of the larger attack by Romanenko's 5th Tank Army further to the west. The reassuring idea of sending the so-called 48th Panzer Corps north to counterattack demonstrated how much senior German officers had allowed themselves to be corrupted by Hitler's own delusions. A Panzer Corps should have been more than a match for a Soviet tank army, but in serviceable battle tanks, this one did not even amount to a full division. The 22nd Panzer Division had little more than 30 serviceable tanks and was so short of fuel that it needed to borrow the Romanians' reserves. Jokes about the sabotage by mice had run round the army, but few laughed once the implications became apparent. Changes of orders only made things worse. Instead of deploying Heim's Panzer Corps en bloc as planned, the 1st Romanian Panzer Division was diverted when already on the move. This separation led to further disasters. A surprise Soviet attack on its headquarters destroyed the German liaison officer's radio set, the only means of communication with General Heim's headquarters, and all contact was lost for the next few days. The most astonishing aspect of this day's events was the lack of reaction from General Paulus. Having failed to organize a mechanized strike force before the enemy offensive, he continued to do nothing. The 16th and 24 Panzer Divisions were left with many of their key units bogged down in street fighting in Stalingrad. Nothing was done to bring up fuel and ammunition ready to resupply their vehicles. During the afternoon of the 19th of November, the Soviet tanks advanced southwards in columns through the freezing mist. Because there were so few landmarks in this snow-bound waste, local civilians had been attached as guides to the point units. But this was not enough. The visibility was so bad that the commanders had to steer by compass. The advance was doubly dangerous. Drifting snow concealed deep gullies. In places, tall steppe grass, covered in hoarfrost, stuck up above the snow, while further on, drifts extended in deceptively soft curves. Tank crews were thrown about so much that only their padded leather helmets saved them from being knocked senseless. Many limbs, mainly arms, were broken inside hulls and turrets, but the tank columns did not halt for any casualty. Behind, they could see flashes and explosions as their infantry finished clearing the first and second lines of trenches. Commanders with the 4th Tank Corps, advancing south beyond Kletskaya, anxiously watched their left flank, waiting for a counterattack from the Germans. They knew the Romanians were incapable of it. As the blizzard intensified, snow blocked gun sights and filled the slits of the coaxially mounted machine gun beside the main armament. When night began to fall at about 3:30 in the afternoon, commanders gave the order to turn on headlights. There was no alternative if they wished to keep going. On the western breakthrough, General Rodin's 26th Tank Corps sighted large fires ahead. They were part of a collective farm which the Germans had rapidly abandoned after setting the buildings ablaze. Clearly the enemy were aware of their presence. The tank drivers turned off their headlights when German artillery opened fire. It was Butkov's 1st Tank Corps to the right which finally encountered the gravely weakened 48th Panzer Corps. The German tanks still suffered from electrical problems, and their narrow tracks slid around on the black ice. The fighting in the gathering dark was chaotic. The usual German advantages of tactical skill and coordination were entirely lost. The order from Army Group Headquarters to block the broken dam near Kletskaya with part of 11th Corps and 14th Panzer Division was already hopelessly late when it was issued. Headquarters Army Group B and 6th Army were blinded by the absence of clear information. "It is not even possible to get an overview of the situation through air reconnaissance," wrote General von Richthofen in his diary. The Russians had also managed to confuse the picture by launching attacks along almost all of 6th Army's sectors. At 5 p.m., by which time Kravchenko's 4th Tank Corps had advanced over 20 miles, General Strecker's 11th Corps was ordered to form a new line of defence running southwards to protect 6th Army's rear. But German commanders, including Richthofen, still did not guess the Red Army's objective. "Hopefully," he wrote, "the Russians will not reach the railway line, the main artery for our supplies." They still could not imagine that the Russians were attempting a complete encirclement of the 6th Army. At 6 p.m., General von Seydlitz's headquarters received instructions that the parts of the 24th Panzer Division which had not been engaged in the fighting in Stalingrad were to leave for the area of Peskovatka and Berciacci near the Don crossings. Yet it was not until 10 o'clock that night, 17 hours after the start of the offensive, that Sixth Army received a firm order from Colonel General von Weichs to break off fighting in Stalingrad. Change of situation in area of Third Romanian Army compels radical measures with the objective of moving forces as rapidly as possible to cover the rear flank of Sixth Army and secure lines of communication. All offensive activities in Stalingrad were to be halted with immediate effect. Panzer and motorized units were to be sent westwards as quickly as possible. Due to the total lack of preparation for such an eventuality, this would not prove at all rapid. Zhuikov's 62nd Army, as might have been expected, also launched strong attacks to prevent the Germans disengaging. The 16th Panzer Division, in whose ranks many Russian heavies had been drafted to fill large gaps, was also ordered westwards to the Don. Like the 24th Panzer Division, it would have to replenish from reserve depots on the way, since there was not enough fuel in the immediate vicinity of Stalingrad. But first of all, the division had to extricate itself from the fighting round Rhinock. This meant that although part of the division moved westwards the next evening, some of the tanks of the 2nd Panzer Regiment did not finally receive the order "move out" until 3 in the morning on the 21st of November, 46 hours after the opening of the Soviet attack. Since the Soviet attacks were taking place to Sixth Army's rear and outside its area of responsibility, Paulus had waited for orders from above. Army Group B, meanwhile, was having to react to orders relayed from the Führer in Berchtesgaden. Hitler's determination to control events had produced a disastrous immobilism when the greatest rapidity was needed. Nobody appears to have sat down to reassess enemy intentions. By sending the bulk of Sixth Army's panzer regiments back across the Don to defend its left rear flank, all flexibility was lost. Worst of all, it left the southern flank open. On the 4th Panzer Army's front, to the south of Stalingrad, German regiments heard the artillery barrages on the morning of the 19th of November, well over 60 miles to their northwest. They guessed that the big attack had started, but nobody told them what was happening. In the 297th Infantry Division, whose right flank adjoined the Romanian 4th Army, Major Bruno Gebele, the commander of an infantry battalion, suffered no particular anxieties. Their sector stayed quiet the whole day. The earth was frozen hard. The steppe looked exceptionally bleak as the wind from the south whipped up the fine, dry snow like white dust. Their neighbouring division to the left, the 371st Infantry Division, could hear the ice floes on the Volga grating against each other. That night, their divisional headquarters heard that all Sixth Army attacks in Stalingrad had been stopped. Next morning, the freezing mist was again dense. Yeremenko, the commander of the Stalingrad front, decided to postpone the opening bombardment despite nervous telephone calls from Moscow. Finally, at 10 a.m., the artillery and Katyusha regiments opened fire. 3/4 of an hour later, the ground forces moved forward into the channels through minefields cleared by sappers during the night. South of Beketovka, the 64th and 57th Armies supported the thrust by the 13th Mechanized Corps. 25 miles further south, by Lake Sapa and Lake Tsatsa, the 4th Mechanized and the 4th Cavalry Corps led the 51st Army into the attack. The German neighbours of the 20th Romanian Infantry Division watched masses of Soviet tanks and waves of infantry in quantities never seen before advancing against the Romanians. Gebele had been in touch with the commander of the adjoining Romanian regiment, Colonel Gross, who had served in the Austro-Hungarian army and so spoke good German. Gross's men had only a single 3.7-centimetre horse-drawn pack for the whole of their sector. But the Romanian peasant soldiers fought bravely, considering that they had been left on their own. Their officers and senior NCOs were never to be seen at the front, and spent their time instead in various buildings in the rear with music and alcohol. Soviet reports credited the Romanian defences with much better armament than was the case. The first tank from the 13th Tank Brigade to break through was said to have crushed no fewer than 4 anti-tank guns under its tracks and destroyed 3 fire points. Gebele watched the attack from an observation post on his sector. The Romanians fought bravely, but against the waves of Soviet attack they had no chance of resisting for long. The Soviet attack appeared to proceed as if on a training ground. Fire, move, fire, move. Yet newsreel images of T-34 tanks racing forwards, spewing snow from their tracks, each vehicle carrying an 8-man assault group in white camouflage suits, tend to hide often terrible deficiencies. The attack formations south of Stalingrad were desperately short of supplies, owing to the difficulty of ferrying them across the nearly icebound Volga. Divisions started to run out of food on the second day of the offensive. By the third day, the 157th Rifle Division had neither meat nor bread. To resolve the problem, all vehicles in 64th Army, including those which served as ambulances, were switched to reprovisioning the advance. The wounded were simply left behind in the snow. The enthusiasm of most of the attacking troops was clearly evident. It was seen as a historic moment. Fomkin, a linesman with the 157th Rifle Division, volunteered to walk ahead of the attacking tanks to lead them through the minefield. One cannot even doubt the report of the political department of the Stalingrad front about the happiness of troops that the long-awaited hour had come when the defenders of Stalingrad would make the enemy's blood flow for the blood of our wives, children, soldiers, and officers. For those who took part, it was the happiest day of the whole war, including even the final German surrender in Berlin. The violated motherland was at last being avenged, yet it was Romanian, not German divisions which bore the brunt. Their infantry, in the opinion of General Hoth's chief of staff, suffered from panzer fright. According to Soviet reports, many of them promptly threw down their weapons, raised their hands, and shouted, "Antonescu caput!" Red Army soldiers, apparently, also found that many had shot themselves through the left hand, then bandaged the wound with bread to prevent infection. The Romanian prisoners were rounded up into columns, but before they were marched off to camps, many, perhaps even hundreds, were shot down by Red Army soldiers on their own account. There were reports of bodies of Soviet officers found mutilated at a Romanian headquarters, but this was probably not what triggered the spontaneous killings. Although the breakthroughs in the southeast were achieved rapidly, the attack did not go according to plan. There were cases of chaos in the leading units due to contradictory orders. This seems to be a euphemism for Major General Volsky's caution and lack of control over his columns from the 4th Mechanized Corps, which became mixed up as they advanced westwards from the line of lakes. To Volsky's north, Colonel Tanashchishin's initial problem with the 13th Mechanized Corps was the shortage of lorries to keep his infantry advancing at the same rate as the tanks. But then he came up against much harder opposition than the Romanians. The only German reserve on that part of the front, General Leiss's 29th Motorized Infantry Division, advanced to intercept Tanashchishin's corps some 10 miles south of Beketovka. Even though Leiss's division managed to inflict a sharp reverse on the Soviet columns, General Hoth received orders to withdraw it to protect the 6th Army's southern flank. The Romanian 6th Army Corps had virtually collapsed. There was little chance of re-establishing a fresh line of defence, and even Hoth's own headquarters were threatened. The 6th Romanian Cavalry Regiment was all that was left between the southern armoured thrust and the River Don. The success of Leiss's attack suggests that if Paulus had established a strong mobile reserve before the offensive, he could have struck south with it, a distance of little more than 15 miles, and quite easily smashed the lower arm of the encirclement. On the following day, he could then have sent it northwestwards in the direction of Kalach to meet the main threat from the northern offensive. But this presupposed a clear appreciation of the true danger, which both Paulus and Schmidt lacked. On that morning of Friday, the 20th of November, at about the time the bombardments commenced south of Stalingrad, Kravchenko's 4th Tank Corps, nearly 25 miles deep into the rear beyond Strecker's 11th Corps, switched its advance southeastwards. The 3rd Guards Cavalry Corps was meanwhile turning in to attack 11th Corps from behind. Strecker was trying to establish a defence line south from the Greater Don Bend to protect this open gap behind the whole army. The bulk of his corps, meanwhile, faced the Soviet 65th Army to the north, which kept up the pressure with constant attacks to hinder any redeployment. With the Romanians fleeing wildly, most of them leaving behind their weapons, the 376th Infantry Division had to pull round to face westwards, while trying to make contact with part of 14th Panzer Division to its south. The Austrian 44th Infantry Division also had to redeploy, but much material was lost because it could not be moved owing to the shortage of fuel. To their south, the Panzer Regiment of 14th Panzer Division still had no clear idea of the enemy's direction of approach. Having advanced westwards for a dozen miles, it then withdrew in the afternoon back to Verkhnebuzhinovka. On the way, it ran into a flanking regiment of the 3rd Guards Cavalry Corps, which it virtually annihilated. Over the first 2 days, the Panzer Regiment destroyed 35 Soviet tanks. On the other hand, an unprotected flak detachment, using its 88s as anti-tank guns, was overrun by a Russian attack. The catastrophic fuel situation continued to hamper the other panzer and motorized divisions starting to move westwards from Stalingrad to reinforce this new front. They were also suffering from a shortage of tank crewmen after Hitler's order to send every available man into Stalingrad as infantry. The other decision, bitterly regretted, was the withdrawal of Sixth Army's horses to the west. The new war of movement, suddenly imposed by the Russians, forced German infantry divisions to abandon their artillery. The Romanian collapse accelerated as the Soviet spearheads went deeper. Few of their rear support troops had been trained to fight, and staff officers fled their headquarters. In the wake of the advancing tanks, wrote one Soviet journalist, the road is strewn with enemy corpses. Abandoned guns face the wrong way. Horses roam the Balkas in search of food, the broken traces dragging on the ground after them. Grey wisps of smoke curl up from the trucks destroyed by shell fire. Steel helmets, hand grenades, and rifle cartridges litter the road. Isolated groups of Romanians had continued to resist on sectors of the former front line, but the Soviet rifle divisions from the 5th Tank Army and the 21st Army soon crushed them. Perelazovsky had contained a Romanian corps headquarters, which, according to General Rodin, was so hurriedly abandoned that his 26th Tank Corps found staff papers scattered on the floor and officers' fur-lined greatcoats hanging on racks, their owners having fled into the freezing night. More important for the Soviet mechanized column, they captured the fuel dump intact. Meanwhile, the 22nd Panzer Division, unable to resist the T-34s of 1st Tank Corps, had retreated. It made an attempt to attack northeastwards the following day, but was soon surrounded. Reduced to little more than the equivalent of a company of tanks, it later fought its way out and retreated southwestwards, harried by the Soviet 8th Cavalry Corps. In the meantime, Rodin's 26th Tank Corps, having smashed part of the 1st Romanian Panzer Division which got in its way, also started its advance across the open steppe to the southeast. The Soviet columns had been told to forget the enemy left behind and concentrate on the objective. If Luftwaffe air reconnaissance had been able to identify the roughly parallel courses of the 3 Tank Corps during the afternoon of the 20th of November, then alarm bells at 6th Army headquarters might have rung earlier. The main Romanian formation still fighting effectively at this time was the Lascar Group. This consisted of remnants from the Fifth Army Corps, gathered together by the intrepid Lieutenant General Mikhail Lascar when cut off between the two great Soviet armoured thrusts. Lascar, who had been awarded the Knight's Cross at Sevastopol, was one of the few senior Romanian officers the Germans really respected. He held out on the assumption that 48th Panzer Corps was coming to his relief. 6th Army headquarters, 12 miles north of Kalac at Golubinsky, seems to have started the morning of Saturday, the 21st of November, in a relatively optimistic mood. At 7:40 a.m., a not unfavourable description of the situation was dispatched to Army Group B. Paulus and Schmidt, who still perceived the attacks on Strecker's left flank by the 3rd Guard Cavalry Corps as the main threat, clearly thought that their forces brought westwards from Stalingrad would transform the situation. During the course of that morning, however, Paulus and Schmidt received a series of nasty shocks. Different signals all pointed to the same conclusion. Army Group B warned them that 6th Army's southern flank was now threatened from both sides. A report came in that a large armoured column, in fact part of Kravchenko's 4th Tank Corps, was less than 20 miles to their west. It was heading for the Don High Road, the showpiece of German military engineering on the west bank, which linked most of the bridges on that vital stretch of the river. 6th Army had no troops in the area capable of meeting the threat. To make matters worse, many of 6th Army's repair bases and supply depots lay exposed. Paulus and Schmidt at last recognized that the enemy was aiming for a full encirclement. The diagonal Soviet thrusts from both the northwest and southeast were almost certainly aiming for Kalac and its bridge. The disastrous German reactions to Operation Uranus had lain not just in Hitler's belief that the Russians had no reserves, but in the arrogant assumptions of most generals as well. Paulus and Schmidt had expected an attack, explained an officer with 6th Army headquarters, but not such an attack. It was the first time that the Russians used tanks as we did. Even Richthofen implicitly admitted this when he wrote of the enemy offensive as, for him, an astonishingly successful breakthrough. Field Marshal von Manstein, on the other hand, felt, perhaps with the benefit of hindsight, that 6th Army headquarters had been far too slow to react and extremely negligent in its failure to foresee the threat to Kalac, the obvious Don crossing between the two breakthroughs. Soon after midday, most of Paulus's headquarters staff were sent eastwards to the railway junction of Gumrak, some 8 miles from Stalingrad, so as to be close to the bulk of the 6th Army. Meanwhile, Paulus and Schmidt flew in 2 Fiesler-Stork light aeroplanes to Nizhny Chirskaya, where they were joined by General Huth on the following day for a conference. At Golubinsky, they left behind columns of smoke rising into the freezing air from burning files and stores, as well as several unserviceable reconnaissance aircraft on the adjacent airstrip which had been set on fire. In their hurried departure, they also missed a Führer decision relayed on by Army Group B at 3:25 p.m. It began, "6th Army stand firm in spite of danger of temporary encirclement." There was little hope of holding positions on that afternoon of the 21st of November. The accumulation of delays to the Panzer Regiment of the 16th Panzer Division had left a hole below Strecker's 11th Army Corps, and the other assorted groups attempting to form a new defence line. This was rapidly exploited by the Soviet 3rd Guards Cavalry Corps and the 4th Mechanized Corps. Strecker's divisions, increasingly threatened from the north and northeast as well, had no option but to start withdrawing towards the Don. The ill-considered plan of sending the 6th Army's panzer regiments westwards was now revealed to have been a dangerous diversion of effort. Kalac, the principal objective for 3 Soviet tank corps, was one of the most vulnerable points of all. There was no organized defense only an ill-assorted collection of sub-units, mainly supply and maintenance troops, a small detachment of Felt gendarmerie, and a Luftwaffe anti-aircraft battery. The transport company and workshops of the 16th Panzer Division had already established themselves in Kalach for the winter. The first news of any change in the situation did not reach them until 10 a.m. on the 21st of November. They subsequently heard that the Russian tank columns, which had broken through the Romanians to the northwest, were now advancing towards their sector of the Don. At around 5 p.m., they heard for the first time of the breakthrough south of Stalingrad. They had no idea that Volsky's mechanized corps, despite all the hesitations which had enraged Yeremenko, was approaching 4th Panzer Army's former headquarters only 30 miles to their southeast. The defences at Kalach were not only thoroughly inadequate for the task, they were also badly managed. On the west bank, on the heights above the Don, there were 4 Luftwaffe flak emplacements and another 2 anti-aircraft guns on the east bank. Only a group of 25 men from the organization TOT were assigned to the immediate security of the bridge, while the Scratch battalion of rear troops remained in the town on the east bank. Major General Rodin, the commander of 26th Tank Corps, gave the task of capturing the bridge at Kalach to Lieutenant Colonel G.N. Filipov, the commander of the 19th Tank Brigade. Leaving Ostrov at midnight, Filipov's column advanced eastwards to Kalach during the early hours of the 22nd of November. At 6:15 a.m., 2 captured German tanks and a reconnaissance vehicle, with their lights switched on to disarm suspicion, drove on to the temporary bridge across the Don and opened fire on the guards. Another 16 Soviet tanks had meanwhile plunged into thick scrub on the heights above the river to cover them. It was the point from which German panzers had gazed down upon the town on the 2nd of August. Several Soviet tanks were set on fire, but Filipov's boldness had paid off. The detachment guarding the bridge was driven off, and enough T-34s crossed to fight off belated attempts to blow the bridge. Russian motorized infantry appeared on the Don heights. Then another group of tanks appeared. 2 more attacks followed, supported by artillery and mortars from the Don heights across the river. By mid-morning, Soviet infantry broke into the town. There was chaos in the streets, packed with Romanian stragglers separated from their units. It was not long before the few heavy weapons manned by the Scratch battalion were out of ammunition or out of action, even though the drivers and mechanics had sustained few casualties. Having blown up their workshops, they withdrew from the town, climbed into trucks, and drove back to find their division in Stalingrad. The way was open for the link-up the next day between the 4th and 26th Tank Corps coming from the northern flank and Volsky's 4th Mechanized Corps coming from south of Stalingrad. Guided towards each other by green recognition flares fired at intervals into the sky, the Russian spearheads met in the open steppe near Sovietsky with bear hug embraces, a scene which was reenacted at a later date for Soviet propaganda before newsreel cameras. The celebratory exchanges of vodka and sausage between tank crews at the time were unfilmed, but far more genuine. News spread rapidly on the German side with the phrase, "We're surrounded." That Sunday, the 22nd of November, was, for Protestants, the day of remembrance of the dead. A somber Totensonntag, 1942, wrote Kurt Reuber, a priest serving as a doctor with the 16th Panzer Division. Worry, fear, and horror. Many, however, were not too concerned on first hearing the news. Encirclements had happened the winter before and been broken. But better-informed officers, on further reflection, began to realize that this time there were no reserves to rescue them quickly. "We became very much aware of what danger we were in," remembered Freitag Loringhoven, "to be cut off so deep into Russia, on the edge of Asia." 40 miles to the west, the last pocket of Romanian resistance was coming to an end, even though, in the early hours of that day, General Lascar had rejected the Red Army's demand for surrender. "We will continue to fight without thought of surrender," he declared. But his troops, although resisting bravely, were without supplies and short of ammunition. The Soviet crossing at Kalach immediately put the 11th Army Corps to the north in grave danger. It had already been fighting a defensive battle on almost 3 sides amid uncertainty and chaos, compounded by rumours. This confusion was revealed in the fragments of a diary taken from the body of a German artillery officer. 20th of November. Is the offensive coming to a halt? Change of position northwards. We have only 1 gun left. All the others are out of action. Saturday, the 21st of November. Enemy tanks early. Change of position to the rear. Russians already extremely near. Own infantry, motorcyclists and pioneers called in for close protection. Today still more Romanians passed by without stopping. We are pulling out. Already under pressure from Russians on 2 sides. New fire position. Only stayed a short time, then another change of position rearwards. Build a bunker. Sunday, the 22nd of November. Alarm at 3:30 a.m. Ordered out as infantry. Russians approaching. Romanians retreating. We can't hold this position on our own. We are anxiously waiting for another order to change position. During this retreat, German infantry divisions found themselves in the open fighting off cavalry attacks as if it were 1870, as one officer put it. Their greatest problem was transport, mainly because of the shortage of horses. In some cases, the solution adopted was brutally simple. An NCO would grab 3/4-starved Russians from one of the prisoner-of-war cages to serve as draft animals. When the retreat started on the 20th of November, reported one Russian prisoner-of-war, we were put, instead of horses, to drag the carts loaded with ammunition and food. Those prisoners who could not drag the carts as quickly as the Feldwebel wanted were shot on the spot. In this way, we were forced to pull the carts for 4 days, almost without any rest. At the Verchachi prison camp, an encirclement of barbed wire without any shelter, the Germans selected the least unhealthy prisoners and took them with them. The remainder, the sickest prisoners, were left behind to starve and freeze in the snow. Only 2 out of 98 were still alive when they were discovered by an advance unit of the 65th Army. Photographers were summoned to record the horrific scene. Pictures were printed in the press, and the Soviet government formally accused the German command of a war crime. The 376th Infantry Division was the most exposed to the Russian attack, which was extraordinarily rapid, according to its commander, General Edler von Daniels. The division, reduced to 4,200 men when trapped on the west bank of the Don as part of 11th Army Corps, pulled back in a southeastwards direction on the 22nd of November. 2 days later, in the early morning, the division crossed the Don by the bridge at Verchachi. The tank regiment of 16th Panzer Division had meanwhile been advancing, having finally crossed the Don on the night of the 22nd of November to support 11th Corps. On the way, it had managed to pass by its armoured workshops at Peskovatka, where some new and freshly repaired tanks were collected. From its position on the southern side of the German bridgehead in the Don Loop, the Panzer Regiment attempted a counterattack in the direction of Suchanov on the 23rd of November in heavy mist, but was ambushed by Soviet infantry in white camouflage suits aimed with anti-tank rifles. In the face of enemy strength, and owing to the acute shortage of fuel, the 16th Panzer Division was pulled back. It took up positions ready to cover the retreat, but communications were so bad that almost all orders had to go via dispatch rider. The German retreat eastwards across the Don back towards Stalingrad and away from the rest of the Wehrmacht, was in many ways worse than the retreat from before Moscow the previous December. Fine snow, hard and dry, drove across the steppe, lashing their faces, however much they turned their collars up against the wind. Despite the bitter lessons of the previous year, many soldiers had still not yet received winter uniform. The lines of retreat were littered with discarded weapons, helmets, and equipment. Most Romanian soldiers had little more than their brown uniforms. They had thrown away their steel helmets in the retreat. The luckier ones, mainly officers, wore Balkan sheepskin caps. Shot-up and burnt-out vehicles had been pushed to the side of the road or down the embankment. At one point, there was an anti-aircraft gun whose barrel had exploded, curling out and back like an exotic flower. Closer to the bridges over the Don, there were solid traffic jams of trucks, staff cars, dispatch riders desperately trying to get through, farm carts, and the odd field gun towed by exhausted and undernourished horses. From time to time there would be waves of panic, with cries of "Russian tanks!" The Soviet 16th Tank Corps was attacking down through the 76th Infantry Division towards Vertyachi, threatening to cut off German units left west of the Don. Some of the ugliest scenes developed at the approaches to the bridge at Akimovsky, with soldiers shouting, jostling, and even fighting to get across to the eastern bank. The weak and the wounded were trampled underfoot. Sometimes officers threatened each other for not letting their men pass first. Even the Feldgendarmerie detachment, armed with submachine guns, was unable to restore a semblance of order. A considerable number of soldiers, to avoid the chaos and congestion, tried to cross the frozen Don on foot. The ice was thick and strong near the banks, but in the centre there were weak spots. Those who fell through the ice were doomed. Nobody even thought of going to their aid. Comparisons to the Berezina were uppermost in most people's minds. Occasionally, on these lines of retreat, an officer, as unshaven as the men around him, decided that it was his duty to halt the disintegration. He drew his pistol to round up a few stragglers, then, using them as a core, press-ganged others until their force snowballed. Heavy weapons and gun crews would also be commandeered to form an improvised combat group. The scratch force, with varying degrees of compulsion, then took up positions and waited for Soviet tanks or cavalry to appear out of the icy mist. Across the Don, on the east bank, every village was packed with German soldiers who had lost their divisions, all seeking food and shelter from the terrible cold. The exhausted and half-starved Romanians, who had been retreating for over a week already, received little sympathy from their allies. "The numerous Romanians," observed one officer, "were forced to bivouac outside." The lines of retreat took in the supply depots, but this only added to the chaos. A panzer officer later reported on the chaos in Peskovatka, especially the frantic and nervous behavior of a Luftwaffe flak unit, blowing up, burning and destroying stores and transport in a wild fashion. Passing soldiers plundered any supply dump they found. From the mountains of cans, they filled rucksacks and pockets until they bulged. Nobody ever seemed to have an opener, so they used bayonets in their impatience, often not knowing what the tin contained. If they discovered one with coffee beans, they poured them into a steel helmet and pummeled them with the hilt of the bayonet like a crude pestle and mortar. When soldiers who had not received any winter clothing saw supply troops throwing new outfits onto fires, they rushed over to seize them from the flames for themselves. Meanwhile, the Feldpostamt was burning letters and parcels, many of which contained food sent from home. Far more terrible scenes were to be found in field hospitals. "Here everything's overflowing," reported an NCO from a repair depot in Peskovatka, suffering badly from jaundice. "The lightly wounded and sick must find accommodation for themselves." He had to spend the night in the snow. Others suffered much more. There were trucks parked on the frozen mud of the yard outside, still full of wounded with bandaged heads and stumps. The drivers had disappeared, and corpses were not removed from their midst. Nobody had offered the living any food or drink. The orderlies and doctors inside were too busy, and passing soldiers tended to ignore their cries for help. Malingerers, or walking wounded who tried to gain entry to the field hospital, found themselves referred to an NCO charged with rounding up stragglers to reform them as scratch companies. Frostbite casualties, unless very severe cases, were given ointment and bandages, then also marched off for duty. Inside, patients dozed apathetically. There was little oxygen left in the heavy, damp air, but at least it was warm. Orderlies removed field bandages, many already crawling with grey lice, cleaned wounds, gave tetanus injections, and rebandaged them. A man's chances of survival depended essentially on the type and place of injury. The missile, whether shell splinter, grenade fragment, or bullet, mattered less than the point of entry. The triage was straightforward. Those with serious head wounds and stomach wounds were placed to one side and left to die, because such operations took a full surgical team between 90 minutes and 2 hours to complete, and only about one patient in 2 survived. A priority was given to walking wounded. They could be sent back into the battle. Stretchers took up too much room and too much manpower. Shattered limbs were also dealt with quickly. Surgeons with rubber aprons and scalpels and saws, working in pairs, performed rapid amputations on limbs held down by a couple of orderlies. The ration of ether was reduced to make it stretch further. Severed matter was dropped into pails. The floor around the operating table became slippery with blood, despite the occasional hurried swab with a mop. A blend of sickly smells overcame all traces of the usual field hospital carbolic. The surgical production line seemed endless. Troops still left on the western bank of the Don wondered if they would escape. "Right on towards the Don," continued the diary entries of the artillery officer. "Will it go off all right? Will we get through to the big pocket? Is the bridge still standing?" Hours of suspense and anxiety. Defence sections to right and left of the route. Often the road is itself the front line. At last, the Don. Bridge intact. A stone drops from our hearts. On the far side, take up a fire position. Russians pushing forwards already. Cavalry cross the Don to our south. A number of tanks had to be blown up, a corporal reported later, because we did not get fuel in time. The 14th Panzer Division was left with only 24 tanks which could be repaired, so its spare crews were reorganized as an infantry company armed with carbines and machine pistols. Senior officers were close to despair. Early on the morning of the 25th of November, Prince Zdonny-Slobitten, the intelligence officer of the 14th Panzer Corps, overheard a conversation between General Huber and his chief of staff, Colonel Thunert, in which they used phrases such as "last resort" and "a bullet through the head." The temperature dropped drastically. The hardness of the ground meant a much higher casualty rate from mortar fire, but it was not so much the frozen earth as the frozen water which affected the retreat. The dramatic frost meant that the Don would soon be easily passable for the enemy. During the following night, Soviet infantry were able to cross the Don near Peskovatka. Early the next morning, the patients in the field hospital woke to the sound of mortar and machine gun fire. "Everyone was running around like headless chickens," reported the NCO with jaundice from the repair depot, who had survived the night outside after finding there was no room for him. On the road there were queues of vehicles, one behind the other, while mortar bombs fell all around. Here and there one of them was hit and burned out. The badly wounded could not be transported because of a lack of trucks. A hastily assembled company of soldiers from a variety of units managed to repulse the Russians just before they reached the field hospital. That evening, staff at 14th Panzer Corps headquarters received the order to destroy all items of equipment, files and vehicles that were not absolutely necessary. They were to pull back across the Don towards Stalingrad. By the following day, the 26th of November, 16th Panzer Division and part of the 44th Infantry Division were among the last troops of 6th Army left west of the Don. That night they crossed the bridge at Luchinsky to the Stalingrad side of the river. For the 16th Panzer Division, this was the very same bridge that we had crossed 12 weeks before in our first attack on the city on the Volga. A company of Panzer Grenadiers from its 64th Panzer Grenadier Regiment covered the withdrawal under the command of Lieutenant von Mutius. Their task was to defend the bridge, allowing through stragglers until 3:30 in the morning, when the 300-yard-long bridge across the Don was to be blown. At 3:10, the eager young Mutius admitted to his company sergeant major, Oberfeldwebel Wallraff, that he was very proud to be the last officer of the German Wehrmacht to cross this bridge. Wallraff made no comment. 20 minutes later, with the Panzer Grenadiers back across to the east bank of the Don, the engineers blew the bridge. The 6th Army was now sealed off between Don and Volga. Triumph did not mellow the attitude of Red Army men towards their enemy. "I feel much better because we have started to destroy Germans," wrote one soldier to his wife on the 26th of November. "This was the moment when we began to beat the snakes. We are capturing plenty. We hardly have time to pass them on back to prison camps. Now they are starting to pay for our blood and for the tears of our people, for insults and for robbery. I received winter uniform, so don't worry about me. Things go well here. Soon I will be home after the victory. Sending 500 rubles." Those still in hospital, recuperating from wounds received earlier, bitterly regretted missing the fighting. "The battles are strong and good now," wrote one Russian soldier to his wife, "and I am lying here missing all this." There were numerous Soviet claims of German atrocities that are hard to assess. Some, no doubt, were exaggerations or inventions for propaganda purposes. Others were basically true. Advancing Soviet troops encountered women, children, and old men evicted from their homes by the German army with their possessions on small sledges. Many had been robbed of their winter clothing. Vasily Grossman reported similar stories from the southern axis of advance. He wrote that Red Army soldiers searching their prisoners were angry to find on many the pathetic loot from peasant homes: old women's kerchiefs and earrings, linen and skirts, babies' napkins, and brightly coloured girls' blouses. One soldier had 22 pairs of woolen stockings in his possession. Gaunt civilians came forward to tell of their suffering under German occupation. Every cow, every hen, and every sack of grain that could be found had been seized. Old men were flogged until they revealed where they'd concealed their grain. Homesteads had been burned, with many civilians marched off for slave labour and the rest left to starve or freeze. Revenge was often exacted by small groups of Russian troops, especially when drunk, on Germans who fell into their hands. Meanwhile, NKVD squads descended on liberated villages. They arrested 450 collaborators. The biggest roundup would come just over a month later in Nizhny-Chirskaya, where Cossacks had denounced NKVD agents to the German secret field police. Some 400 camp guards were also executed, of whom 300 were Ukrainians. Grossman watched the German prisoners of war being escorted back. Many had ragged blankets over their shoulders instead of greatcoats. String or wire served in the place of belts. On this vast, flat, bleak steppe, one can see them from a long way off. They pass us in columns of 200 to 300 men, and in smaller groups of from 20 to 50. One column, several miles long, slowly wends its way, faithfully reproducing every bend and turn in the road. Some of the Germans speak some Russian. "We don't want war," they call out. "We want to go home. To hell with Hitler." Their guards observe sarcastically, "Now, when our tanks have cut them off, they're ready to shout about not wanting war. But before that, the thought never entered their heads." the prisoners were shipped across the Volga in barges towed by tugs. They stand packed together on deck, wearing tattered field-grey greatcoats, stamping their feet and blowing on their frozen fingers. A sailor, watching them, observed with grim satisfaction, "Now they're getting a sight of the Volga." In Abganarovo, Soviet infantry found the railway junction was congested with abandoned freight cars, which, to judge from their markings, had been taken from several countries in occupied Europe. French, Belgian, and Polish manufactured motor cars stood there, each branded with the Black Eagle and swastika of the Third Reich. For the Russians, the wagons, full of supplies, were like an unexpected Christmas. The sense of depriving the mighty German army of its ill-gotten chattels was doubly pleasurable. But the old problems of semi-chronic alcoholism arose. The commander, second in command, and 18 soldiers of a company on the southern flank became casualties from drinking a captured supply of German antifreeze. 3 died, while the remaining 17 were in a serious condition in a field hospital. On the northern flank, a captured Russian officer told Prince Dona that when his battalion, half-starved from ration shortages, captured a Romanian supply dump, 150 men died owing to excessive consumption. Meanwhile, in Stalingrad itself, the 62nd Army found itself in a strange position. Although forming part of the new encirclement of the 6th Army, it remained cut off from the east bank of the Volga, short of supplies, and its wounded unevacuated. Every time a boat hazarded a crossing through the dangerous ice floes, German artillery opened fire. Yet the atmosphere had changed now that the attackers had become the besieged. The men of the 62nd Army were still not quite able to believe that the turning point had come. Russian soldiers, with no prospect of any more tobacco supplies until the Volga froze solid, sang to divert their thoughts from their craving for nicotine. The Germans listened from their bunkers. They did not shout insults any more. Chapter 16. Hitler's Obsession. The task of informing the Führer about the great Soviet breakthrough on the 19th of November fell to the Army Chief of Staff, General Zeitzler, who had remained behind in East Prussia. Hitler was at the Berghof above Berchtesgaden, which is where he had received news of Stalin's agreement to the Nazi-Soviet Pact in August 1939. On that occasion, he had banged the dinner table in triumph, to the surprise of the ladies of his court. "I've got them," he had shouted, leaping to his feet. "I've got them." This time, his reaction appears to have been one of nervous anger. The Wehrmacht Supreme Command War Diary referred with revealing disingenuousness to alarming news of the Russian offensive which has long been expected by the Führer. Hitler's reaction to the unsuccessful counterattack of the 48th Panzer Corps that day was even more indicative. After his clumsy interference had failed to stop the Romanian collapse, he wanted a scapegoat and ordered General Heim's arrest. Hitler recognized, although he did not admit it, that the whole of the German position in southern Russia was now at risk. On the second day of the offensive, he ordered Field Marshal von Manstein to return to the south from Vitebsk to form a new Army Group Don. Manstein was the most admired strategist in the German army, and had worked successfully with Romanian forces in the Crimea. In the physical absence of the Führer, the supreme command of the Wehrmacht was paralyzed. During the 21st of November, the day that Paulus and Schmidt abandoned their headquarters at Golubinsky when threatened by a column of Soviet tanks, Hitler's chief adjutant, General Schmundt, was preoccupied with alterations to the uniforms of officers and Wehrmacht officials. The Führer's order to the Sixth Army to stand firm, despite the threat of temporary encirclement, eventually caught up with Paulus when he reached Nizhny-Chirskaya. Paulus was also told to take under command all of Hoth's troops south of Stalingrad and the remains of the Romanian Sixth Army Corps. The key part was keep open rail lines as long as possible. orders to follow on subject of resupply by air. Paulus, whose instinct was to consider withdrawal from the Volga to join up with the rest of Army Group B, was extremely reluctant to react to this abrupt decree until he felt that he had a better understanding of the overall situation. He had flown to Nizhny-Chirskaya because the headquarters prepared there for the winter possessed secure communications with Army Group B and the Wolfschanze near Rastenburg. But Hitler, on hearing of his arrival, suspected that he wanted to escape the Russians. He ordered him to fly back at once to join the rest of his staff at Gumrak within the encirclement. When General Hoth arrived early next morning, the 22nd of November, he found Paulus angered and upset by Hitler's insinuation that he had abandoned his men. Paulus's chief of staff, General Schmidt, was on the telephone to General Martin Fiebig, the commander of the 8th Air Corps. Schmidt re-emphasized that the 6th Army urgently needed fuel and ammunition to break out, and Fiebig repeated what he had said the previous afternoon. "It's impossible to resupply a whole army by air. The Luftwaffe hasn't got enough transport aircraft." The three generals spent most of the morning assessing 6th Army's predicament. Schmidt did much of the talking. It was he who had spoken to General von Sodenstern at Army Group B the previous evening and heard details of the Soviet advance southeastwards from Perelasovsky. Sodenstern had told him bluntly, "We have nothing to stop them with. You've got to help yourselves." During the discussion, Major General Wolfgang Pickert, the commander of the Luftwaffe 9th Flak Division, entered the room. Schmidt, a classmate from Staff College, called across with the favourite phrase of their instructor, "Decision with reasons, please." Pickert replied without hesitation that he intended to pull his division out at once. "We also want to get out," Schmidt replied. "But first of all, we must form an all-round defence to form a defence line on the southern side where the Russians are attacking." He went on to say that they could not abandon the divisions on the west bank of the Don, and that 6th Army would be in no position to break out for another 5 to 6 days. For the operation to have any chance of success, we must have fuel and ammunition delivered by the Luftwaffe. General Huber had already radioed that his tanks were about to come to a halt. "That makes no difference," Pickett retorted. "He did not intend to lose a whole flak division with all its weapons. The 6th Army can never be supplied by air if we stay put." Schmidt did not disagree, but pointed out that they had little idea of the overall situation, nor did they know what reserves were available to higher command. He emphasized that the lack of fuel and horses meant that more than 10,000 wounded and the bulk of heavy weapons and vehicles would have to be left behind. That would be a Napoleonic ending. Paulus, after his study of the 1812 campaign, was evidently haunted by the vision of his army's disintegration, cut to pieces as it struggled to escape across the snow-covered steppe. He did not want to go down in history as the general responsible for the greatest military disaster of all time. There must also have been a natural temptation for Paulus, never renowned for an independence of thought, to defer decisions that were politically and strategically dangerous, now that he knew that Field Marshal von Manstein was about to take over. But Manstein, unable to fly down from the north because of the weather, was stuck in his headquarters train, delayed by partisan action. Paulus had the instincts of a staff officer, not those of a battle group leader reacting to danger. He could not countenance a breakout unless it was properly prepared and supplied, and formed part of an overall plan approved by higher command. Neither he nor Schmidt seems to have appreciated that speed was the decisive factor. They had failed utterly to prepare the heavy mobile force which offered their only hope of smashing the encirclement before it was in place. Now they failed to appreciate that once the Red Army consolidated its position, almost every factor, but especially the weather, would turn increasingly against them. Much time had already been lost by sending tank regiments to the rear across the Don. With confirmation that morning of the loss of Kalach, they had to tell Strecker's 11th Army Corps and Huber's 14th Panzer Corps to prepare to pull back to the east bank to join up with the rest of the Sixth Army. At the end of the morning, Schmidt communicated the relevant orders to General Huber and to Colonel Grosskurt, Strecker's chief of staff. At 2 p.m. that afternoon, Paulus and Schmidt flew back to the new headquarters at Gumrak inside the Kessel, or encircled area. Paulus brought along a supply of good red wine and Veuve Clicquot champagne, a curious choice for someone supposedly planning to get out quickly. Once he reached the new Sixth Army headquarters by Gumrak railway station, he started to contact his corps commanders. He wanted their views on the Führer's order, renewed that evening, to take up a hedgehog defence and await further orders. They all shared our view, wrote Schmidt later, that a breakout to the south was necessary. The most outspoken was General von Seydlitz, whose headquarters were only 100 yards away. Paulus's signal at 7 p.m. set out to paint a stark picture. "Army surrounded," were his first words, even though the ring had not yet been sealed. It was a weak and badly structured signal, which did not follow the correct format. Most crucially of all, Paulus failed to propose a firm course of action. He asked for freedom of action if it proves impossible to achieve all-round defence on the southern flank. At 10:15 that night, Paulus received a radio message from the Führer. "The Sixth Army is temporarily surrounded by Russian forces. I know the Sixth Army and your Commander-in-Chief, and have no doubt that in this difficult situation it will hold on bravely. The Sixth Army must know that I am doing everything to relieve them. I will issue my instructions in good time. Adolf Hitler." Paulus and Schmidt, convinced despite this message that Hitler would soon see reason, began to prepare plans for a breakout to the southwest. Hitler, on that evening of the 22nd of November, was setting out with Keitel and Jodl in his special train from Berchtesgaden for Leipzig, from where an aeroplane would take him to Rastenburg. During the journey north, he halted the train every few hours to speak to Seitzler. He wanted to check that Paulus would not be given permission to withdraw. During one of these conversations, the Führer told Seitzler, "We've found another way out." He did not say that he had been talking on the special train again to General Hans Jeschonek, the Luftwaffe Chief of Staff, who had already indicated, despite warnings from Richthofen, that an air bridge to supply the Sixth Army might be possible on a temporary basis. Reichsmarschall Goering, on hearing what the Führer wanted, immediately summoned a meeting of his transport officers. He told them that 500 tons a day was needed. The Sixth Army's estimate of 700 tons was ignored. They replied that 350 tons would be the maximum, and then only for a short period. Goering, with breathtaking irresponsibility, promptly assured Hitler that the Luftwaffe could maintain the Sixth Army in its present position by air. Even on the lower figure, no allowance was made for bad weather, unserviceable aircraft, or enemy action. Early next morning, the 24th of November, the hopes of all the generals involved in the fate of the Sixth Army were firmly dashed. Another Führer decision reached Paulus's headquarters at 8:30 a.m. In it, the boundaries of what Hitler now termed Fortress Stalingrad were clearly laid down. The front on the Volga was to be held whatever the circumstances. Seitzler had been confident the evening before that Hitler was coming to his senses. Now the Führer demonstrated indubitably that the opinion of all the generals responsible for the Stalingrad operation counted for nothing. Their feelings were summed up by Richthofen in his diary when he wrote that they had become little more than highly paid NCOs. Hitler's notion of the power of the will had completely parted company with military logic. He was fixated with the idea that if the Sixth Army withdrew from Stalingrad, the Wehrmacht would never return. He had sensed that this was the high watermark of the Third Reich. Also, rather pertinently in the case of such an egomaniac, His personal pride was at stake after his boasts about Stalin's city during the Munich Bierkeller speech less than 2 weeks before. Such a combination of circumstances was perhaps bound to produce moments of bitter irony. Just before the Führer decision was issued, General von Seydlitz, the commander of 51st Corps in Stalingrad, had decided to jump the gun. He considered it completely unthinkable that an army with 22 divisions should go into all-round defence and thus deprive itself of all freedom of movement. He prepared a long memorandum on the subject for Headquarters 6th Army. Already, the minor defensive battles over the last few days have used up our ammunition reserves. The supply situation was decisive. It was their duty to ignore the catastrophic order to stay put. On that evening of the 23rd of November, Seydlitz ordered 60th Motorized Infantry Division and the 94th Infantry Division to burn their stores and blow up their positions, then withdraw from their positions on the north side of Stalingrad. In thousands of rapidly lit fires, wrote the quartermaster of the 94th Infantry Division, we burned overcoats, uniforms, boots, documents, maps, typewriters, as well as food supplies. The general burned all his own equipment himself. The Red Army, alerted by the explosions and flames, caught the already weakened division in the open as it withdrew from Spartakovka and inflicted nearly 1,000 casualties. The neighbouring formation, the 389th Infantry Division in the Stalingrad tractor plant, also suffered in the confusion. Hitler, furious to hear of this withdrawal, blamed Paulus. To prevent any further disobedience to his orders, he made the extraordinary decision to split the command in the Kessel. General von Seydlitz, whom he believed to be a fanatic of resistance, was made commander-in-chief of the northeastern part of the Kessel, including Stalingrad itself. The signal arrived at 6 a.m. on the 25th of November. A little later in the morning, Paulus took Captain Beer with him on a visit to Seydlitz's headquarters nearby. Paulus handed over the signal relayed from Army Group Don. "Now that you have your own command," he said pointedly, "you can break out." Seydlitz could not hide his embarrassment. Manstein, who was appalled by the idea of splitting a command, managed to have it redefined in a less nonsensical fashion. Paulus's encounter with General von Seydlitz was not the only difficult interview in the wake of the Stalingrad encirclement. At the Wolfschanze, Marshal Antonescu was subjected to a tirade in which the Führer blamed the Romanian armies for the disaster. Antonescu, the most loyal of Hitler's allies, replied with feeling. Both dictators, however, calmed down, not daring to cast aside an alliance which neither of them could repudiate. But their peacemaking was not reflected further down. Romanian officers were furious that the German High Command had ignored all their warnings, especially about the lack of anti-tank defences. Meanwhile, German troops, unaware of Romanian losses, accused their allies of having caused the disaster by running away. Many unpleasant incidents developed between groups of soldiers on both sides. After his ill-tempered meeting with Antonescu, even Hitler was forced to acknowledge that some attempt must be made to restore relations between the Allies. According to a Führer decree, 6th Army Headquarters informed Corps commanders, criticisms of the failings of Romanian officers and troops are to cease. The tension between the Allies was not hard to imagine for the Soviet authorities, who promptly organized the airdrop of 150,000 propaganda leaflets in Romanian. Hitler remained merciless in his desire for retribution against General Heim, the commander of the 48th Panzer Corps. The Führer ordered General Heim to be relieved of his command immediately, noted General Schmund in his diary just after Hitler's return to the Wolfschanze. The Führer himself will decide on all further measures of military discipline in this matter. Many senior officers suspected that Hitler wanted not just Heim as the scapegoat for the disaster, but the whole officer corps. Grosskurt had written scathingly of the grateful army of the victorious party, not long after Hitler's radio broadcast, in which he had claimed victory over the caste of general staff officers in their broad-striped breeches. Like that other anti-Nazi, Henning von Treschow, Grosskurt also believed that the general staff was no longer worthy of the name because of its craven submission to Hitler. Yet the officer corps still remained the only group capable of opposing a totalitarian state. Treschow believed that a dramatic disaster could provoke change provided that the army had a widely respected commander in a key position who was prepared to stand up to Hitler. Field Marshal von Manstein certainly commanded the necessary respect, so Treschow, when the opportunity arose, arranged for his young cousin Alexander Stahlberg to become Manstein's new aide. The timing appeared opportune. Stahlberg reported for duty on the 18th of November, 2 days before Hitler chose Manstein as the commander-in-chief of the new Army Group Don. Manstein's military qualities and intelligence were undeniable, but his political instincts were much less predictable, despite encouraging appearances. Manstein despised Goering and loathed Himmler. To his most trusted colleagues, he admitted to Jewish antecedents. He could also be scathing about Hitler. As a joke, his dachshund, Knirps, had been trained to raise his paw in salute on the command, Heil Hitler. On the other hand, his wife was a great admirer of Hitler. And more important, Manstein, as already mentioned, had even issued that order to his troops, mentioning the necessity of hard measures against Jewry. Manstein's luxurious headquarters train of wagon-lit, the drawing room on wheels had belonged to the Queen of Yugoslavia, halted on its circuitous way south in Smolensk. There, the commander-in-chief of Army Group Center, Field Marshal Hans Günther von Kluge, boarded the train to brief Manstein informally on the situation in southern Russia. Kluge, influenced by Treschow, was one of the few active field marshals ready to join a plot. He told Manstein that Hitler had placed the Sixth Army in an untenable position. The situation map unfolded in the carriage clearly demonstrated the danger. Kluge tried to impress on Manstein one piece of advice. The Führer's attempts to control movements down to battalion level must be stopped from the start. And be warned, Kluge added in emphasis. The Führer ascribes the survival of the Ostheer during the great crisis of last winter not to the morale of our soldiers and all our hard work, but exclusively to his own skill. Very soon after this meeting, the Red Army launched an offensive against Army Group Center to prevent the German command from bringing troops down to break the Stalingrad encirclement. The heated train continued through the Russian landscape covered by the first snows of winter. Manstein and his staff officers discussed music and mutual friends and relations, played chess and bridge, and skirted round politics. Lieutenant Stahlberg, hearing that Manstein was related to the late President von Hindenburg, wondered which of the field marshals in this war might become the saviour of the fatherland in the event of total defeat. "Certainly not me," Manstein replied swiftly. The field marshal's birthday, his 55th, fell on the 24th of November, the day of their arrival at the headquarters of Army Group B. General von Weichs, showing Manstein the updated operations map, did not conceal the gravity of the situation. The signal from Führer headquarters had just arrived, ordering the Sixth Army to maintain Fortress Stalingrad and await resupply by air. Manstein, according to his aide, appeared surprisingly optimistic. Even the 150-mile gap between the German troops on the southern side of the Stalingrad Kessel and Army Group A down in the Caucasus did not deter Manstein from selecting the old Don Cossack capital of Novocherkassk for his headquarters. He had Don Cossacks in sheepskin hats and Wehrmacht uniform as the guards on the main entrance. "When we entered or left the house," his aide-de-camp reported, "they stuck out their chests and stood to attention as if for His Imperial Majesty the Tsar himself. Hitler gave strict instructions that the news of the encirclement at Stalingrad was to be kept from the German people. On the 22nd of November, the communiqué had admitted that there had been an attack on the North Front. The next day, just after the complete encirclement of the Sixth Army, only counterattacks and enemy casualties were mentioned. A subsequent announcement made it sound as if the Soviet attacks had been beaten back with heavy losses. Finally, on the 8th of December, 3 weeks after the event, it was acknowledged that there had also been an attack south of Stalingrad. But there was still no hint that the Sixth Army had been cut off. The fiction was maintained into January through the vague formula, "the troops in the area of Stalingrad." The Nazi authorities could not, of course, prevent the rapid spread of rumour, especially within the army. "The whole Sixth Army is surrounded," a soldier in a field hospital heard almost immediately from the chaplain. "That's the beginning of the end." Attempts to silence soldiers and officers with disciplinary measures backfired, and the lack of frankness only increased the sense of unease in Germany. Within a few days of the encirclement, civilians were writing to the front asking if the rumours were true. "Yesterday and today," wrote a paymaster from Bernburg, "people have been saying that there has been a breakthrough in your area." The Nazi authorities believed that they could suppress everything until a relief force was ready to break through to Stalingrad. Paulus, meanwhile, may have been deeply sceptical of Goering's guarantee to supply Sixth Army by air, but he felt unable to dismiss the arguments of his own Chief of Staff that they could at least hold on until early December, when Hitler promised a breakthrough to relieve them. Paulus faced what Strecker called the most difficult question of conscience for every soldier, whether to disobey his superior's orders in order to handle the situation as he deems best. Officers who disliked the regime and despised the Gröfers, greatest commander of all time, as they privately referred to the Führer, hoped that Paulus would oppose this madness and trigger a reaction throughout the army. They thought of General Hans-Jörg von Wartenberg's revolt at Tauroggen in December 1812, when he refused to fight any longer under Napoleon, an event which triggered a wave of patriotic feeling in Germany. Many believed in the comparison. General von Seydlitz apparently invoked it in conversation with Paulus when trying to persuade him to break out. So did Colonel Zeller, the Sixth Army's engineer-in-chief. Schmidt, on the other hand, considered that such an action against orders would become a mutiny with political undertones. Paulus's answer to Zeller sounded fatalistic indeed. "I know that the history of war has already pronounced judgment on me." Yet he was right to reject the Tauroggen comparison. York, without any communications, could claim to act in the name of the King of Prussia without being deprived of his command. But in an age when every headquarters was in constant touch by radio, courier, and teleprinter, the order for a commander's arrest would be communicated immediately. The only actor in this drama capable of playing the part of York was Manstein, as Treschow and Stauffenberg had recognized. But Manstein, they would discover, had no intention of accepting such a dangerous role. "Prussian field marshals do not mutiny," he said the following year, emphatically contradicting the York tradition when approached by a representative of Army Group Centre. Many historians have also given the impression that almost every officer in the Sixth Army believed that an attempt should be made immediately to break out of the Russian encirclement. This is misleading. Corps commanders, divisional commanders, and staff officers were firmly in favour of a breakout. But in the infantry especially, regimental and battalion commanders were much less convinced. Their troops, especially those who were already dug in with bunkers, did not want to abandon their positions and heavy weapons to march out into the snow, where they would be exposed to Russian attack in the open. Soldiers were also reluctant to move because they believed the promises of a strong counterattack coming to rescue them. The slogan, in support of this, at the end of Paulus's order of the day on the 27th of November, "Hold on, the Führer will get us out," had proved very effective. Schmidt later tried to deny that this phrase had emanated from Sixth Army headquarters, and even suggested that it was invented by a subordinate commander. Within the Kessel, soldiers tended to believe the "hold on" slogan as a firm promise. So did many officers. But others instinctively guessed the reality. One remembered how a fellow lieutenant of Panzer Grenadiers, on receipt of the news, signalled with his eyes for him to come to his vehicle so that they could discuss the situation in private. "We're never going to get out of this one," he said. "This is a unique opportunity, which the Russians aren't going to let slip by." "You're a real pessimist," the other replied. "I believe in Hitler. What he said he'll do, he'll stick to." Chapter 17. The Fortress Without a Roof. During the first week of December, the Russians made determined attacks to split the Sixth Army. In heavy defensive fighting, its panzer divisions lost almost half of their remaining 140 tanks. They were badly handicapped by the shortage of fuel and ammunition. On the 6th of December, a battle group from the 16th Panzer Division was sent into a counterattack on foot because they had no fuel for their half-tracks. Lieutenant von Mutius, the young officer who had been so proud to be the last member of the Wehrmacht to withdraw across the Don, was the second in command. Their objective was a hill north of Baburkin, which they managed to seize, but suddenly Russian tanks appeared out of a balka supported by infantry. The battle group commander gave the order to pull back. "A systematic withdrawal was impossible," reported a sergeant major later. "Each man ran for his life. The enemy fired after us with all their weapons. Half of the battle group was wiped out. Lieutenant von Mutius was badly wounded. In order to prevent worse casualties, he kept shouting, 'Spread out!'" The sergeant major was convinced he had saved many lives as he lay there helplessly waiting for the Russians. The survivors thought him a real hero. After numerous attacks, Soviet commanders realized that the besieged were far from beaten. The 57th Army of the crucial southwestern sector had suffered heavy casualties. Explanations for Soviet failure were interesting. One report, "Artillery and infantry did not interact very well when storming the enemy defense line," sounds like a circumlocution for heavy casualties from friendly fire. "Soldiers are not well enough instructed on the need to dig trenches," was another unhelpful observation. Their failure to do so led to irreparable losses from German tanks and aeroplanes. No mention was made of the fact that the ground was frozen hard and that entrenching tools were in very short supply. Behind the lines, NKVD officers and interpreters worked late into the night interrogating German prisoners, including the first deserters, as well as tongues captured by reconnaissance companies. "The Bolsheviks often seized prisoners from us," reported a lieutenant from the Austrian 44th Hock- und Deutschmeister Infantry Division. Don Front Intelligence was trying to identify demoralized divisions on which attack should be concentrated. It soon observed that the 44th and the 376th Infantry Divisions, both of which had retreated from across the Don, had not been able to dig proper bunkers. Most of their men during this period, when the weather changed from hard frost to rain and back to hard frost again, were existing in holes in the ground covered by tarpaulins. The NKVD was particularly interested in any signs of national resentment. "It is said of Austrian soldiers that they don't fight well," replied a Lieutenant Heinrich Boberg when interrogated by Captain Dyatlenko on the 10th of December. "There is an element of truth in this, but I would not say it is true of the 44th Infantry Division. Austrians have historical reasons for not being as rigid as Prussians, and because Austrians are used to getting on with other nationalities, they don't have the same sort of national pride as Prussians do." The Nazi designation of Ostmark for Austria seemed to disappear remarkably quickly from an Austrian's vocabulary when captured. Once the major attacks of early December ceased, Don Front continued to maintain pressure on the 44th Infantry Division with raids using Sturmovik ground attack aircraft. Yet 6th Army morale remained, on the whole, remarkably robust. Another senior lieutenant from the 16th Panzer Division later reported that at that stage, doubts about a positive outcome to the battle simply did not arise. Lancers, especially those out in the snow-covered steppe, joked about the fortress without a roof. Most of the younger ones, educated under a totalitarian system, did not expect to be told the reasons for their plight. The Führer's assurance was, for them, a promise that would never be broken. Rations were soon reduced drastically, but officers and NCOs assured them that their situation would not last. The Luftwaffe would bring in what they needed, and then a great relief force, led by Field Marshal von Manstein, would advance from the southwest to break the encirclement. Many soldiers convinced themselves, or perhaps were told by less imaginative officers, that they would be out by Christmas. "Since the 22nd of November we've been surrounded," a soldier in the 376th Infantry Division wrote home. "The worst is past. We all hope that we'll be out of the Kessel before Christmas. Once this battle of encirclement is over, then the war in Russia will be finished." Some were persuaded that they would immediately be given leave and actually spend Christmas at home with their families. Those responsible for administering the air supply operation were far less optimistic. The 6th Army's chief quartermaster signalled on the 7th of December, "Rations cut to between a third and a half, so that the army can hold out until the 18th of December. The lack of fodder means that the bulk of the horses will have to be slaughtered by the middle of January." The Luftwaffe officers, in charge of Pitomnik airfield, drawn from the 9th Flak Division, had no illusions. They knew that a minimum of 300 flights a day would be needed to restore the 6th Army's fighting capacity, and that was out of the question. In any case, the greatly strengthened and bolder Red Army aviation, as well as anti-aircraft fire round the edge of the Kessel, represented a formidable challenge to the lumbering Junkers 52 trimotors. Jeschonek and Goering did not consider that the airfields might lie within range of Soviet heavy artillery. Worst of all, they made no allowance for the weather, even after the experiences of the previous winter. There would be many days with zero visibility, and many when the temperature would be so low that it would be almost impossible to start aircraft engines even with fires lit underneath them. Apart from Richthofen, however, Luftwaffe officers, either within the Kessel or outside, did not dare speak out. "It was defeatism, if you voiced doubts," said one of them. As well as bringing in fuel, ammunition and food, in theory 2 tons per Junkers 52 and rather less for a Heinkel 111, the aircraft would fly out the wounded from the General Field Hospital next to Pitomnik airfield. Perhaps the best indication of officer pessimism was the secret decision to send out all German nurses, even before most of the wounded, to ensure that they never fell into Russian hands. Although great efforts were made to keep this secret, officers from the 369th Croat Infantry Regiment heard and lobbied the Luftwaffe to fly out their mistresses, disguised as nurses. The lieutenant whom they approached rather admired the Croats as soldiers and promised to help. His colonel, however, took a high moral line. "But surely it doesn't matter," the lieutenant replied, "whether they're Croat whores, nursing sisters, or whatever. They must be got out to save them from the Russians." The colonel still refused. The lieutenant later suspected that the Croats managed to smuggle their women onto planes. Encampments, bunkers and tents spread to the side of the airfield. There were numerous headquarters and signals detachments with radio masts and vehicles, as well as the General Field Hospital. Pitomnik rapidly became the main focus for Soviet fighter and bomber regiments. During the course of the 10th, 11th and 12th of December, Soviet aircraft carried out 42 air raids. The Russians, despite all their air activity over the Kessel, still did not realize how large a force they had surrounded. Colonel Vinogradov, the chief of Red Army intelligence at Don Front headquarters, estimated that Operation Uranus had trapped around 86,000 men. The probable figure, including Allies and Heavies, was nearly 3.5 times greater, close to 290,000 men. The Allies included the remnants of 2 Romanian divisions, the Croat regiment with 100th Jaeger Division, and a motor transport column of Italians who had picked a bad moment to come to find wood in the ruins of Stalingrad. In the fighting west of the Don and on the northern flank, Strecker's 11th Corps had suffered most. The Austrian 44th Infantry Division had lost nearly 2,000 men, the 367th 1,600, and the 384th over 900. Officers throughout the Sixth Army sat down at makeshift tables in earth bunkers under the snow to write by candlelight to next of kin, "I have the sad duty to have to inform you that..." With the Sixth Army reduced to conditions very similar to those in the First World War, older soldiers found themselves remembering the existence of the Western Front and its gallows humour. After the cold of mid-November, a wet period of thaw had set in, with General Mud reappearing briefly before General Winter. Some returned to the old practices of trench life, such as resorting to the only certain source of warm liquid, when relieving themselves, to rinse the caked mud from their hands. The construction of trenches and bunkers varied according to the circumstances of each division. Those who had been forced to withdraw or take up new positions faced heavy labour, although much of the work was given to Heavies and other Russian prisoners. The Germans had learned from the street fighting in Stalingrad. They dug bunkers under knocked-out tanks and made better use of existing features. But in the first days after the encirclement, the ground had still been frozen, and even fires did little to soften the earth before digging. Out in the steppe, the greatest shortage was wood, both for fires and for beams to cover the earth bunkers. Peasant houses close to the front line did not last long. Any inhabitants who had already packed straw round their houses, then a layer of planks and logs outside to insulate them for winter, were soon evicted. If they had stayed, they would have seen their home rapidly dismantled, as German soldiers took planks, beams, doors, and even windows to improve their dugouts. Soldiers, having demolished the houses of civilians, revealed an instinctive desire to turn their own dugout into a new home. The revetted communications trenches and the earthworks round the entrances to bunkers gave no impression of what one might find within. They fashioned frames for picture postcards or cherished snapshots. Some things were always respected. No man would touch or insult the photograph of a comrade's wife or children. Officers made sure that they had bunks, benches, and a table. General Edler von Daniels, the commander of the 376th Infantry Division, had a bunker complex designed by one of his staff with impeccable architectural plans after they moved to their new position on the southwest flank. The commanding officer of Dr. Kurt Reuber, the priest serving as a doctor with 16th Panzer Division, had a particularly large bunker dug so that he could fit a piano inside, which had been abandoned by another division. And there, underground, unheard above and muffled by the earth walls, he played Bach, Handel, Mozart, and Beethoven's Pathetique Sonata. His interpretation was beautiful, but also, it seems, obsessive. The commanding officer played on even when the walls trembled from bombardments and soil trickled down. He even continued to play when officers came in to report on the fighting outside. Some units were fortunate enough to retain their old positions. The 297th Infantry Division, south of Stalingrad, had finished its elaborate underground sanatorium before the Russian offensive. They feared that they might lose it altogether with all the hospital equipment, beds, crockery, and cutlery brought by train from Germany. But when the front line of the Kessel was established, their precious hospital, to their relief, was still just a few miles behind the new front line. Many soldiers had still not received proper winter clothing before the encirclement, so they resorted to improvisation with varying degrees of success. Under their uniforms, more and more of them wore articles of Soviet uniform, buttonless tunic shirts and baggy quilted trousers, and the highly prized quilted jackets. In hard frosts, a steel helmet became like a freezer compartment, so they wore puttees, scarves, and even Russian foot bandages wrapped round their heads as insulation. Their desperation for fur gloves led them to kill stray dogs and skin them. Some even tried to make tunics out of amateurishly cured horsehide from the knacker, but most of these articles were uncomfortably crude, unless a former saddler or cobbler could be bribed to help. The most insanitary conditions tended to occur in those units which had been forced by the Soviet attacks to take up new positions in the open steppe at the western end of the newly formed Kessel. Miserably frozen at night, the artillery officer who had withdrawn across the Don wrote in his diary, "How long are we expected to sleep in the open? The body won't stand it much more. On top of that, the filth and the lice." In such conditions, troops had not yet had a chance to dig communications trenches and latrines. Soldiers were sleeping, packed together like sardines, in holes in the ground covered by a tarpaulin. Infections spread rapidly. Dysentery soon had a debilitating and demoralizing effect as weakened soldiers squatted over shovels in their trenches, then threw the contents out over the parapet. Letter writers generally spared their relatives the full squalor of their lives. "We squat together," wrote Kurt Räuber, "in a hole dug out of the side of a gully in the steppe, the most meagre and badly equipped dugout. Dirt and clay. Nothing can be made of it. Scarcely any wood for bunkers. We are surrounded by a sad landscape, monotonous and melancholic. Winter weather of varying degrees of cold, snow, heavy rain, frost, then sudden thaw. At night you get mice running over your face." The progressive infestation of clothes really started during the chaotic days of the encirclement, with constant movement. "The plague of lice was frightful," wrote a corporal in a panzer regiment, "because we had no opportunity to wash, change clothes, or hunt them down. In my helmet I found about 200 of these faithful little beasts." An unknown soldier was prompted to write a new version of a favourite song. "Underneath the lantern, in a little house, I sit every evening, searching for a louse." During the long nights of the Russian winter, there was ample opportunity for conversations about home and how much better life had been before coming to Russia. In the 376th Infantry Division, they bemoaned their departure from Angoulême for the Ostfront, leaving behind cafes, cheap wine, and French girls. Other thoughts went further back, to the triumphant welcome home in the summer of 1940. The waving crowds, the kisses, and the adulation had been largely inspired by the idea that the fighting was as good as over. The vast majority of the country had cheered Hitler for having brought them through a short, victorious war with so few casualties. Often, when thoughts turned to home, harmonicas played sentimental tunes in the bunker. After such a dramatic reversal of fortune, men grasped at rumours more than ever before, with constant questions and ill-informed speculation. Even their officers had little idea of the true situation. Another subject, linked to the chances of getting out, was the perfect wound, which would not cripple or be too painful, yet would still qualify its recipient for evacuation by air. Comrades who had gone on leave just before the encirclement were viewed with admiring envy, while those who had returned just before faced good-natured, but no doubt deeply provoking jokes. One person who never complained of his bad luck was Kurt Räuber. He had returned to his unit just 2 days before the Kessel was closed. It would soon be hard to tell whose services would be more needed, those of the doctor or those of the priest. Besieged Germans imagined that the Red Army soldiers opposite them lacked for little in either rations or warm clothing, but this image was often inaccurate. Because of bad communications, food is not brought forward in time for soldiers at the front, ran one Don Front report. The failure of officers and commissars to use bunkers to warm up soldiers, said another, has led to many men having to be sent to hospital with frostbite, mostly in the feet. The best-equipped Soviet soldiers were the snipers. Little was denied them. Out in the snowfields of the steppe in their white camouflage suits, they operated in pairs, one with a telescope and the other with the long-range rifle. They crawled forward at night into no man's land, where they dug snow holes and hides from which to watch and shoot. Their casualty rates were much higher than in the city because they had fewer choices for concealment and lines of escape. But the sniper movement still attracted more volunteers than it could train or use. Any lingering problems with morale usually reflected the Soviet authorities' indifference to the individual soldier. The obsession with secrecy meant that men not directly involved in Operation Uranus had not been told about it until up to 5 days after the start. At first sight, the most surprising aspect of this time of triumph is the number of deserters from the Red Army who continued to cross the lines to the surrounded German army, thus entering a trap. But this paradox seems to be explicable mainly through a mixture of ignorance and mistrust. Colonel Tulpanov, the sophisticated NKVD officer in charge of recruiting German officers, admitted quite openly to one of his star prisoners, the fighter pilot Count Heinrich von Einsiedel, that these Russians were most astonished to hear from the Germans the same story that had been put out by their own propaganda. They had not believed that the Germans were encircled. Zhukov was characteristically to the point when he described the encirclement of the Sixth Army as a tremendous education for victory for our troops. Grossman was also right when he wrote, "The morale of the soldiers has never been so high." Interestingly, neither of these observations exactly confirmed the official Soviet propaganda line that the morale of an army depends on the socially just and progressive order of the society it defends. Red Army soldiers now took a predictable pleasure in taunting the enemy who had so recently taunted them. Some companies sent out a patrol at night with a scarecrow dressed up as Hitler. They then erected it in no man's land and hung a placard inviting lancers to shoot at it. The scarecrow would be booby-trapped with a couple of grenades in case a German officer sent out a patrol to remove it the next night. On a more organized basis, NKVD propaganda companies set up their loudspeakers. For hours on end, the loudspeakers blasted out tango music, which was judged to convey a suitably sinister mood, interspersed by messages prepared on gramophone records to remind the beleaguered troops of their hopeless position. At first, these activities had little influence, but later, when German hopes began to fade, the effect became cumulative. The Red Army, realizing that the Germans had to economize on artillery shells because they were so heavy to fly in, went in for probing attacks, trying to provoke a reply. The most overworked troops at this time were the divisional reconnaissance companies that acted as pathfinders for these raids. "We were like gypsies, here today, gone tomorrow," remembered an officer who was one of 5 survivors from the original company of 114 men. Patrols, usually of 5 or 6 men, would penetrate the Kessel and hide up near roads in white snowsuits to observe traffic and troop movements. On their return, they would seize a tongue for interrogation. Patrolling activity was particularly intense on the southwestern flanks of the Kessel. Soviet commanders were certain that the Germans would make an attempt to break out, and they wanted to be forewarned. The flat, snow-covered steppe was dangerous for reconnaissance patrols, with the machine gun posts enjoying good fields of fire. On one occasion, early in December, however, a reconnaissance party, backed by a raiding group, slipped up to the trenches opposite, only to find them empty. The Germans had pulled back to warmer bunkers behind. After the first Russian infantrymen had explored the trenches and fire bunkers undisturbed, the commander of the reconnaissance party inspected the booty, including a long sheepskin coat. Then, next to the field telephone, he spotted a white mug with a rose on it. It seemed incomparably beautiful, because he had not seen a completely civilian object for so long. But his company commander then arrived and decided, rather over-ambitiously for such a small force, to try to seize more ground. Once they advanced, everything quickly went wrong. The Germans countered with tanks, and their own artillery refused to fire in support because they had not received an order through the proper chain of command. A very messy fight ensued, and while the reconnaissance party was pulling back, the young commander received a serious wound in the leg from a shell burst. As he lay in the snow looking at the blood on his white camouflage suit, he thought of the mug with the rose. Sometimes, when Russian and German recce groups passed each other at night in no man's land, they pretended not to see each other. Each had specific orders not to be deflected from their task by a firefight. If, however, small groups met head-on, then the struggle was often conducted in deadly silence with knives or sharpened bayonets. When I killed a German with a knife for the first time, a Russian recce platoon commander from the Marine Infantry remembered, I saw him in my dreams for 3 weeks afterwards. One of the biggest dangers, however, was returning to your own lines away from where you were expected. Fortunately for the Russian troops, the deficiencies in winter clothing, which had been serious, were made up after the successful completion of Operation Uranus. Almost all soldiers received rabbit fur gloves, quilted jackets, sheepskin jerkins, and a grey fur ushanka, to which they transferred the red star from their summer cap. A constant trickle of new arrivals brought divisions up to strength. For the ingénue, to join a platoon of battle-hardened soldiers was always daunting, but profiting from their experience offered a better chance of survival than joining an untested formation. Once the new soldier had accepted that survival was relative rather than absolute, and he learned to live minute by minute, the strain eased. For a young Soviet citizen, the most shocking experience was not soldierly coarseness, but the frank speaking of frontoviki on political subjects. Many expressed themselves in a way that prompted new arrivals to glance over their shoulders in alarm. They declared that life after the war should be different. The terrible existence for those who worked on collective farms and in factories must be improved, and the privileges of the nomenclatura restricted. At this stage of the war, the risk of being denounced at the front was really quite small. As one veteran put it, a soldier felt that having paid with his blood, he had the right to free speech. He had to be far more careful if evacuated to a field hospital, where informants and political officers were vigilant for any criticism of the regime. Danger returned at the front towards the end of the war, during the advance into Germany. The Army's task was almost over, and the NKVD special departments, by then SMERSH, wasted no time in reimposing the Stalinist terror. Soldiers tantalized themselves with talk of food at home, as well as daydreaming. Some platoons were fortunate enough to have a gifted storyteller inventing modern fairy tales. They played cards, although it was officially forbidden, and chess. Now that they were in fixed positions for a little time, it was worth carving proper pieces and fashioning a board. Most of all, they reminisced. Muscovites talked constantly of their home city, not so much to impress comrades from the provinces, but out of a genuine homesickness in the emptiness of the steppe. Writing home was very difficult, confessed the lieutenant of Marine Infantry. It was impossible to tell the truth. Soldiers at the front never sent bad news home. His parents kept all his letters, and when he reread them after the war, he found that they contained no information whatsoever. In general, a letter home usually started as an exercise in reassuring mothers. I'm alive and healthy, and we eat well. But the effect was rather dissipated by subsequent remarks to the effect that they were all ready to sacrifice their lives for the motherland. Within platoons there were anecdotes and jokes and teasing, but this apparently was seldom cruel among those of equal rank. There was also a surprising lack of crudeness. They talked of girls only when in a special mood, which usually meant when sentimentality was stimulated by the vodka ration or certain songs. Each company was supposed to have at least one concertina for purposes of morale. The Red Army's favourite song around Stalingrad in those last few weeks of 1942 was Zemlyanka, the dugout, a Russian counterpart to Lili Marlene, with a similar lilting melody. This haunting song by Alexei Surkov, written the previous winter, sometimes also known from its most famous line as "The 4 Steps to Death," was initially condemned as ideologically unsound because of its mood of excessive pessimism. But Zemlyanka proved so popular with frontline troops that commissars had to look the other way. The fire is flickering in the narrow stove, resin oozes from the log like a tear, and the concertina in the bunker sings to me of your smile and eyes. The bushes whispered to me about you in a snow-white field near Moscow. I want you above all to hear how sad my living voice is. You are now very far away, expanses of snow lie between us. It is so hard for me to come to you, and here there are 4 steps to death. Sing concertina in defiance of the snowstorm. Call out to that happiness which has lost its way. I'm warm in the cold bunker because of your inextinguishable love. Within the Kessel, Sixth Army discipline was maintained rigidly. Hitler, meanwhile, in a typical attempt to secure loyalty, started to become generous with promotions and medals. Paulus was raised to Colonel General. For soldiers, the main source of consolation was the Führer's promise that he would do everything to secure their release. In fact, General Strecker was convinced that soldiers complained remarkably little about the drastic reductions in their rations because they were convinced that they would soon be saved. During one of his visits to the front line, a sentry held up a hand on hearing artillery fire in the distance. "Listen, Herr General," he said. "Those must be our rescuers approaching." Strecker was deeply affected. This faith of an ordinary German soldier is heartwarming, he noted. Even anti-Nazi officers could not believe that Hitler would dare to abandon the Sixth Army. The blow to the regime and morale at home in Germany would be far too great, they reasoned. Also, the approach of Christmas and the New Year stimulated the notion that things were bound to change for the better. Even the sceptical Grosskurt was more optimistic. "Things seem to be slightly less bleak," he wrote, "and one can now hope that we'll be got off the hook." But he still referred to Stalingrad as the Schicksalsstadt, the city of fate. Chapter 18. Der Mannstein kommt. Snow began to fall heavily at the end of the first week of December. Drifts filled Balkas, forcing those who lived in caves excavated from their sides to dig their way out. There was little fuel for any vehicles, and the horses pulling ration carts were so starved that their strength had to be spared on the smallest hills. Chaplain Altman of the 113th Infantry Division, after hitching a ride on one, recorded, "I can't remain seated, because the horse is so ill-nourished that he cannot stand the slightest strain." Altman was above all struck by the pathetic youth of soldiers in the regiment he was visiting. Their first question was utterly predictable. "When are we going to get more to eat?" He also noted that although it was only the second week of December, already their wretched bunkers in the middle of this treeless steppe have Christmas decorations. At battalion headquarters, he received a telephone call warning him of an un-Christmas-like duty. Tomorrow morning at dawn, Execution of a German soldier. 19-year-old, self-inflicted wound. Although all soldiers suffered badly from hunger, most still had no idea of the size of the supply problem facing the Sixth Army. Hitler, when ordering Paulus to stay in place, had promised that more than 100 Junkers 52 transport aircraft would be delivering supplies. Yet, during the air bridge's first week of operations from the 23rd of November, the airlift did not even average 30 flights a day. 22 transport planes were lost through enemy action and crashes on the 24th of November, and another 9 were shot down the following day. Heinkel 111s had to be taken off bombing missions in a desperate attempt to make up the losses. Richthofen rang Jeschonek 3 times in an attempt to convince him that they lacked the aircraft to supply the Sixth Army by air. Goering could not be contacted. He had left for Paris. The airlift did not provide anything like the bare minimum of 300 tons a day promised. Just 350 tons arrived during the course of the whole week. Out of this 350 tons, there were only 14 tons of food for a ration strength by then reduced to 275,000. 3/4 of the total load consisted of fuel, of which part was for the Luftwaffe's own aircraft based at Pitomnik to protect the transport aircraft from Russian fighters. The Pitomnik-based Messerschmitts, however, were now facing fearsome odds, as well as often appalling flying conditions. One captured pilot told his NKVD interrogator how, flying out of Pitomnik as escort, his Me-109 had been cut off and attacked by 6 Russian fighters. In the second week, up to the 6th of December, 512 tons, still less than a quarter of the minimum, arrived, delivered by an average of 44 transport aircraft a day. Only 24 tons were food supplies. More and more draft animals had to be slaughtered to make up the shortage. Soldiers saw their rations diminishing rapidly, but they convinced themselves that the situation would not last. They admired the bravery of the Luftwaffe crews and developed a great affection for Tant U, the Junkers trimotors flying out wounded comrades and taking their letters home to Germany. "I'm well and healthy," they wrote in December, reassuring their families at home. "Nothing worse can happen," was another constant refrain. "Don't be worried for me. I'll soon be home, safe and sound." They still hoped for a Christmas miracle. Stalin, meanwhile, had been hoping for a second decisive blow almost immediately after the encirclement of the Sixth Army. Operation Uranus had been seen at the Stavka as the first part of a master strategy. The second, and most ambitious phase, would be Operation Saturn. This called for a sudden offensive by the armies of Southwest and Voronezh fronts, smashing through the Italian Eighth Army to advance south to Rostov. The idea was to cut off the rest of Army Group Don and trap the 1st Panzer and the 17th Armies in the Caucasus. Even before 6th Army started to dig in on the steppe between the Don and the Volga, Vasilevsky had been discussing the next stage with the commanders of the Southwest and Voronezh fronts. He submitted his initial project to Stalin on the night of the 26th of November. The estimated start date for Saturn, allowing for redeployment and reinforcement, was the 10th of December. Stalin agreed and told him to proceed. A more immediate preoccupation, however, had to be addressed first. This was the question of how Manstein would react to save the Sixth Army. Stalin began to suffer from a characteristic bout of impatience. He wanted everything to happen at once, both Operation Saturn and the rapid destruction of the Sixth Army. He had already given orders for the Second Guards Army, the most powerful force in the Red Army, to deploy west of Stalingrad, ready for the attack on Rostov. But, as Vasilevsky discovered in the first week of December, even with 7 Soviet armies deployed against them, Paulus's divisions were going to be much more difficult to destroy than they had imagined. On the 28th of November, Stalin asked Zhukov for an assessment of enemy intentions. Zhukov sent his report the next day. "The trapped German forces are not likely to try to break out without help from a relief force from the direction of Nizhny-Chirskaya and Kotelnikovo, he wrote. His predictions proved accurate, but a close study of the situation showed that this was the only practicable choice. After sending his answer to Stalin, Zhukov discussed the situation with Vasilevsky, who had now been told by Stalin to focus his attention entirely on the reduction of the Sixth Army. The two generals privately agreed that they would probably have to postpone Operation Saturn and instead consider an Operation Little Saturn. The plan would be to crash into the rear and left flank of Manstein's Army Group Don. This would bring any drive to relieve Stalingrad to an abrupt halt. Manstein's plan to rescue the Sixth Army, Operation Winter Storm, was developed in full consultation with Führer headquarters. It aimed to break through to the Sixth Army and establish a corridor to keep it supplied and reinforced, so that, according to Hitler's order, it could maintain its cornerstone position on the Volga with regard to operations in 1943. Manstein, however, who knew that Sixth Army could not survive the winter there, instructed his headquarters to draw up a further plan in the event of Hitler's seeing sense. This would include the subsequent breakout of Sixth Army in the event of a successful first phase and its physical reincorporation in Army Group Don. This second plan was given the name Operation Thunderclap. Winter Storm, as Zhukov had predicted, was originally planned as a two-pronged attack. One thrust would come from the area of Kotelnikovo, well to the south, and around 100 miles from the Sixth Army. The other would start from the Chir front, west of the Don, which was little more than 40 miles from the edge of the Kessel. But the continuing attacks of Romanenko's 5th Tank Army against the German detachments along the River Chir ruled out that start line. This left only the 57th Panzer Corps round Kotelnikovo, supported by the rest of Hoth's very mixed 4th Panzer Army, to relieve Paulus's trapped divisions. The 57th Panzer Corps, commanded by General Friedrich Kirchner, had been weak at first. It consisted of 2 Romanian cavalry divisions and the 23rd Panzer Division, which mustered no more than 30 serviceable tanks. The 6th Panzer Division, arriving from France, was a vastly more powerful formation, but its members hardly received an encouraging impression. The Austrian divisional commander, General Erhard Rauss, was summoned to Manstein's royal carriage in Kharkov station on the 24th of November, where the Field Marshal briefed him. He described the situation in very sombre terms, recorded Rauss. 3 days later, when the first trainload of Rauss's division steamed into Kotelnikovo station to unload, his troops were greeted by a hail of shells from Soviet batteries. As quick as lightning, the Panzer Grenadiers jumped from their wagons, but already the enemy was attacking the station with their battle cries of "Hurrah!" Hoth was indeed glad to see the 6th Panzer Division. It had been refitted in Brittany and was fully up to strength with 160 long-barrelled Panzer Mark IVs and 40 assault guns. The division soon had a chance to try out its new equipment. On the 3rd of December, it became involved in a wild battle with the Soviet 4th Cavalry Corps near the village of Parklebin, 7 miles northwest of Kotelnikovo. The panzer crews, exhilarated as their tank tracks crunched through the crust of ice in their outflanking armoured charge, cut off the 81st Cavalry Division, inflicting heavy losses. General Rauss, pleased with the result, referred to the engagement as the Kanai of Parklebin. Parklebin. The arrival of Rauss's division confirmed Yeremenko's suspicions that the Germans were about to strike northeastwards from Kotelnikovo. Yet Stalin still refused to transfer reserves to the threatened sector. Also on the 3rd of December, Hoth produced his proposal for Winter Storm, which began, "Intention, 4th Panzer Army relieves 6th Army." But valuable time was lost. The 17th Panzer Division, which was to complete his strike force, had been held back on the orders of Führer headquarters as a reserve behind the Italian 8th Army. In the end, it did not join Hoth's force until 4 days after the operation had begun. Hitler nevertheless insisted that no more time should be wasted. He was also impatient to discover how the new Tiger tank with its 88mm gun would perform. The very first battalion to be formed had been rushed to the Ostfront and added to Kirchner's force. On the evening of the 10th of December, the commanders received the order for the relief attack to Stalingrad. On the 12th of December, after a brief artillery bombardment, Hoth's panzers struck north. The German soldiers inside the Kessel listened eagerly to the distant sound of fighting. Confidence seemed boundless. Excited rumours ran round the Sixth Army. "Manstein is coming," soldiers said to each other, almost like the Easter greeting of the Orthodox Church. For Hitler loyalists, the distant guns were proof once more that the Führer always kept his word. Hitler, however, had not the slightest intention of allowing the Sixth Army to break out. In his midday conference at the Wolfschanze, he told Zeitzler that it was impossible to retreat from Stalingrad because this would involve sacrificing the whole meaning of the campaign, and argued that too much blood had been shed. As Kluge had warned Manstein, he was still obsessed with the events of the previous winter, and his order to Army Group Centre to hold fast. "Once a unit has started to flee," he lectured the Army Chief of Staff, "the bonds of law and order quickly disappear in the course of flight." The Soviet commanders did not expect Manstein's offensive quite so soon. Yeremenko immediately feared for the 57th Army, which held the southwest corner of the Kessel. Vasilevsky was at 51st Army headquarters with Khrushchev on the 12th of December, when the news of the German attack was received in a radio signal. He tried to ring Stalin in Moscow, but could not get through. Not wanting to waste a moment, he contacted General Rokossovsky, the commander of the Don Front, and told him that he wanted to transfer General Rodion Malinovsky's Second Guards Army to the command of the Stalingrad front to block Manstein's offensive. Rokossovsky protested strongly, and to Vasilevsky's dismay, when he finally got through to the Kremlin on the telephone that evening, Stalin was angry at what he thought was an attempt to force him into a decision. He refused to give an answer, and forced Vasilevsky to spend a very anxious night. In the meantime, Yeremenko had ordered the 4th Mechanized Corps and the 13th Tank Corps to block the headlong advance of the German armour. The 6th Panzer Division moved forward some 30 miles in the first 24 hours, crossing the river Axe. Finally, after discussions in the Kremlin which lasted into the early hours of the next morning, and more telephone calls with Vasilevsky, Stalin agreed to the transfer of the Second Guards Army 2 days hence. On the second day of the offensive, 6th Panzer Division reached Verkhneykumsky. Rain poured down in what was to prove a brief thaw. On the high ground round this village began what General Rouse described as a gigantic wrestling match. This furious 3-day revolving battle became costly. It proved a success locally. Hoth's divisions and the Tiger tanks advanced to the line of the Mishkova once 17th Panzer Division arrived and Richthofen threw in maximum air support. But events there soon proved irrelevant to the fortunes of the Sixth Army. They were being decided some 125 miles to the northwest. Stalin quickly realized that Zhukov and Vasilevsky had been right. The most effective way to smash the whole attempt to relieve Paulus's army was by blocking Hoth's advance on the Mishkova while delivering the decisive blow elsewhere. He agreed to the idea of adapting Operation Saturn. Orders were prepared on the first day of the fighting at Verkhneykumsky, instructing the commanders of the Voronezh and Southwest fronts to prepare to launch an amended version known as Little Saturn. The plan was to smash through the Italian Eighth Army into the rear of Army Group Don, rather than strike at Rostov. Their armies were to be ready to attack in 3 days' time. Yeremenko was still nervous. With Hoth's Panzer Corps on the line of the Mishkova River, the 6th Panzer Division was less than 40 miles from the edge of the Kessel. and the Second Guards Army, delayed by renewed blizzards, would not be fully in position to counterattack before the 19th of December. He expected the Sixth Army's panzer forces to break out from the southwest of the Kessel at any moment. But he did not know that Hitler still refused his permission, and that Paulus's 70 remaining tanks had only enough fuel to advance a dozen miles. Field Marshal von Manstein sent Major Eismann, his intelligence officer, into the Kessel by air on the 19th of December. His mission, Manstein claimed later, was to brief Paulus and Schmidt to prepare the Sixth Army for Operation Thunderclap. Different versions and different interpretations of what was said at this meeting will never be resolved. It is, however, clear that Manstein still avoided taking the responsibility for disobeying Hitler. He would not give Paulus a clear lead, and refused, no doubt for sound reasons of security, to fly into the Kessel to discuss the matter with him face to face. Yet Manstein must have known from the start that Paulus, a firm believer in the chain of command, would never have broken out without a formal order from higher command. Manstein's efforts in his memoirs to absolve himself from any blame for the fate of Sixth Army are curiously exaggerated, as well as unfair on Paulus. It would appear that he suffered from an uneasy conscience, and yet nobody blamed him. On the 16th of December, just 4 days into Hoth's offensive, the First and Third Guards armies, as well as the Soviet Sixth Army further up the Don, attacked south. Slowed by thick, freezing mist, with their tank formations blundering into minefields, the Soviet operation did not get off to a good start. Within 2 days, however, the Italian Eighth Army had crumbled after some acts of fierce resistance. There was no reserve ready to counterattack now that the 17th Panzer Division had joined Hoth's operation east of the Don, so the Soviet tank columns broke out southwards into open, snow-covered steppe. The great freeze in the region, which began on the 16th of December, did little to slow the brigades of T-34s rampaging in Army Group Don's rear. Railway junctions and stations were captured just after wagons full of equipment had been set ablaze by German support troops before they fled. The gravest threat to the Germans was the 150-mile advance of Major General Vasily Mikhailovich Badanov's 24th Tank Corps. On the afternoon of the 23rd of December, it overran Skasievskaya, just to the north of Tatsinskaya, the main Junkers 52 base for Stalingrad. General Fiebig had received an order from Führer headquarters that his aircraft were not to abandon the airfield until it came under artillery fire. Nobody in Hitler's entourage seems to have considered the possibility that an armoured column might arrive at the edge of the field and then open fire. Fiebig and his officers were furious. One could always recapture an airfield, but if the transport aircraft were lost, then so was the Sixth Army. They had no ground troops to defend Tazi, as the Luftwaffe called it. All they could do was to divert 7 flak guns to cover the road and prepare all serviceable aircraft for takeoff in the early hours of the morning. There were so many that this did not prove easy. Around the runway it looked like chaos, noted Richthofen's chief of staff, who was present. With engines running, one could hardly understand a single word. To make matters worse, there was a fairly thick mist. Cloud was down to 150 feet, and light snow was falling. At 5:20 a.m., the first shells exploded. The bulk of the Soviet tanks had come across country, not up the road. Many pilots, because of the noise and chaos on the airfield, did not at first realize what was happening, even when 2 Junkers 52s caught fire. Fiebig himself gave the order over the radio. "Off you go! Head for Novocherkassk!" The pilots did not waste time. The flight from Tatsinskaya had started. Considering the earlier confusion, there was impressively little panic. The aircraft took off in a steady stream, despite a mounting rate of casualties. For the Russian T-34s, it was like a shooting range at a fairground. Some of the Soviet tanks fired wildly as they advanced across the snow. One even rammed a Junkers trimotor taxiing into position for takeoff. The explosion and fireball consumed them both. Numerous other aircraft crashed into one another on the runway or were destroyed by gunfire. Visibility was becoming worse by the minute, and the remaining aircraft had to negotiate burning wrecks to escape. Finally, at 6:15 a.m., General Fiebig's machine, one of the last to take off, was airborne. Altogether, 108 U-52 trimotors and 16 U-86 trainers were saved. But the loss of 72 aircraft represented roughly 10% of the Luftwaffe's total transport fleet. Badenoch, after this bold raid, found himself cut off for 5 days, badly mauled and out of ammunition. Stalin was unstinting in his appreciation. The formation was retitled the Second Guards Tank Corps, and Badenoch was the first to receive the new order of Suvorov. Red Army propaganda claimed that his tanks had destroyed 431 aircraft in all, but this was a typically wild exaggeration. The important result, however, was that Tatsinskaya was never used for transport missions again. The Luftwaffe had to move even further out to a completely makeshift airfield. The outcome of Hoth's rescue mission had already been decided. The threat to the left flank of Army Group Don and the possibility of a breakthrough towards Rostov, apparently confirmed by the interrogation of the Chief of Staff of the Third Guards Army, who was captured on the 20th of December, forced Manstein to reconsider his whole position. The panzer divisions on the Mishkova were also receiving a heavy battering, with 6th Panzer Division losing 1,100 men in a single day. On the evening of the 23rd of December, Hoth's Panzer Corps received the order to pull back, without any explanation. Right down to the most junior soldier, it was absolutely clear, wrote General Rouse, that this signified defeat at Stalingrad. Although nobody yet knew the reasons behind the order, officers and men had a strong inkling that something ugly must have happened. That same night, Paulus and Manstein discussed the position in a conference conducted via teleprinter. Manstein warned that the 4th Panzer Army had met heavy resistance and that the Italian troops on the northern flank had collapsed. Paulus asked whether he had finally received permission for the 6th Army to break out. Manstein replied that he had still not obtained agreement from Supreme Headquarters. He was sparing with the details. If Paulus had been given sufficient information to update his operations map, he would have seen that the 6th Army was beyond help. On the 16th of December, a hard and bitter wind had begun to blow from the northeast. Everything was rimed in frost, telegraph lines, stunted trees, the debris of war. The ground froze so hard that footsteps began to have the ring of walking on metal. As night fell, following a vivid red sunset, the white landscape briefly turned an Arctic blue. The Russian defenders of Stalingrad welcomed the cold as natural and healthy. Yesterday and today, winter really started here, a soldier wrote to his wife. Good frosts. I live very well, but no letters from you. Letters from you. Nobody was happier than the members of Chuikov's 62nd Army in Stalingrad itself, after 5 weeks of listening to the terrible grinding of the ice floes on the virtually unnavigable Volga, and subsisting off the emergency reserve of 12 tons of chocolate and tiny supply drops by U-2 biplanes. The river finally froze solid on the night of the 16th of December, when a mass of ice floes crushed and stuck firm. First, a footway over the ice was made with planks. Then motor highways were constructed using branches and water poured over them, which froze and bound the surface. In the course of the next 7 weeks, tracked vehicles, 18,000 lorries, and 17,000 other vehicles crossed over. Any wounded could now be driven straight across the ice to the field hospital. Guns were later trundled across to the West Bank, including a 122mm howitzer, which was needed to break the deadlock in the Red October works. On minimum elevation, it was used at short range to blast the main office building, which the Germans had turned into a fortress. Most fortunate of all for the 62nd Army, the shortage of shells for the German artillery meant that the constant shelling of Volga crossing points was no longer possible. The bank itself often offered a peaceful scene. It resembled an early frontier mining settlement, with makeshift huts and tarpaulin shelters over holes in the bank. As men split logs or sawed wood, a regimental postman walked past in the frozen sunshine to headquarters with his leather mailbag, hoping for a mug of hot tea from the copper samovar. Others went by bearing thermos containers with hot food for the troops in forward positions. Soldiers could now walk back in batches over the ice to steam baths set up on the east side of the river to return clean and deloused the next night. On the 19th of December, General Zhukov crossed to the east bank of the Volga for the first time since changing his headquarters in October. He crossed the ice on foot, and when he reached the far side, he apparently turned to gaze at the ruins which his army had held. Zhukov had come over for a party given by the commander of NKVD troops, Major General Rogatin, in honour of the 24th anniversary of the founding of the Special Department of the Cheka. Zhukov, on his return, when very drunk, fell through a hole in the ice and had to be fished out of the freezing water. The commander of the 62nd Army nearly met an ignominious and anticlimactic end. While the Russians welcomed the low temperatures, the doctors in Paulus's army dreaded them, for several reasons. The resilience of their patients, both the sick and the wounded, declined. Frost in an open wound could rapidly prove lethal. The hardness of the ground, when shells, Katyusha rockets, and mortar bombs exploded, seemed to be the only explanation for the great increase in stomach wounds with which they were faced. And from the middle of December, there was a steadily increasing number of serious frostbite cases. The feet were not just swollen and purple, a degree treated with ointment, a bandage, and returned to duty, but black and potentially gangrenous, often requiring rapid amputation. As early as the second week of December, doctors had started to notice a more disturbing phenomenon. An increasing number of soldiers died suddenly without having received a wound or suffering from a diagnosable sickness. Rations were indeed severely reduced, but for doctors it still appeared to be far too early for cases of death by starvation. The suspected causes, wrote the pathologist entrusted with the inquiry, included exposure, exhaustion. None of the approximately 600 doctors in the Kessel ventured to mention starvation, and, above all, a hitherto unidentified disease. On the 15th of December, Dr. Girgonzon, the 6th Army pathologist then working in the hospital next to Tatsinskaya airfield, received the order to fly into the Kessel next day. "Unfortunately, we don't have a spare parachute for you," the pilot told him when he reported next morning at dawn, but they were forced to turn back. Finally, on the 17th of December, they reached the Kessel. The pilot told him they were over Pitomnik, and Girgonzon, peering through the small window, saw in the white blanket of snow a brown, cratered landscape. Girgonzon found General Dr. Renoldi, the chief medical officer, in a railway carriage dug into the ground on the edge of the airfield. Renoldi pretended to know nothing about Girgonzon's mission, because Dr. Segel, a specialist in internal medicine at Leipzig University, had requested his presence, and Renoldi at that stage considered the issue exaggerated. From Pitomnik, Girgonzon was taken to the Army Field Hospital next to Gumrak Station, and also close to Paulus's headquarters. His base was a wood-lined bunker dug into the steep side of a balka. This accommodation was indeed luxurious, since it contained an iron stove and 2 double bunk beds with, to his astonishment, clean sheets. It was a great contrast to the nearby accommodation for the wounded, which largely consisted of unheated tents in temperatures down to -20. Girgonzon had preliminary discussions with divisional medical officers, then travelled round the Kessel, carrying out post-mortems on the corpses of soldiers who had died from no obvious causes. Such was the shortage of wood in this treeless waste that a fork or crossroads along the snowbound route was marked by the leg from a slaughtered horse stuck upright in a mound of snow. The relevant tactical sign and directional arrow were attached to the top of this gruesome signpost. The autopsies had to be carried out in a variety of inconvenient places: tents, earth bunkers, peasant huts, even in railway wagons. The extreme cold had maintained the cadavers in good condition, but most were frozen solid. Thawing them out proved very difficult with the shortage of available fuel. An orderly had to spend the night turning the corpses stacked around a small cast-iron oven. On one occasion he fell asleep, and the result was a corpse frozen on one side and seared on the other. The cold was so bad that it was both difficult and painful for Girgensson to pull on his rubber gloves. Each evening he typed up the results by candlelight. In spite of such difficulties, which included Soviet air attacks and artillery bombardments, Girgensson managed to perform 50 autopsies by the end of the month. In exactly half of this sample, he found clear signs of death by starvation: atrophy of the heart and liver, a complete absence of fatty tissue, a severe shrinkage of muscle. In an attempt to compensate for the low-calorie diet of bread and Wassersuppe with a few tiny bits of horse meat, Army Group Don flew in small tins of meat paste with a high-fat content. But this proved counterproductive. Quite often, when a sergeant was making his rounds of the sentry positions and a soldier said, "I'm fine, I'll now have something to eat," and then consumed some of the high-fat meat paste, the man was dead by the time the sergeant made his next round. Death from starvation, Girgensson observed, was undramatisch. The highest proportion of cases of death by starvation occurred in the 113th Infantry Division. Here, at least, Girgensson discovered a clear explanation. The quartermaster of the division had cut rations before the encirclement to hoard them as a precaution against insufficient supplies during the autumn rains. As a result, the men were already undernourished by the second half of November. Then, after several divisions had lost all their supplies during the retreat, 6th Army Headquarters centralized all remaining supplies to share them out equally. Thus, the quartermaster's prudence backfired badly against his division. Girgensson, who spent 7 years in Russian labor camps after the surrender, never lost his interest in the subject. He has always vigorously disputed any suggestion of stress illness, both as a condition in itself and as an explanation for many of the unexplained deaths, even though recent research, which has shown that rats deprived of sleep for 3 weeks will die, suggests that humans deprived of sleep burn out rapidly. The pattern of Russian night attacks and constant activity to allow no rest undoubtedly had a contributory effect, as he acknowledges. But his explanation, after all these years, is more complex. He became convinced that the combination of exhaustion, stress, and cold gravely upset the metabolism of most soldiers. This meant that even if they received the equivalent of, say, 500 calories a day, their bodies absorbed only a fraction. Thus, one could say that Soviet tactics, combined with the weather conditions and food shortages, produced, or at least contributed to, an accelerated process of starvation. Severe malnutrition also reduced a patient's ability to survive infectious diseases, such as hepatitis and dysentery, in the earlier period of the encirclement, and more serious diseases right at the end, particularly typhoid and typhus. Out in the steppe, there was no water for washing bodies, let alone clothes, simply because there was not enough fuel to melt snow and ice. "There's little new here," wrote a Panzer Grenadier Lieutenant in the 29th Motorized Infantry Division. "Top of the list is the fact that every day we become more infested with lice. Lice are like the Russians. You kill one, 10 new ones appear in its place." Lice would be the carriers for the epidemics which decimated the survivors of Stalingrad. The immediate concerns of medical staff, however, still focused on weakness from lack of food. "Slowly, our brave fighters are starting to become decrepit," wrote an assistant doctor. He went on to describe an amputation at the thigh, which he performed by torchlight in a dugout without any form of anaesthetic. "One is apathetic towards everything, and can only think about food." The need of German soldiers for hope was mixed with a hatred for the Bolshevik enemy and a longing for revenge. In a state of what was called Kessel fever, they dreamed of an SS Panzer Corps smashing through the encircling Russian armies to rescue them, thus turning the tables in a great, unexpected victory. They tended to be the ones who still listened to Goebbels' speeches. Many kept up their spirits by singing the Sixth Army's song, Das Volga-Lied, to the tune by Franz Lehár. There stands a soldier on the Volga shore, keeping watch there for his fatherland. The Operational Propaganda Department at Don Front Headquarters, using its German communist assistants, decided to exploit the Lancers' fondness for songs. They broadcast from their loudspeaker vans an old favourite, which in present circumstances had a cruel twist. In the homeland, there awaits a warm reunion. The German communists, under NKVD supervision, consisted of Walter Ulbricht, later the East German president, the poet Erich Weinert, the writer Willy Bredel, and a handful of German prisoners, 4 officers and a soldier, who had been recruited to the anti-Nazi cause. They taught criers, who were Red Army men chosen to crawl forward to dead ground in front of German lines and shout slogans and items of news through megaphones. Few of them knew any German, and most were killed. The main activity of the propaganda detachment was to prepare 20 to 30-minute programs on a gramophone record with music, poems, songs, and propaganda, especially the news of the breakthrough on the Italian army's front. The program was then played on a wind-up gramophone and broadcast by the loudspeakers, either mounted on the van or sometimes pushed forwards on sledges with a wire running back. Most propaganda broadcasts of this sort immediately attracted German mortar fire on the order of officers afraid that their men might listen. But during December, the response became weaker, owing to the shortage of munitions. Different sound tricks were adopted, such as the monotonous ticking of a clock, followed by the claim that one German died every 7 seconds on the Eastern Front. The crackling sound of the propaganda voice then intoned, "Stalingrad, mass grave of Hitler's army," and the deathly tango dance music would start up again across the empty frozen steppe. As an extra sonic twist, the heart-stopping shriek of a real Katyusha rocket would sometimes follow from a Stalin organ launcher. Russian leaflets had greatly improved now that they were written by Germans. Prisoner interrogations by the 7th Department confirmed that the ones with the most effect are those which talk about home, wives, family, and children. Soldiers eagerly read Russian leaflets, even though they don't believe them, admitted one German prisoner. Some cried when they saw a leaflet representing the corpse of a German soldier and an infant crying over it. On the other side were simple verses by the writer Erich Weinert. The prisoner had no idea that Weinert, who had specially written the poem, "Think of Your Child," was very close by, attached to Don Front headquarters. Perhaps the most effective piece of propaganda was to persuade German soldiers that they would not be shot on capture. Many of their officers had relied on the argument that surrender was out of the question because the Russians would kill them. One leaflet ended with a declaration by Stalin which began to convince even junior commanders that Soviet policy had changed. If German soldiers and officers give themselves up, the Red Army must take them prisoner and spare their lives. From Order Number 55 by the People's Commissar for Defense, J. Stalin. The first encirclement of a large German army, trapped far from home, ordered to stay put, and finally abandoned to its fate, has naturally created an intense debate over the years. Many German participants and historians have blamed Paulus, for not having disobeyed orders and broken out. Yet if anybody was in a position to give Paulus, who was deprived of vital information, a lead in the matter, it should have been his immediate superior, Field Marshal von Manstein. Can one serve two masters? Strecker noted when Hitler rejected Operation Thunderclap, the breakout plan to follow Operation Winter Storm. But the German army only had a single master. The servile record since 1933 of most senior officers had left it both dishonoured and politically impotent. In fact, the disaster and humiliation of Stalingrad were the price which the army had to pay for its hubristic years of privilege and prestige under the National Socialist umbrella. There was no choice of master, short of joining the group round Henning von Treschow and Stauffenberg. Much time has been spent debating whether a breakout was feasible in the second half of December, yet even panzer commanders acknowledged that the chances of a successful breakout diminished with every week. The infantry had even fewer illusions. "We survivors," a corporal wrote home, "can hardly keep going owing to hunger and weakness." Dr. Alois Beck, quite rightly, disputed the legend that a breakout would have succeeded. The Russians would have shot the half-frozen soldiers down like hares, because the men in their weakened state could not have waded through over a foot of snow with its crust of ice on the surface, carrying weapons and ammunition. "Every step was exhausting," observed a staff officer from 6th Army headquarters. "It would have been like the Berezina." The whole breakout or defence debate is thus a purely academic diversion from the real issues. In fact, one suspects that the formidably intelligent Manstein recognized this at the time. He made a great play of sending Major Eismann, his intelligence officer, into the Kessel on the 19th of December to prepare the 6th Army for Operation Thunderclap. Yet Manstein knew by then that Hitler, who had again reaffirmed his determination not to move from the Volga, would never change his mind. In any case, Manstein must have realized by then that the relief attempt was doomed. Hoth's panzer divisions were being fought to a standstill on the Mishkova with heavy casualties even before the bulk of Malinovsky's Second Guards Army had deployed. And Manstein, who had kept himself well informed of developments within the Kessel and the state of the troops, must have realized that Paulus's men could never have walked, let alone fought, for between 40 and 60 miles through the blizzards and deep frosts. The 6th Army, with fewer than 70 undersupplied tanks, stood no chance of breaking through the 57th Army. Most important of all, Manstein knew by the 19th of December that Operation Little Saturn, with 3 Soviet armies breaking through into his rear, was changing the whole position irrevocably. Quite simply, Manstein sensed that in the sight of history and the German army, he had to be seen to make every effort, even if he believed quite correctly that the 6th Army's only chance of saving itself had expired almost a month earlier. His apparently uneasy conscience after the event must have been due to the fact that with Hitler's refusal to withdraw from the Caucasus, he had needed the 6th Army to tie down the 7 Soviet armies surrounding it. If Paulus had attempted a breakout, so few of his men would have survived, and in such a pitiable condition, that they would have been of no use to him in the moment of crisis. Chapter 19. Christmas in the German Way. The argument about breaking out of the Kessel in the second half of December also overlooked one curiously important psychological factor. Christmas was coming. No formation in the Wehrmacht was more preoccupied with the subject than the beleaguered 6th Army. The quite extraordinary efforts devoted to its observance in bunkers below the steppe hardly indicated an impatience to break out. Lethargy from malnutrition, combined with escapist daydreaming, no doubt played a part, and probably so did the fortress mentality which Hitler helped to cultivate. But none of these entirely explain the almost obsessive emotional focus which the prospect of Christmas held for those trapped so far from home. Preparations began well before Hoth's panzer divisions advanced north to the Mishkova River, and never seemed to have slackened even when soldiers became excited by the sound of approaching gunfire. From quite early in the month, men started to put aside tiny amounts of food, not in preparation for a breakout across the snow, but for a Christmas feast or for gifts. A unit in the 297th Infantry Division slaughtered a pack horse early so as to make horse sausage as Christmas presents. Advent crowns were fashioned from tawny steppe grass instead of evergreen, and little Christmas trees were carved out of wood in desperate attempts to make it just like at home. The sentimentality was by no means restricted to soldiers. General Etle von Daniels decorated his newly dug bunker with a Christmas tree, and underneath a cradle with a snapshot of his Kessel baby, born soon after their encirclement. He wrote to his young wife, describing his plans to celebrate Christmas Eve in the German way, although in far-off Russia. The military group had clearly become the surrogate family. Each man sought to bring a little joy to another, he wrote, after visiting his men in their bunkers. It was really uplifting to experience this true comradeship of the front line. One festive banner proclaimed, "Comradeship through blood and iron," which, however appropriate to the circumstances, rather missed the message of Christmas. One person who certainly did not miss the message was Kurt Räuber, the doctor in the 16th Panzer Division. The 36-year-old Räuber, a theologian and friend of Albert Schweitzer, was also a gifted amateur artist. He converted his bunker in the steppe northwest of Stalingrad into a studio and began to draw on the back of a captured Russian map, the only large piece of paper to be found. This work, which today hangs in the Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial Church in Berlin, is the Fortress Madonna, an embracing, protective, almost womb-like mother and child, joined with the words of St. John the Evangelist, "Light, life, love." When the drawing was finished, Räuber pinned it up in the bunker. Everyone who entered halted and stared. Many began to cry. To Räuber's slight embarrassment, no artist could have been more modest about his own gifts. His bunker became something of a shrine. There can be little doubt about the genuine and spontaneous generosity of that Christmas. A lieutenant gave out the last of his cigarettes, writing paper, and bread as presents for his men. "I myself had nothing," he wrote home, "and yet it was one of my most beautiful Christmases, and I will never forget it." As well as giving their cigarette ration, men even gave their bread, which they sorely needed. Others laboriously carved equipment racks for each other. On Christmas Eve, Räuber's pianist battalion commander gave his last bottle of sparkling wine to the soldiers in the sick bay, but just after all the mugs were filled, 4 bombs exploded outside. Everyone flung themselves to the floor, spilling all the sect. The medical officer grabbed his first aid bag and ran from the bunker to see to the casualties, 1 killed and 3 wounded. The dead man had been singing the Christmas carol, "O du Fröhliche." The incident, not surprisingly, put an end to their celebrations. In any case, both the 16th Panzer and the 60th Motorized Infantry Division soon found themselves under full attack in the early hours of Christmas morning. The traditional and favourite song that night was "Stille Nacht, heilige Nacht," which soldiers sang with husky voices in bunkers by the light of hoarded candle stubs. There were many stifled sobs as men thought of their families at home. General Strecker was clearly moved when he made a tour of front-line positions. It is a stille Nacht amid the turmoil of war, a Christmas that shows the true brotherhood of soldiers. Visits by senior officers were also appreciated for their accompanying benefits. An NCO in a panzer division recorded that the divisional commander gave us a swig from his bottle and a bar of chocolate. In positions which were not attacked, men crowded into a bunker which had a wireless to hear the Christmas broadcast of Großdeutscher Rundfunk. To their astonishment, they heard a voice announce, "This is Stalingrad," answered by a choir singing Stille Nacht, Heilige Nacht, supposedly on the Volga front. Some men accepted the deception as necessary in the circumstances. Others were deeply angered. They felt it was tricking their families and the German people as a whole. Goebbels had already proclaimed that this should be a German Christmas, a definition intended to convey notions of duty and austerity, and perhaps already a way of preparing the nation for news of the tragedy of Stalingrad. At 7 o'clock on Christmas morning, the Sixth Army War Diary recorded, "No supply flights arrived in the last 48 hours. A slight exaggeration. Supplies and fuel coming to an end." Later that day, Paulus sent a warning signal to Army Group Don to be passed back to General Zeitzler. "If we do not receive increased rates of supplies in the next few days, we must expect a greatly increased death rate through exhaustion." Although they realized that the snowstorms of the previous day must have hindered flying, they had not been informed that Badenov's tanks had stormed into Tatsinskaya airfield the previous morning. Manstein's headquarters did not even pass on the news that the Soviet counterattack with 4 armies against Hoth's panzer divisions on the Mishkova River had been launched. When 108 tons of supplies finally arrived on the 26th of December, 6th Army headquarters discovered that they had been sent 10 tons of sweets for Christmas, but no fuel. Most men, when they had the opportunity, sat apart to write a Christmas letter home in which they expressed their longing. "In our hearts we all keep hoping," wrote a doctor with the 44th Infantry Division, "that everything will change." He spoke for many, but the better-informed Commander-in-Chief of the Sixth Army was not among them. "Christmas, naturally, was not very joyful," Paulus wrote to his wife a few days later. "At such moments, festivities are better avoided. One should not, I believe, expect too much from luck." Not surprisingly, the contrast between German and Russian letters home during the Christmas period becomes even more marked than usual. While German letters tended to be sentimental, aching for home and family, the Russian letters that have survived clearly reveal an inexorable logic that the motherland took priority. "Darling," wrote a soldier to his wife on Christmas Eve, "we are pushing the serpents back to where they came from. Our successful advance brings our next meeting closer." "Hello, Maria," wrote a soldier called Kolya. "I've been fighting here for 3 months, defending our beautiful..." deleted by censor. "We have started pressing the enemy strongly. Now we have encircled the Germans. Every week a few thousand are taken prisoner, and several thousand are destroyed on the field of battle. There are just the most stubborn SS soldiers left. They have fortified themselves in bunkers and shoot from them. And now I'm going to blow up one of those bunkers. Goodbye, Kolya." The temperature on Christmas Day fell to -25 degrees. The water in shell holes, however deep, was frozen solid. Flurries of snow hid much of the squalor in the Balkas. Chaplains held field mass or communion in the snow to the sound of tarpaulins and tent canvas flapping and cracking in the wind, with half-circles of men round a makeshift altar. In some cases, spiritual comfort and ideological justification became confused, as when Christian Germany was contrasted with godless Russia. Even within the Kessel, Christmas did not prove entirely a season of goodwill. Dr. Rinaldi, the Sixth Army's Surgeon General, forbade the evacuation by air of frostbite casualties on the grounds that their injuries might have been self-inflicted to avoid combat. And worst of all, virtually no food, apart from some rotting corn from the Stalingrad grain elevator, had been given to the 3,500 Russian prisoners of war in the camps at Boroponovo and Gumrak, because they did not feature on any ration strength. This partly bureaucratic atrocity led to a death rate of 20 a day by Christmas, and it soon escalated dramatically. The quartermaster responsible for feeding them claimed that typhus was the cause, but when an officer from Sixth Army headquarters asked whether there had been deaths from undernourishment, he was evasive. After reflecting for a moment, he denied it, wrote the officer. I knew what he meant. Among our troops, one was beginning to see similar things. But linking their fate with that of German soldiers was a worse evasion. The inmates had no choice. They could not surrender. Even when desperate prisoners began to resort to cannibalism, nothing was done to improve their conditions, because that meant taking food from German soldiers. Christmas night was a beautiful, starry night, and the temperature fell even further. Fighting, however, continued the next morning in the northeastern sector of the Kessel, defended by 16th Panzer Division and 60th Motorized Infantry Division. Thus, a dozen of our units, reported the latter's divisional chaplain, were sent out to counterattack in icy winds and 35 degrees of frost. The two divisions, despite the terrible conditions and shortages of ammunition, managed to destroy some 70 tanks. On that same morning of the 26th of December, Paulus sent another signal to Manstein, which began, "Bloody losses, cold and insufficient supplies have reduced fighting strength of divisions severely." He warned that if the Russians brought back their forces fighting Huth's divisions and redeployed them against the Sixth Army, it would not be possible to withstand them for long. An unexpected opportunity then arose. General Huber, the commander of 14th Panzer Corps, received an order to fly out of the Kessel on the 28th of December to Manstein's headquarters at Novocherkassk. An aircraft would take him on to East Prussia to receive the swords to his Knight's Cross with oak leaves from the Führer in person. Paulus told Schmidt to give him all the necessary documents on all matters, from fuel levels to shortages of medical equipment. The hopes of generals and staff officers leapt at the news of his visit to Rastenburg. Huber, the blunt, one-armed veteran, was one of the few generals that the Führer respected. They still could not believe that Hitler would abandon the Sixth Army. Hitler had no doubt convinced himself that he was doing everything to save the Sixth Army. But his grasp of reality had not improved. That day, his headquarters signalled to Army Group Don, promising that in spite of the bad transport situation, it would be reinforced with 372 tanks and assault guns. Manstein knew that this was wishful thinking. In the city of Stalingrad, meanwhile, the remnants of Seydlitz's divisions were on the defensive. They had to conserve ammunition to repel attacks. They sheltered deep in cellars and bunkers for warmth as well as safety from the Soviet artillery. There they sit like hairy savages in Stone Age caves, wrote Grossman, devouring horseflesh in smoke and gloom amidst the ruins of a beautiful city that they have destroyed. The phrase, strong enemy stormtroop activity, appeared frequently in the Sixth Army War Diary. Hans Urban, a 28-year-old police station sergeant from Darmstadt, serving with the Hessian 389th Infantry Division, later provided a detailed report of this fighting in northern Stalingrad at the end of December. The enemy used to attack at dawn and at dusk after a heavy artillery and mortar preparation. If they captured 2 or 3 bunkers from us, we would try to get them back later. On the 30th of December, after many of these attacks, I was ordered to take my rapid-fire group forward. My 9 men, with their machine guns, were able to hold off the next attack by about 300 men from Spartakovka. The 20 infantrymen left on this sector were so exhausted from all the attacks that they could not offer much help. Most were ready to abandon their positions. I had, with my 2 machine guns, no field of fire. The enemy were able to make use of the terrain and the ruins. We had to let the Russians get to within 20 yards before opening rapid fire. At least 22 were left dead in front of our positions. The surviving Russians tried to flush us out with grenades. The Russians attacked again on the same sector at daybreak on New Year's morning with 3 companies. It's hard to make an accurate estimate because they were shooting from holes in the ground, from behind collapsed walls or piles of rubble. We got them in a crossfire from the 2 machine guns, and they suffered heavy casualties. A mortar man was hit, and although I'd never trained with the weapon, we were able to use their own ammunition against them. After it was over, we were so weak and exhausted, and there were so many dead lying around in the open, frozen stiff, that we could not even bury our own comrades. Paulus, in contrast to his strongly pessimistic signals to Army Group Don and the letter to his wife, signed a stirring New Year message to the Sixth Army. Our will for victory is unbroken, and the New Year will certainly bring our release. When this will be, I cannot yet say. The Führer has, however, never gone back on his word, and this time will be no different. Thanks to Hitler's insistence on time zones, the Russian New Year arrived 2 hours earlier than the German. General Edler von Daniels's card game of Doppelknopf was interrupted at 10 o'clock by a powerful firework display as the Soviet besiegers fired in their New Year greeting. Daniels appears to have been in a good mood at this time. He had just been promoted to Lieutenant General and awarded the Knight's Cross. Then, as a New Year's present from Paulus, he unexpectedly received a bottle of Veuve Clicquot Shampoos. Several of the Stalingrad generals still seemed to be almost more preoccupied with decorations and promotions than with the fate of the Sixth Army. When German midnight arrived, only star shells were fired. High explosive rounds could not be wasted. The very last bottles were opened in the Kessel for the toast Prost Neujahr. Soviet divisions, on the other hand, suffered few restrictions on ammunition and alcohol. Celebrating the New Year was good, wrote Viktor Barsov in the Marine Infantry. I drank 250 grams of vodka that night. The food wasn't bad. In the morning, to avoid a headache, I drank 200 grams more. German soldiers tried to make light of their misfortunes, with the idea that everything would change for the better with the passing of the old year. Dear parents, I'm all right, wrote one soldier. Unfortunately, I have to go on sentry tonight. I hope that in this new year of 1943, I won't have to survive as many disappointments as in 1942. An almost obsessive optimism was produced by Hitler's New Year message to Paulus and the Sixth Army. Only the more sceptical spotted that the text did not constitute a firm guarantee. In the name of the whole German people, I send you and your valiant army the heartiest good wishes for the new year. The hardness of your perilous position is known to me. The heroic stand of your troops has my highest respect. You and your soldiers, however, should enter the new year with the unshakable confidence that I and the whole German Wehrmacht will do everything in our power to relieve the defenders of Stalingrad, and that with your staunchness will come the most glorious feat in the history of German arms. Adolf Hitler. Mein Führer, Paulus replied immediately. Your confident words on the new year were greeted here with great enthusiasm. We will justify your trust. You can be certain that we, from the oldest general to the youngest grenadier, will hold out, inspired with a fanatical will, and contribute our share to final victory. Paulus. New Year letters from many soldiers in the Kessel reflected a new mood of determination. We are not letting our spirits sink. Instead, we believe in the word of the Führer, wrote a captain. We are maintaining a firm trust in the Führer, unshakable until final victory, wrote an NCO. The Führer knows our worries and needs, wrote a soldier. He will always, and I'm certain of this, try to help us as quickly as possible. Even a sceptical general like Strecker seems to have been affected. New hope arises, he wrote, and there is some optimism about the present and immediate future. Paulus, on the other hand, was concerned at this time by the growing success of Soviet propaganda. The 7th Department at Don Front headquarters in charge of operational propaganda had followed up their identification of 44th Infantry Division and General Edler von Daniels's 376th Infantry Division as the formations on which they should concentrate their efforts. Early on the morning of the 3rd of January, Paulus went to the Austrian 44th Infantry Division, following radio broadcasts by prisoners from the 44th Infantry Division. They had spoken on the shortages of food and ammunition and about the heavy casualties. The Commander-in-Chief, stated the Sixth Army report, wanted warnings to be given about the consequences of partaking in such broadcasts. Any soldiers who did so should realize that their names would be known and they would face court-martial. During Paulus's meeting with General Dubois, the divisional commander, there was yet another heavy attack with tanks. The very next morning, Paulus visited the Romanian commander in the fortress area, whose soldiers had suffered serious frostbite casualties owing to clothing shortages, above all boots, trousers, and socks. The rising number of desertions prompted Paulus to conclude that counter-propaganda is necessary against Russian leaflets printed in Romanian. Battalions and companies were so weak that they had become meaningless designations. Out of over 150,000 soldiers left in the Kessel, less than 1 in 5 were front-line troops. Many companies were down to a dozen men fit for duty. Fragments of units were therefore increasingly amalgamated into battle groups. The surviving Panzer Grenadiers of Sergeant Major Valrava's company found themselves mixed with Luftwaffe companies and Cossack platoons and sent to defend a position near Karpovka. It was an unfortunate spot to be sent to. A glance at the map indicated that the nose, which formed the southwestern extremity of the Kessel, would be the Russians' first objective when they decided to finish off the Sixth Army. There were a few days of comparatively mild, wet weather at the very start of the year. Russian soldiers hated the thaw. "I don't like the weather in Stalingrad," wrote Barsov in the Marine Infantry. "It changes often, and this makes the rifles go rusty. When it becomes warmer, the snow starts to fall. Everything becomes moist. Valenki," felt snow boots, "becomes soaking wet, and we don't get much chance to dry things." He and his comrades were no doubt happier on the 5th of January, when the temperature dropped to minus 35 degrees. Soviet forces adopted a deliberate tactic to exploit their superiority in winter equipment. "The Russians began with probing attacks," wrote a Luftwaffe liaison officer. "If they breached the line, none of our men were in a position to dig new fire trenches. The men were physically too weak owing to lack of food, and the ground was frozen rock-hard." Stranded on the open steppe, even more would die. On the 6th of January, Paulus signalled to General Zeitzler, "Army starving and frozen, have no ammunition, and cannot move tanks any more." The same day, Hitler awarded General Schmidt the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross. Now that the fate of the Sixth Army was certain, Soviet journalists were brought to Don Front headquarters at Zavarikino. A delegation of Soviet writers came down from the capital to visit the 173rd Rifle Division, which had been raised from the Kievsky district of Moscow and contained many intellectuals. From the command post of 65th Army, writers Alexander Konnichuk and Wanda Vasilevskaya watched the division attack the Kazachi Kurgan, a Tatar burial mound on the northwest of the Kessel. Even before Hoth's rescue attempt had been crushed on the Mishkova River, Stalin was harrying his generals to produce plans for the annihilation of the Sixth Army. On the morning of the 19th of December, he had telephoned Voronov, the Stavka representative overseeing Operation Little Saturn, and told him to move to Don Front headquarters. Voronov installed himself close to Rokossovsky's residence, spread across the adjoining villages of Zavarikino and Medvedevo, where the accommodation for each general or department consisted of a 5-walled peasant isba, a log cabin with a dividing wall down the middle. American Willis staff cars with Soviet markings lurched in and out of the frozen ruts, taking generals off on tours of inspection to galvanize subordinate commanders in their efforts. Voronov rapidly assembled a planning staff to study the options. He insisted, despite Stalin's insistence on having the results in 2 days, on first inspecting the terrain for himself. His visit to 57th Army headquarters took place on a clear day. He observed a group of Junkers transports that appeared overhead at about 9,000 feet without a fighter escort. The Russian anti-aircraft batteries grouped in the area opened fire too late. Soviet fighters also arrived too late to intercept. Not a single Junkers had been brought down. Voronov was even more furious when he discovered how little coordination there was between ground observers, anti-aircraft batteries, and the fighter squadrons. The major general in charge of anti-aircraft operations was terrorized into feverish activity. Back at Zavarikino, Voronov again examined the figures. In spite of the strong German resistance put up early in December, Colonel I.V. Vinogradov, the chief intelligence officer of the Don Front, had not greatly revised his estimate of soldiers trapped in the Kessel. He now put them at 86,000, when asked to be precise. It was a figure which was to embarrass Red Army intelligence, especially when their NKVD rivals made sarcastic allusions later. The draft plan for Operation Ring was at last ready on the 27th of December and flown to Moscow. The next day, Voronov was told to rewrite it. Stalin insisted that the first phase of the attack, focused on the Karpovka-Marinovka nose in the southwest, should come from the northwest and be coordinated with another operation at the opposite corner of the Kessel, cutting off the factory district of Stalingrad and the northern suburbs. Stalin observed at a meeting of the State Defense Committee that the rivalry between Yeremenko, the commander of the Stalingrad front, and Rokossovsky, the commander of the Don front, had to be resolved before Operation Ring began. "Whom shall we make responsible for the final liquidation of the enemy?" he asked. Somebody mentioned Rokossovsky. Stalin asked Zhukov what he thought. "Yeremenko will be very hurt," Zhukov observed. "We are not high school girls," Stalin retorted. "We are Bolsheviks, and we must put worthwhile leaders in command." Zhukov was left to pass on the unwelcome news to Yeremenko. Rokossovsky, the commander-in-chief responsible for the coup de grace on the Sixth Army, was allowed 47 divisions, 5,610 field guns and heavy mortars, and 169 tanks. This force of 218,000 men was supported by 300 aircraft. But Stalin's impatience again built up, just as he was planning a strike against the Hungarian Second Army. To his fury, he was told that transport difficulties had slowed the delivery of reinforcements, supplies, and ammunition. Voronov demanded yet another delay of 4 days. Stalin's sarcasm was bitter. "You'll be sitting around there until the Germans take you and Rokossovsky prisoners." With great reluctance, he agreed to the new date of the 10th of January. German officers outside the Kessel had been wondering what would happen next. General Fiebig, the commander of 8th Air Corps, wondered after a long conversation with Richthofen, why don't the Russians crush the Kessel like a ripe fruit? Red Army officers on the Don front were also surprised about the delay and wondered how long it would be before they received their orders to attack. Voronov, however, had received another call from Moscow, now telling him that an ultimatum to the Sixth Army must be prepared. Voronov, in that first week of January 1943, wrote a draft addressed personally to Paulus. Constant calls from Moscow, with Stalin's amendments, were necessary. When finally approved, it was translated at Don Front headquarters by German anti-fascists from the group headed by Walter Ulbricht. Meanwhile, NKVD representatives and Colonel Vinogradov of Red Army Intelligence, displaying their usual rivalry, had begun to search for suitable officers to act as truce envoys. In the end, a compromise was reached. Late in the afternoon of the 7th of January, Major Alexander Mikhailovich Smyslov of Army Intelligence and Captain Nikolai Dmitrovich Dyatlenko of the NKVD were selected to go together. Vinogradov, when interviewing Dyatlenko, suddenly asked, "Are you a kokol?" Kokol, or tufty, was the insulting term for a Ukrainian because Russians were often rude about their traditional style of haircut. "No, Comrade Colonel," replied Dyatlenko stiffly. "I'm a Ukrainian." "So you're just like a Russian," Vinogradov laughed. "Well done. You're a suitable representative of the Red Army to meet the fascists." Smyslov and Dyatlenko were then briefed by General Malinin, the Chief of Staff, and by Voronov himself. One might have thought that Stalin was looking over their shoulder from the way both generals kept asking the envoys whether they fully understood the instructions from Moscow. In fact, nobody really had a clear idea of the rules and ritual of a truce envoy. Dyatlenko admitted that his only knowledge came from the play Field Marshal Kutuzov by Solovyov. "So, lads," said Voronov, "will you fulfill your mission?" "We will fulfill it, Comrade Colonel General," they chanted as one. Malinin then ordered the front quartermaster-in-chief to kit out the two officers in the smartest uniforms available. The Germans had to be impressed. The quartermaster promised to have them dressed like bridegrooms and winked like a magician at the two envoys. With Voronov's backing, he had every general's aide at front headquarters on parade in his department. He ordered them all to strip so that Dyatlenko and Smyslov could try on their uniforms and boots. The two envoys soon found themselves in a Willis staff car with Colonel Vinogradov. Their destination, they were told, was Kotluban Station on 24th Army's sector. Russian troops in the area had received the order to cease firing from dusk. Then, all through the night, Red Army loudspeakers broadcast a message prepared by Ulbricht's anti-fascists, telling the Germans to expect truce envoys. By the next dawn, the 8th of January, firing had ceased. Smyslov and Dyatlenko were allotted a tall corporal equipped with a white flag and a 3-note trumpet. It was unusually quiet on the snow-covered plain when they advanced to the very front trenches. The corporal blew the trumpet call. "Attention, attention, everybody listen." They advanced for about 100 yards. Then firing broke out. The three men were forced to dive for cover behind a low rampart made in the snow by Russian reconnaissance groups for night observation. The bridegroom uniforms soon looked less smart. They also offered little protection from the intense cold. When the firing died away, Smyslov and Dyatlenko rose to their feet and cautiously recommenced their advance. The corporal also stood up, waving the flag and blowing his trumpet. Once again the Germans opened fire, but without shooting directly at them. It was clear that they wanted to force the truce envoys to retreat. After several more attempts, a furious Vinogradov sent a message forward to call off this dangerous version of Grandmother's footsteps. Paulus later claimed that he had never issued an order to open fire on any Russian flag of truce, but Schmidt might well have done. Smyslov and Dyatlenko returned to front headquarters to report, ashamed at the failure of their mission. "Why are your noses hanging down, comrades?" asked Voronov. "The situation is such that it is not we who should ask them to accept our proposals, but vice versa. So, we'll give them some more fire, and they will themselves come begging for them." During that night, Russian aircraft flew over German positions, dropping leaflets printed with the ultimatum to Paulus, and a message addressed to Deutsche Offiziere, Unteroffiziere und Mannschaften, both signed by Voronov and Rokossovsky. To underline the message, they supported the words with bombs. Red Army radio stations also broadcast the text, read by Erich Weinert, on the frequencies most used by the Germans, and a number of German wireless operators acknowledged. The leaflets were certainly read. A captain in the 305th Infantry Division admitted after capture that officers as well as soldiers had read the Soviet leaflets in secret, despite the penalties, because forbidden fruit is sweet. Sometimes they showed leaflets in Russian to a trusty Hiwi and asked him to translate. Everyone knew about the ultimatum, he said. Smyslov and Dyatlenko had slept for only a couple of hours at front headquarters when they were woken at around midnight. A staff car was outside waiting for them by the time they'd dressed in their old uniforms. The ADCs had immediately reclaimed their property. When they reached the intelligence department, they discovered that Colonel Vinogradov had been promoted to Major General, and that they had been awarded the Order of the Red Star. Vinogradov, having joked that he had been promoted for all the trousers he had worn out during his service, added that Smyslov and Dyatlenko would receive an even more important medal if they managed to carry out their mission at a second attempt. The two envoys were told to climb into a staff car with Vinogradov and the officer appointed to replace him as Chief of Intelligence. As they drove through the night again, the two newly promoted generals sang songs and kept interrupting each other with generals' anecdotes. Although Dyatlenko's respectful account does not say that they were drunk, they certainly appear to have been celebrating their promotions. The rhythm of the songs was continually broken as the staff car lurched in and out of huge potholes along the frozen dirt roads. It was a long journey round the southern side of the Kessel, crossing the Don westwards, then back across again at Kalach to the sector covered by 21st Army. Shortly before dawn, they reached the headquarters of the 96th Rifle Division, a few miles to the west of Marinovka. Rather like condemned prisoners, Smyslov and Dyatlenko were given breakfast, boosted by a narkom's, government minister's, ration. Vinogradov put a stop to a second helping and told them to get ready. They then suddenly realized that they had handed the white flag back to the quartermaster at front headquarters. A new one had to be made, using one of the divisional commander's sheets nailed crudely to a branch from an acacia. The staff car drove them to the front line and parked in a balka, from where the party proceeded forwards on foot. Smyslov and Dyatlenko were joined by an elderly warrant officer with a trumpet, who introduced himself as Commander of the Musical Platoon, Sidorov. A lieutenant also stepped forward and offered to escort them through the minefields. "Because my life is not worth as much as yours," he explained. The three envoys put on camouflage suits just behind the front trenches, then set off across the white expanse, which blurred into a heavy mist. Some 24 humps of snow ahead were frozen bodies. General Vinogradov and the other two generals climbed onto a burnt-out Russian tank to watch the proceedings. Sidorov blew the trumpet. The call, "Attention, attention," sounded in Dyatlenko's ears more like the last post. As they came closer to the German lines, they saw figures moving. It looked as if the front-line bunkers and trenches were being reinforced. Sidorov waved the flag and blew the trumpet again urgently. "What do you want?" a warrant officer called. "We are truce envoys from the commander of the Red Army," Dyatlenko shouted back in German. "We are on our way to your commander-in-chief with a message. We ask you to receive us according to international law." "Come here, then," he said. Several more heads popped up, and guns were levelled at them. Dyatlenko refused to advance until officers were called. Both sides became nervous during the long wait. Eventually, the warrant officer set off towards the rear to fetch his company commander. As soon as he had left, German soldiers stood up and started to banter. "Russ, komm, komm," they called. One soldier, a short man, bundled in many rags, clambered up onto the parapet of the trench and began to play the fool. He pointed to himself in an operatic parody. "Ich bin Offizier," he sang. "I can see what sort of an officer you are," Dyatlenko retorted, and the German soldiers laughed. The joker's companions grabbed his ankles and dragged him back into the trench. Smyslov and Sidorov were laughing too. Finally, the warrant officer returned, accompanied by 3 officers. The most senior of them asked politely what they wanted. Dyatlenko explained, and asked if they would be received according to international convention with guarantees for their safety. Complicated discussions followed on detail, whether they should remove their snowsuits and have their eyes bandaged before they were allowed forward. After the officers on both sides had exchanged salutes, Smyslov showed the oilskin packet addressed to Colonel General Paulus. The German officers whispered urgently among themselves. The senior lieutenant then agreed to take the Soviet representatives to their regimental commander. The black blindfolds issued by the front quartermaster the day before had been handed back with the white flag, so they had to improvise with handkerchiefs and belts. All Sidorov could offer was the blouse of his snowsuit, and when that was fastened round his head, the German soldiers watching from their bunker entrance burst out laughing. "Bedouin! Bedouin!" they called. The senior lieutenant led Dyatlenko by the hand. After a few steps, he asked, with a smile in his voice, what was written in the message to Paulus. "That we should surrender?" "I am not ordered to know," Dyatlenko replied, using the formula of the Tsarist army. They changed the subject. "Tell me, please," said the lieutenant, "if it is true that a German writer called Willy Bredel has been in Platonovsky. He has been addressing my soldiers on the radio for 10 or maybe 14 days. He appealed to them to surrender and swore that their lives would be spared. Of course, my soldiers just laughed at him. But was he really here? It was clear from his accent that he was from Hamburg. So was it really him, or a record of his voice?" Dyatlenko longed to reply. Bredel was indeed one of the Germans working for his section, and he got on well with him. But if he gave any hint, then the lieutenant would have understood immediately what his real job was. An unplanned diversion occurred at that moment. The ice on which they were walking was both uneven from shell fire, yet also polished by the passage of boots wrapped in rags. Dyatlenko fell, knocking down the lieutenant. Smyslov, hearing the commotion, shouted in alarm. Dyatlenko reassured Smyslov and apologized to the lieutenant. He was not afraid of a trick. "About 1,000 prisoners of war had passed through my hands by then," he wrote afterwards. "I knew their psychology sufficiently well as a result, and I knew that these men would not harm me." German soldiers, who came to lift the 2 fallen men, slipped over in their turn, making a sprawling mass of bodies. Dyatlenko compared it to the Ukrainian children's game called "A Little Heap is Too Little. Someone is needed on top." The lieutenant kept up his questioning when the blindfold march resumed, then returned to the question of Bredel. Dyatlenko was less than frank. He said that the name was known to him, and he had even read some of his books. Finally, the lieutenant warned him that they were coming to some steps. The 3 truce envoys found themselves, when their blindfolds were removed, in a well-built bunker lined with tree trunks. Dyatlenko noticed 2 sacks with spoiled grey grain, which they were trying to dry out. "That serves you right, you snakes," Dyatlenko thought. "You burned the Stalingrad grain elevator, and now you have to dig food for yourselves out from under the snow." He also observed the coloured postcards and Christmas paper decorations still in place. A senior German officer entered and demanded to know the authority for their mission. "The Stavka of the Red Army Command," replied Dyatlenko. The senior officer then left the bunker, presumably to telephone. During the colonel's absence, the German officers and Dyatlenko discussed Christmas celebrations. They then discussed pistols, and the Germans admired Dyatlenko's Tokarev. He rapidly surrendered it, when the Russian truce envoys realized to their great embarrassment that according to international convention they should have left behind their personal weapons. To maintain the fairly cordial atmosphere, Sidorov opened a packet of Lux cigarettes, what Dyatlenko called general cigarettes, which had been specially issued to them to impress the German officers. With great dignity, Sidorov offered the packet to the Germans as if he had always smoked the best, and not Machorka. He asked Dyatlenko to tell them that this was his third war. He had fought in the Imperialist War, the Civil War, and now the Great Patriotic War. Dyatlenko expected him to add, against German fascist invaders. But in fact, Sidorov smiled and said, "And during all these 3 wars, I have never had the chance to talk to the enemy so peacefully." The German officers agreed, and added that this little assembly consisted of the most peaceful people on the whole front. Conversation rather came to a halt after that. In the ensuing silence they heard heavy firing. The Russians were horrified. One of the Germans dashed out of the bunker to discover what was happening. He returned with the accusation, "It was your people." Fortunately, the firing soon ceased. The truce envoys discovered later that it had been Russian anti-aircraft batteries unable to resist the temptation when German transport aircraft appeared overhead. Tension rose during the long wait for the colonel's return. But when he came, it was not to announce, as expected, that a staff car had been sent from 6th Army headquarters. He had, in Dyatlenko's words, a very different expression, like a beaten dog. The junior officers, guessing what had happened, rose to their feet as if a sentence was about to be pronounced on all of them. "I am ordered," the colonel announced to the Russians, "not to take you anywhere, not to accompany you, nor to receive anything from you. Only to cover your eyes again, to lead you back, to return your pistols, and to guarantee your safety." Dyatlenko protested most volubly. He offered, even though it was against his instructions, to give the oilskin packet to a specially authorized officer in return for a receipt. "I am ordered to take nothing from you," replied the German colonel. "Then we ask you to write on the package that you, in accordance with orders received from higher command, refuse to accept the letter addressed to your army commander." But the colonel refused even to touch the packet. There was nothing left, Smyslov and Dyatlenko concluded, but to allow themselves to be blindfolded again and escorted back. The same senior lieutenant guided Dyatlenko back. "How old are you?" Dyatlenko whispered after they had set off. 24, he replied. There were only a few years between them. "This war between our peoples is a tragic mistake," Dyatlenko said after a short pause. "It will finish sooner or later, and it would be good for me to meet you on that day, wouldn't it?" "There is no room for illusions in my heart," said the German lieutenant, "because before a month is up, both you and I will be dead." "Did you Germans really think," said Dyatlenko, "that Russia would let you spend a peaceful winter in warm bunkers?" "No. It was possible to assume from the experience of the past winter that you would launch an offensive, but nobody expected it on such a scale or in such a way." "You told me earlier that your soldiers just laugh at the appeals of Willy Bredel." Out of professional curiosity, Dyatlenko could not resist ignoring his instructions to avoid topical issues. "But wasn't he right when he spoke about your hopeless situation? Weren't his appeals serious?" "Everything he said was right," the lieutenant replied. "But don't forget one thing. When a war of two world outlooks is going on, it is impossible to persuade enemy soldiers by throwing words across the front lines." On reaching the trenches, the eyes of the 3 Russian officers were uncovered. Their pistols and snowsuits were handed back. The 2 groups of officers faced each other and saluted. Then the Russians, under Sidorov's flag, returned through the white silence to General Vinogradov, who was still waiting by the burnt-out tank. Vinogradov led them back to the Balka. The commander of divisional reconnaissance lost no time. "Sidorov," he said, "quickly draw me a map of their defences." The other two truce envoys followed them into a bunker dug into the side of the Balka and watched our old man, who spoke to the enemy so peacefully, draw a map of their fire points perfectly. "I don't know if he had been given this mission from the start," wrote Dyatlenko afterwards, "or whether it was just his skill, but it transpired that he had been remembering everything." Dyatlenko and Smyslov then returned to front headquarters in the Willis staff car with the two generals, sad and tired, because their mission had been a failure, and many men were to die for no purpose. Part 5. The Subjugation of the Sixth Army. Chapter 20. The Air Bridge. "The misty cloud hung low," wrote Hans Diebold, a doctor with the 44th Infantry Division. "It all but touched one's head. In that cloud, the engine of a lost transport plane wailed forlornly." The term air bridge was seldom used in the theatre of operations. The idea of a permanent link over the heads of the Russians gratified the illusionists looking at maps and charts in Berlin and Rastenburg. Hitler would suddenly demand information, so every general and staff officer, desperate to have the figures to hand, constantly badgered airfield commanders for the latest statistics and proof of action. This compulsive interference from above only made things worse. Luftwaffe generals in Germany had leapt to obey Hitler's decision to resupply the Sixth Army by air, allocating thoroughly unsuitable aircraft, like the U-86, an aeroplane used for training pilots, to make the numbers look better. Even the use of gliders was considered, until somebody observed that Russian fighters would destroy them with ease. Chaos was also caused by rear airbase commanders sending forward Junkers 52s before they'd been adapted for winter operations, simply to prove that they were reacting to the Führer's call quickly. The mass of transport aircraft arriving without warning had caused chaos, particularly since an air supply operations group was not in place to take control. At the end of November, General Fiebig and the staff of 8th Air Corps took over responsibility, and the situation greatly improved, even though fundamental flaws in the whole project condemned it to failure from the start. General von Richthofen had warned that they would need 6 full-sized airfields within the Kessel, not just one, and also properly trained ground staff. His fear about the shortage of runways was rapidly justified under bad weather conditions. The best day had been the 19th of December, when 154 aircraft landed with 289 tons. But good flying days were rare indeed. Weather was not the only problem. The airfield at Pitomnik attracted all the enemy's attention, so shot-up and crashed aircraft frequently made it unusable for short periods. Their burnt-out metal carcasses were pushed out into the snow beside the runway, forming a widely strewn machine graveyard. Landing by night was doubly dangerous. The air defence batteries at Pitomnik had an almost impossible balance to maintain. They needed to use searchlights to pick out Soviet night bombers, but the base of their beams provided a target for Russian artillery. The strain on Luftwaffe aircrew was intense. Young and inexperienced aircrews were badly shaken by the sights at Pitomnik, above all the miserable condition of the wounded waiting by the side of the runway for evacuation, and the piles of frozen corpses left by the field hospital there because the ground was frozen too hard to bury them. Whatever the Sixth Army's gratitude for the Luftwaffe's efforts, exasperation was inevitable. When one consignment was opened and found to contain only marjoram and pepper, Lieutenant Colonel Werner von Kunowski, the Sixth Army's quartermaster, exploded, "Which ass was responsible for this load?" An officer with him joked that at least the pepper could be used in close-quarter combat. After the Soviet attack on Tatsinskaya, the transport fleet was greatly reduced, leaving a much smaller pool from which serviceable aircraft could be tasked. Also, the new Junkers 52 airbase at Salsk, just over 200 miles from Pitomnik, was close to the maximum operational range, so any aircraft whose engines burned up oil could not be used. In desperation, some of the Luftwaffe's largest four-engined aircraft, the Focke-Wulf 200 Condor, which could take up to 6 tons, and the Junkers 290, which could manage a load of up to 10 tons, were brought into service, but they were vulnerable and lacked the solidity of the old Tant-U trimotor. Once Sausk also came under threat in mid-January, the remaining U-52s had to move northwest to Sverevo, north of Shakti. This new airfield consisted of a packed snow runway on open agricultural land. There was no accommodation, so ground crew, control staff and air crew lived in igloos and tents. Icing became an even greater problem in the air, while on the ground engines became harder and harder to start. Heavy snowfalls often brought bases to a halt, since every plane had to be dug out of drifts. There were few anti-aircraft defences at Sverevo, and on the 18th of January, Soviet fighters and bombers, coming in 18 waves during the course of the day, managed to destroy another 50 U-52s on the ground. This was one of the few really effective operations by Red Army aviation, whose pilots still lacked confidence. Richthofen and Fiebig had felt from the beginning that they had no choice but to make the best of a doomed job. They expected little understanding from above. "My trust in our leadership has rapidly sunk below zero," Richthofen told General Jeschonek, the Luftwaffe Chief of Staff, on the 12th of December. A week later, on hearing that Goering had told Hitler that the supply situation in Stalingrad was not so bad, he had written in his diary, "Apart from the fact that it would do his figure a power of good to spend a little time in the Kessel, I can only assume that my reports either are not read or are given no credence." While Goering did nothing to stint his appetite, General Zeitzler, in a gesture of solidarity with the starved troops in Stalingrad, reduced his own rations to their level. According to Albert Speer, he lost 26 pounds within 2 weeks. Hitler, informed of this diet by Martin Bormann, ordered Zeitzler to return to normal eating. As a concession, Hitler banned champagne and brandy at Führer headquarters in honour of the heroes of Stalingrad. The vast majority of civilians in Germany had little idea of how close the Sixth Army was to final defeat. "I hope that you'll break the encirclement soon," a young woman wrote to her soldier pen friend in mid-January. "And when you do, you'll be given leave straight away." Even the Nazi Party chief of Bielefeld wrote in mid-January to General Edler von Daniels to congratulate him on the birth of his child, his Knight's Cross and promotion, and said that he looked forward to seeing him very soon back amongst us again. The atmosphere of unreality pervaded the most senior government circles in Berlin. Speer, deeply disturbed by the situation at Stalingrad, accompanied his wife, who, like everybody else, still suspected nothing untoward, to a performance of the Magic Flute at the opera. But, sitting in our box in those softly upholstered chairs among this festively attired audience, all I could think of was that same kind of crowd at the Paris Opera when Napoleon was retreating in Russia, and of the now identical suffering of our own soldiers. He fled back to his ministry, seeking escape in work, and tried to suppress his horrible feelings of guilt towards his brother, a private in the Sixth Army at Stalingrad. Speer's parents had recently rung him in panic. They had just heard that their youngest son, Ernst, was lying in a primitive field hospital in a stable, only partly roofed and without walls, suffering from jaundice, with fever, swollen legs, and kidney pains. Speer's mother sobbed on the telephone, "You can't do this to him." And his father said, "It's impossible that you of all people, can't do something to get him out." Speer's sense of helplessness and guilt was compounded by the fact that the year before, following Hitler's order that senior officials must not use influence on behalf of relatives, he had fobbed off his brother with a promise to get him transferred to France once the campaign was over. Now, the last letter from Ernst in Stalingrad said that he could not stand watching his fellow patients die in the field hospital. He had rejoined his comrades in the front line, despite his grotesquely swollen limbs and pathetic weakness. Within the Kessel, as the Sixth Army waited for the final Russian offensive, stories spread not just of an SS Panzer Corps approaching, which Hitler had promised for mid-February, but even of an air-transported division being flown into the Kessel to bolster their defences. Some rumours lost all touch with reality. Darker spirits claimed that the 4th Panzer Army had got to within a dozen miles of their lines, but Paulus had then told General Hoth not to advance any further. Some soldiers even convinced themselves later that Paulus, as part of a secret deal with the Russians, had betrayed them. According to another story, the Russians have issued an order that anyone who shoots a captured German pilot will be severely punished because they were needed to fly transport planes in the rearmost areas. Such was the shortage of Soviet aircrew. Rumours were bound to spread in their strange communities, whether the encampments round the airfields or dugouts in Balkas on the steppe grouped together like a troglodyte village. If there was any wood to burn in the small bunker stoves, smoke emerged from little chimney stacks made from empty food tins rammed together. Duckboards, tables, even bunks, as men died, were broken up as fuel. The only substitute for real warmth was a fug created with packed bodies and tarpaulins, but men still shivered uncontrollably. The comparative heat did little more than stir their lice into activity and drive them wild with itching. They often slept two to a bunk with a blanket over their heads in a pathetic attempt to share body heat. The rodent population swelled rapidly on a diet of dead horses and humans. Out in the steppe, mice became voracious in their search for food. One soldier reported that mice had eaten 2 of his frozen toes while he was asleep. When rations arrived on a sledge pulled by a starved pony, stiff, ungainly figures wrapped in rags emerged to hear the latest rumours. There was no fuel to melt snow for washing or shaving. Their hollow-cheeked faces were waxen and unshaven, the beards pathetically straggly from calcium deficiency. Their necks were thin and scrawny like those of old men. Their bodies crawled with lice. A bath and clean underwear were as distant a dream as a proper meal. The bread ration was now down to under 200 grams per day, and often little more than 100 grams. The horseflesh, added to Wassersuppe, came from local supplies. The carcasses were kept fresh by the cold, but the temperature was so low that meat could not be sliced from them with knives. Only a pioneer saw was strong enough. The combination of cold and starvation meant that soldiers, when not on sentry, just lay in their dugouts, conserving energy. The bunker was a refuge which they could hardly face leaving. Often their minds went blank because the chilling of their blood slowed down both physical and mental activity. Books had been passed round until they disintegrated, or were lost in the mud or snow, but now few had the energy left to read. In a similar way, Luftwaffe officers running Pitomnik airfield had given up chess in favour of scat because any effort of concentration was beyond them. In many cases, however, the lack of food led not to apathy, but to crazed illusions, like those of ancient mystics who heard voices through malnutrition. It is impossible to assess the numbers of suicides or deaths resulting from battle stress. Examples in other armies, as already mentioned, rise dramatically when soldiers are cut off, and no army was more beleaguered than the Sixth Army at Stalingrad. Men raved wildly in their bunks. Some lay there howling. Many, during a manic burst of activity, had to be overpowered or knocked senseless by their comrades. Some soldiers feared breakdown and madness in others, as if it were contagious. But the greatest alarm was provoked when a sick comrade had dilated nostrils and black lips, and the whites of his eyes turned pink. The fear of typhus seemed curiously atavistic, almost as if it were a medieval plague. The sense of approaching death could also stimulate an intense awareness of all that they were about to lose. Tough men dreamed feverishly of images of home, and wept silently at the idea of never seeing wife or children again. More reflective characters re-examined memories, or studied the world about them, especially their comrades, with a new interest. Some even had enough emotion left to feel sorry for the starving horses gnawing desperately at a piece of wood. For the first week or 10 days in January, before the Soviet offensive broke, men tried not to let their true degree of wretchedness show in letters home. "I received a quarter-litre of vodka and 13 cigarettes for the new year," wrote a soldier called Vili to his parents in a letter which never reached them. "But all the food I've got now is a piece of bread. I've never missed you more than today, when we were singing the Volga Lied. I'm sitting in a cage here. It's not made of gold, but of the Russian encirclement." Many soldiers camouflaged the truth even further. "We can only count upon the fact that spring will start soon," a soldier called Seppel wrote home. "The weather is still bad, but the main thing is to be healthy and have a good stove. The Christmas holidays passed well." Others, however, did not try to conceal their feelings. "The only thing left to me is to think about the three of you," a soldier wrote to his wife and children. Some, desperate to escape, considered self-inflicted wounds. Those who went through with it did not just risk execution. Even if no suspicions were aroused, they risked death from their own action. A light flesh wound was not enough to earn a flight out of the Kessel. A shot through the right hand was too obvious, and with so few soldiers left in the front line, the wound had to be disabling if they were to be released from combat duties. But once the final Soviet advance began, even a light wound which hindered movement practically signified death. From early January, an increasing number of German soldiers began to surrender without resistance or even to desert to the enemy. Deserters tended to be infantrymen at the front, partly because they had more opportunity. There were also cases of officers and soldiers who refused evacuation out of bravery and an almost obsessive sense of duty. Lieutenant Löbecke, the commander of a company of tanks in 16th Panzer Division, had lost an arm in the fighting, but soldiered on without having the wound properly treated. His divisional commander could not persuade him to go for treatment. Eventually, General Strecker got hold of him. "I request permission to stay with my men," Löbecke said immediately. "I cannot leave them now, when the fighting is so desperate." Strecker, presumably from the smell, realized that the stump of Löbecke's arm was putrefying. He had to order him onto an aircraft out of the Kessel to a base hospital. For the truly incapacitated, the only hope of evacuation back to a field hospital was by sled or in an ambulance. Their drivers were already recognized as steering wheel heroes because of the very high casualty rate. A moving vehicle, and ambulances were among the very few allowed any fuel, immediately attracted Russian ground fire or air attack. Walking wounded and sick made their own way to the rear through the snow. Many stopped to rest and never rose again. Others arrived in spite of appalling wounds or advanced frostbite. "One day somebody knocked at our bunker," remembered a Luftwaffe lieutenant at Pitomnik. Outside stood an older man, a member of the organization TOT, engaged on a road repair. Both his hands were so badly swollen from frostbite that he would never be able to use them again. Reaching the General Hospital by the airfield was still far from a guarantee of evacuation or even treatment in the large tents, which did little to keep out the cold. Wounds and frostbite represented only a small part of the workload which threatened to overwhelm doctors. There was a jaundice epidemic, dysentery, and all the other sicknesses, accentuated by undernourishment and often dehydration, since there was no fuel to melt the snow. The wounded were also far more exposed to Soviet air attack than they had been at the front. "Every half hour, Russian aircraft attacked the airfield," reported a corporal later. Many comrades who were just about to be saved, having been loaded into aircraft and were waiting to take off, lost their lives at the very last moment. The evacuation by air of the wounded and sick was just as unpredictable as the incoming supply flights. On 3 days, the 19th and 20th of December and the 4th of January, over 1,000 were taken on each occasion. but the overall average, including days when no flights were possible, between the 23rd of November and the 20th of January, came to 417. Selection for the aircraft was not made by the severity of wounds. It developed into a ruthless triage due to the shortage of aircraft space. Only the lightly wounded, those able to move themselves, could hope to get away, recounted an officer courier. There was enough room for only about 4 stretchers inside a Heinkel fuselage, but you could pack in nearly 20 walking wounded. So if you had been severely hit or were so sick that you could not move, you were as good as dead. Luck, however, could still intervene. By pulling rank, this officer managed to get an infantry non-commissioned officer who had been lying at the airfield for 3 days with a bullet lodged in his back onto his aircraft. How this man had got to the airfield, I never knew. He also pulled another NCO, an elderly man with a high fever, on board. The Felt Gendarmerie, hated by the troops and known as the chain dogs because of the metal crescent gorget hung on a chain which they wore round their necks, guarded access to the runway, checking papers minutely to make sure that no malingerers got through. As hope of escape diminished in January, they resorted more and more to their submachine guns to hold back the wounded and malingerers. Many more wounded fitted into the giant 4-engined Focke-Wulf Condors, of which a few were used from the second week of January. They were, however, exceptionally vulnerable if overloaded. One sergeant in the 9th Flak Division watched the lumbering acceleration of a Condor onto which 2 of his wounded comrades had just been loaded. As the aircraft rose steeply after takeoff to gain height, the helpless human cargo inside must have shifted or rolled towards the back, because the tail suddenly dropped. The engines screamed as the nose pointed almost vertically into the sky. Then the whole aircraft fell back to the ground just beyond the perimeter and exploded in a fireball with a deafening sound. Further out, soldiers at the west end of the Kessel witnessed the fate of Junkers transports, knowing full well that their heavy outbound loads consisted of wounded comrades. Often these aircraft could not gain height quickly enough, and ran into heavy flak, thus coming to a terrible end. I saw from my trench on several occasions this apocalyptic fate, and was very, very depressed. As well as flying out wounded, couriers, and certain specialists, the aircraft still brought in some officers and men who had gone on leave just before the Kessel was closed. Because of the news blackout in Germany, many of them had no idea of what had happened in their absence until their train reached Kharkov. Manstein's aide, Alexander Stahlberg, described how his 21-year-old cousin by marriage, Gottfried von Bismarck, arrived at Army Group Don headquarters at Novocherkassk on the 2nd of January after Christmas leave at home in Pomerania. He had received an order to fly into the Kessel to rejoin the 76th Infantry Division. Manstein, on discovering the circumstances, invited him to his table for dinner, where conversation was unrestrained. Both Manstein and Stahlberg greatly admired the way the young man, with no complaint, upheld the Potsdam tradition of the 9th Infantry Regiment by returning to a lost battle, not for Hitler, but out of a Prussian devotion to duty. Bismarck himself, however, put it in less glorious terms. I was a soldier. I had received an order, and was obliged to accept the consequences. General Huber, when he returned to the Kessel on the 9th of January, the eve of the Soviet offensive, told Paulus and Schmidt that Hitler simply refused to acknowledge the possibility of defeat at Stalingrad. He had not listened to his account of conditions in the Kessel. Instead, he had tried to convince him that a second relief attempt might well be brought forward. Some of Huber's officers were downcast that he, of all people, seemed to have been taken in by one of Hitler's performances of mesmerizing optimism, the sun-ray cure. I was deeply disappointed, recorded Huber's intelligence officer, Prince Dohna, how easily such a brave and upright soldier could be persuaded. Others, however, heard that Huber had even dared to advise Hitler to try to finish the war. And when Huber died in a plane crash the following year, rumours spread that Hitler might have had a hand in it. In a way, both sides were right. When Huber had reported to Army Group headquarters before flying back into the Kessel, Manstein certainly believed that he had been taken in by one of Hitler's displays of competence. On the other hand, he subsequently discovered that Huber had dared to suggest to Hitler that he might do better to hand over supreme command of the army to a general, so that he would not be damaged personally if the Sixth Army were lost. Huber had been one of the Führer's favourite commanders, but his evident belief that the Sixth Army was doomed only confirmed Hitler's suspicion that all generals were infected with pessimism. Paulus recognized this. He came to the conclusion that only a highly decorated young warrior might appeal to Hitler's romantic notions and thus be in a better position to persuade him to listen to the truth. Paulus had an obvious candidate for this mission in the form of Captain Winrich Baer, whose black panzer uniform with the Knight's Cross was likely to produce the right effect on the Führer. And Baer, responsible for updating not only the situation map, but also all the facts and figures in reports, was one of the best briefed officers at Sixth Army headquarters. Baer received so little warning of his mission on the morning of the 12th of January, 2 days after the start of the Soviet offensive, that he did not have time to offer to take letters home from his colleagues. He bundled up the Sixth Army war diary in his belongings to take it to safety, then hurried to Pitomnik. The runway was already under fire from heavy mortars as well as artillery. As Baer ran to the Heinkel 111, filling with wounded, the Felt Gendarmerie, armed with submachine guns, had to hold back hundreds of others trying to rush or even crawl to the plane. The flight to Taganrog took 1.5 hours. To his surprise, it was even colder down by the Sea of Azov than at Stalingrad. A staff car was waiting for him, and he was taken to Field Marshal von Manstein's headquarters. Manstein assembled some of his officers and asked Baer to report on the situation. Baer described everything: the famine, the casualty rates, the exhaustion of the soldiers, the wounded lying in the snow waiting for evacuation, their blood frozen, the pitiful shortage of food, fuel, and ammunition. When Baer had finished, Manstein told him, "Give Hitler exactly the same description as you gave me." An aeroplane had been ordered for the next morning to take him to Rastenburg. The Führer was expecting him. The following morning was just as cold, even though the bright sun gave a deceptive impression of warmth. At the airfield, the Luftwaffe officer assigned to fly Baer to East Prussia did not bother to take his gloves with him when he went out to warm up the motors. When he returned to the building, he had no skin left on his hands from touching frozen metal. Another pilot had to be found. Baer finally reached the Wolfschanze in the early evening. His belt and pistol were taken from him at the guardroom. From there, he was escorted to the operations room, where 18 months later Stauffenberg brought his briefcase filled with explosives. There were between 20 and 25 senior officers present. After 10 minutes, the doors opened, and Hitler appeared. He greeted the young panzer captain. "Heil, Herr Hauptmann." "Heil, mein Führer," replied Baer, rigidly at attention in his black uniform with the Knight's Cross at his neck. Baer already knew from his brother-in-law, Nikolaus von Below, who was Hitler's Luftwaffe adjutant, what the Führer's tactics were when a Cassandra brought bad news. He always tried to control the conversation, imposing his version of events and overwhelming his interlocutor, who knew only about a single sector of the front, with a powerful impression of the overall situation. This was exactly what happened. When Hitler had finished recounting his plans for Operation Dietrich, a great counterattack with SS panzer divisions turning defeat into victory, he said to Baer, "Herr Hauptmann, when you return to General Paulus, tell him this, and that all my heart and hopes are with him and his army." But Baer, well aware that this was Hitler's trick, knew that he must not allow himself to be silenced. "Mein Führer," he answered, "my commander-in-chief gave me the order to inform you of the situation. Please now give me permission to deliver my report." Hitler, in front of so many witnesses, could not refuse. Baer began to speak, and Hitler, rather to his surprise, made no attempt to interrupt him. He did not spare his audience any detail, including the growing desertions of German soldiers to the Russians. Field Marshal Keitel, unable to bear such frankness in the Führer's presence, shook his fist at Beer from behind Hitler's back in an attempt to silence him. But Beer continued relentlessly with his description of the exhausted, starving, and frozen army, faced by overwhelming odds and without the fuel or ammunition to repulse the new Russian offensive. Beer had all the figures of the daily deliveries by air in his head. Hitler asked if he was certain of these statistics, and when Beer replied that he was, he turned to a senior Luftwaffe officer and asked him to explain the discrepancy. "Mein Führer," replied the Luftwaffe general, "I have here the list of planes and cargoes dispatched per day." "But, mein Führer," Beer interrupted, "for the army, what is important is not how many planes were sent out, but what we actually receive. We are not criticizing the Luftwaffe. Their pilots really are heroes. But we have received only the figures I have told you. Perhaps some companies retrieved odd canisters and kept them without notifying their headquarters, but not enough to make a difference." Some senior officers tried to deflect Beer's criticisms with idiotic questions, but Hitler proved surprisingly helpful, probably because he wanted to appear to defend the interests of the Stalingrad Kämpfer against the General Staff. But when Beer came to the situation facing the Sixth Army, Hitler turned back to the great map dotted with little flags, as if nothing had changed. Beer knew that these flags, the same as months before, now represented divisions with only a few hundred men left. Yet Hitler once again resorted to his message of reversing the whole situation by a brilliant counterstroke. He even proclaimed that a whole SS panzer army was already grouping round Kharkov, poised to strike towards Stalingrad. Beer knew from Field Marshal von Manstein that the SS formations being brought eastwards would need several more weeks. I saw then that he had lost touch with reality. He lived in a fantasy world of maps and flags. For Beer, who had been an enthusiastic and nationalistic young German officer, the revelation came as a shock. It was the end of all my illusions about Hitler. I was convinced that we would now lose the war. Beer was not sent straight back to the Kessel as planned. He saw Hitler again the next day at noon with Field Marshal Milch, who was ordered to galvanize Luftwaffe relief efforts to Stalingrad. Beer was later summoned by Hitler's senior military aide, General Schmundt, and subjected to a long and searching, although friendly, interview. Schmundt, one of Hitler's most loyal admirers, he was to die 18 months later from Stauffenberg's bomb, quickly sensed that the young panzer captain had lost his faith. Beer admitted this openly when the question was put. Schmundt therefore decided that he should not be sent back to Paulus in case he passed on his misgivings. Beer would return to the Black Sea coast and work there at Melitopol as part of the new special staff to be set up under Field Marshal Milch to help Fortress Stalingrad hold out to the last. At Rastenburg, General Stief and also Lieutenant Colonel Bernhard Klamroth, who knew Beer well from before the war, took him aside and asked, in a coded manner, whether he would join a movement to oust Hitler. Beer, who had only just seen the truth about Hitler's disastrous leadership, felt that he could not do a complete about-turn. Klamroth understood, but warned him to be careful with Manstein. At table, he is very much against Hitler, but he just shoots his mouth off. If Hitler were to order him to turn left or right, he would do exactly what he was told. Klamroth's criticism was not exaggerated. For all the disrespect Manstein showed for the Führer in private among trusted subordinates, and with his Dachshund's trick of raising its paw in the Nazi salute, he did not want to risk his own position. In his memoirs, he used what might be called the stab-in-the-back argument. A coup d'etat would have led to an immediate collapse of the front and chaos inside Germany. He was still part of the officer class, whose anti-Bolshevik loathing had been moulded by the 1918 mutinies and revolution. Baer took Klamroth's advice and was cautious when he reported back to Army Group Dawn. Manstein's fear of Hitler was soon demonstrated. The frank discussions among his own officers about responsibility for the Stalingrad disaster unnerved him so much that he issued an order to his chief of staff that discussions about the responsibility for recent events must cease, because they can do nothing to change the facts of the matter and can only cause damage by undermining confidence. Officers were also strictly forbidden to discuss the causes for the destruction of the Sixth Army in their personal correspondence. The Führer now wanted, whatever the outcome, a heroic example for the German people. On the 15th of January, he awarded Paulus the oak leaves to his Knight's Cross and announced 178 other important decorations for members of the Sixth Army. Many recipients still failed to recognize how double-edged these honors were. Manstein, on the other hand, while despising Hitler's motives, knew that he too needed to prolong the agony of the Sixth Army. Every extra day that it held on gave him more time to pull the two armies in the Caucasus back to a defensible line. Hitler, through one of his grotesque twists of logic, could now argue that his decision to order Paulus to maintain his position had been correct. The madness of events seems to have become slightly infectious. Max Plakolb, the Luftwaffe officer in charge of the radio operators at Petomnik, recorded several strange messages of exhortation they received from their own senior commanders. On the 9th of January, the day that the Soviet ultimatum was proclaimed, Plakolb and another member of his team received orders to fly out of the Kessel. Taking leave of those staying behind was hard. Each one wrote a letter home, which we took with us. But, like almost everyone escaping the Stalingrad Kessel at that time, he experienced a sensation of being born again. Thus did this 9th of January become my second birthday. Those escaping, however, were bound to undergo some form of survivor guilt. We never heard anything more of those comrades left behind. Everyone who had the chance entrusted last letters or small important possessions to comrades allotted a place on the aircraft. The piano-playing battalion commander from 16th Panzer Division had fallen sick, so Dr. Kurt Reuber persuaded him to take the Fortress Madonna with him. Reuber also managed to finish a last picture for his wife when his commanding officer's departure was delayed by a day because of bad weather. His last letter to her from Stalingrad went with it. He saw no point in shrinking from the reality of what they faced. Scarcely unearthly hope remains. It was some time before soldiers realized that the Christmas post delivered on the 22nd of December was probably the last they would receive from the outside world. Odd batches came through afterwards, one as late as the 18th of January, but the regular Luftpost effectively ceased after the 13th of January, when soldiers were told that they had a last chance to write home. Many mentioned in their letters that they only had time to scribble a couple of lines. As a doctor observed in a letter to his father, "The mood here is very mixed. Some take it very badly, others lightly and in a composed way. It is an interesting study in character." The main contrast seems to be between those who wrote to impress their family with the patriotic symbolism of their approaching death and those who wrote out of love. The latter, unlike the fervent nationalists, usually started their letter as gently as possible. Perhaps this will be the last letter from me for a long time. A Major von R. wrote to his wife, "You are always my first and last thought. I am certainly not abandoning hope. Things are, however, so serious that one does not know whether we will see each other again. Our men have been and still are achieving the impossible. We must not be less brave than them." The word fate seems to be about the only word shared equally. "Dear parents," wrote a corporal, "fate has decided against us. If you should receive the news that I have fallen for Greater Germany, then bear it bravely. As a last bequest, I leave my wife and children to your love." Those most devoted to the regime focused far more in a self-important way on national honour and the great struggle than on family farewells. They wrote of the fateful battle of the German nation, while still maintaining that our weapons and our leadership are still the best in the world. In an attempt to derive a meaning from the grotesque tragedy, they buoyed themselves up with the idea that future generations would see them as the defenders of Europe from Asiatic Bolshevism. "This is a heroic struggle, the like of which the world has never experienced in such cold," wrote a sergeant. "German heroes guarantee Germany's future." These letters were never delivered. Captain Count von Zedwitz, the chief of 4th Panzer Army's field post censorship, had been given the task of studying letters from the Stalingrad Kessel to report on morale and feelings towards the regime. Although his reports bent over backwards to avoid sounding defeatist, it appears that Goebbels ordered that this last collection of posts should be held back and eventually destroyed. The above quotations come from a sample apparently copied by Heinz Schröter, a junior officer formerly attached to the Sixth Army's propaganda company, who had been commissioned by the propaganda ministry to write an epic account of the battle. The examples published in an anonymous collection entitled Last Letters from Stalingrad, which had a powerful emotional effect when published in 1954, are now considered forgeries. Other letters had already been intercepted in a very different way. General Voronov recorded that on the 1st of January, "We heard in the evening that a German transport plane had been shot down over our positions. About 1,200 letters were discovered in the wreckage." At Don Front headquarters, the department run by Captain Zabashtansky and Captain Dyatlenko went to work with every spare interpreter, as well as all the German anti-fascists, on the mailbags for 3 days. They included letters in diary form from General Edler von Daniels to his wife. According to Voronov and Dyatlenko, the latest letter of the 30th of December revealed much about the weak defences of the 376th Infantry Division on the southwestern flank, which tied in with what the NKVD interrogators had managed to find out from prisoners. Until the final Soviet offensive began on the 10th of January, the main preoccupation of the Sixth Army remained the same. "Enemy number one is, and always remains, hunger," wrote a doctor. "My dear parents," a corporal wrote home pathetically, "if it's possible, send me some food. I'm so ashamed to write this, but the hunger is too much." German soldiers started to take great risks, venturing forward into no man's land to search the corpses of Russian soldiers for a crust of bread or a bag of dried peas which they would boil in water. Their greatest hope was to find a twist of paper containing salt, for which their bodies ached. The hunger pains of German soldiers in the Kessel were indeed bad, but others suffered far more. The 3,500 Russian prisoners of war in the camps at Boroponovo and Gumrak were dying at a rapidly accelerating rate. Several German officers were deeply shocked to discover during January that these prisoners were reduced to cannibalism, and made verbal reports. When Russian troops reached the camps at the end of January, the Soviet authorities claimed that only 20 men remained alive out of the original 3,500. The spectacle which greeted the Russian soldiers, to judge by the film taken by newsreel cameras rushed to the spot, was at least as bad as those seen when the first Nazi death camps were reached. At Gumrak, Erich Weinert described the scene. "In a gully, we found a large heap of corpses of Russian prisoners, almost without clothes, as thin as skeletons. The scenes, particularly those of the Kriegsgefangenenrevier, filmed at Voropovono, may have done much to harden the hearts of the Red Army towards the new defeated. Many of the thousands of Hiwis still attached to German divisions were starving too. Girgenson, after carrying out an autopsy on one corpse, told the German officer in charge that this particular Heavy had indeed died of hunger. This diagnosis left him completely astonished. He claimed that his Heavies received the same rations as German soldiers. Many were treated quite well by their German officers, and there are numerous accounts demonstrating mutual trust during the last battle. But by then, Russians in German uniform knew that they were doomed. There were no places for them on the aircraft flying out, and the encircling Soviet armies were accompanied by NKVD troops waiting to deal with them. Chapter 21. Surrender out of the question. The front out in the steppe had been comparatively quiet during the first week in January. Most of the time, there had been little more than the dull crack of a sniper's rifle, the odd burst of machine gun fire, and the distant whistle at night of a signal flare going up. Altogether, what a lieutenant called the usual melody of the front. After the broadcast and leaflet drops on the 9th of January, German soldiers knew that the final offensive was imminent. Sentries, shivering uncontrollably, had an even stronger reason to stay awake. One soldier remarked to a chaplain on his rounds just before the offensive, "Just a little bit more bread, Herr Pfarrer. Then come what may." But the bread ration had just been reduced to 75 grams. They all knew that they would have to face the Soviet onslaught, weak from hunger and disease and with little ammunition, even if they did not entirely understand the reason. There was both a fatalism — one spoke about death just like about a breakfast — yet also a will to believe. Ordinary soldiers believed the stories of the SS Panzer Corps and reinforcements landing by air. In the 297th Infantry Division, soldiers continued to be convinced that the relief force has already reached Kalach, the Großdeutschland and the Leibstandarte divisions. A star shell, seen to the west, was instantly interpreted as a signal from them. Even junior officers were misinformed by their superiors, as a lieutenant told his NKVD interrogator. Right into the first week of January, his regimental commander in the 371st Infantry Division was still telling them, "Help is close." The shock was great when they heard, through informal sources, presumably Luftwaffe personnel, about the failure of the attempt to rescue them, and Army Group Don's retreat to the west. The NKVD, on the other hand, was soon shaken to discover the number of Russians now fighting for the Germans in the front line at Stalingrad, not just labouring as unarmed Heavies. German accounts certainly seem to indicate that a considerable proportion of the Heavies attached to 6th Army divisions in the Kessel were now fighting in the front line. Many officers testified to their skill and loyalty. Especially brave were the Tatars, reported an officer in the factory district of Stalingrad. As anti-tank gunners using a captured Russian weapon, they were proud of every Soviet tank they hit. These fellows were fantastic. Lieutenant Colonel Meder's battle group, based on 2 grenadier regiments from the 297th Infantry Division at the southernmost point of the Kessel, contained no fewer than 780 combat-willing Russians, nearly half his force. They were entrusted with key roles. The machine gun company had 12 Ukrainians, who conducted themselves really well. Their worst problem, apart from lack of food, was the shortage of ammunition. The battle group's 9 field guns were rationed to an average of 1.5 shells per gun per day. Operation Koltso, or Ring, began early on Sunday, the 10th of January. Rokossovsky and Voronov were at the headquarters of 65th Army when the order "Fire" was given over the radio at 6:05 German time. Guns roared, bouncing on their chassis from the recoil. Katyusha rockets screamed into the sky, leaving dense trails of smoke. The 7,000 field guns, launchers and mortars continued for 55 minutes in what Voronov described as an incessant rolling of thunder. Black fountains appeared all over the snow-covered steppe, obliterating the white scene. the bombardment was so intense that Colonel Ignatov, an artillery commander, remarked with grim satisfaction, "There are only two ways to escape from an onslaught of this character, either death or insanity." In an attempt to be nonchalant, General Edler von Daniels described it as a very unpeaceful Sunday in a letter to his wife. The Grenadier Regiment from his division in the front line was in no mood for levity, finding itself extremely vulnerable in its hastily prepared positions. The enemy munition reserves, wrote their commander, were so huge that we had never experienced anything like it. The southwestern protuberance of the Kessel, the Marinovka nose, defended by the 44th, 29th Motorized and the 3rd Motorized Infantry Divisions, was strengthened at the last moment by part of the 376th. Every regiment was desperately under strength. The 44th Infantry Division had to be reinforced with artillerymen and even personnel from construction battalions. Several tanks and heavy weapons were allotted to the sector. Just behind the Pioneer Battalion's position were two self-propelled assault guns and an 88mm anti-aircraft gun. But in the bombardment, the Pioneers saw their own battalion headquarters blasted to pieces. "Nobody came out," wrote one of them. "For an hour, 100 guns of various calibers and Stalin organs fired away," wrote a lieutenant in the same division. "The bunker swayed continually under the bombardment. Then the Bolsheviks attacked in terrifying masses. 3 waves of men rolled forward, never flinching. Red banners were borne aloft. Every 50 to 100 yards there was a tank." The Lancers, their fingers so swollen from frostbite that they could hardly fit inside the trigger guard, fired from shallow foxholes at the riflemen advancing across the snowfields with long spiked bayonets fixed. Russian T-34s, some carrying infantry like monkeys on the backs of elephants, lurched across the steppe. The high winds, which cut through clothing, had blasted away the snow, exposing the top of the colourless steppe grass. Mortar shells rebounded off the frozen earth and exploded as airbursts, causing far more casualties. The defences of the 44th Infantry Division were soon smashed, and its survivors, once in the open, were at the mercy of the enemy as well as the elements. During the afternoon, the 29th and 3rd Motorized Infantry Divisions, in the main protuberance of the nose, started to find themselves outflanked. In the 3rd Motorized Infantry Division, the replacement soldiers were apathetic. "Some of them were so exhausted and sick," wrote an officer, "and thought only of slipping away to the rear at night, that I could only keep them in their positions at pistol point." Other accounts suggest that many summary executions were carried out during this last phase, but no figures are available. Sergeant Major Valrave's scratch company of Panzer Grenadiers, Luftwaffe troops, and Cossacks held out until 10 o'clock on the first night, when they received the order to pull back because the enemy had broken past them. They managed to take up a position north of Karpovka Station, but were soon pushed back again. "From this day on, we had neither warm bunker, nor warm food, nor any peace," wrote Valrave. These weakened divisions, with little ammunition, stood no chance against the mass attacks of the Soviet 21st and 65th Armies, backed by the ground attack aircraft of the 16th Air Army. The Germans had fortified Marinovka and Karpovka on the south side of the nose with pillboxes and gun emplacements. But this was of little use, with the main thrusts coming from the bridge of the nose. German attempts to counterattack with odd groups of their remaining tanks and weakened infantry were doomed. The Russians used heavy mortar fire to separate the infantry from tanks, then obliterated the survivors in the open. The Don Front Political Department hammered home the slogan, "If the enemy does not surrender, he must be destroyed." While the 65th and 21st Armies attacked the Karpovka nose on that first day, the 66th Army attacked the 16th Panzer and the 60th Motorized Infantry Divisions at the northernmost point, where the undulating hills were stained a blackish-yellow colour, burned bare by Soviet trench mortars. The remaining tanks of the 2nd Panzer Regiment once again scored hit after hit on waves of T-34s charging across the open and forced the survivors to withdraw. Meanwhile, on the southern sector, the 64th Army began to bombard the 297th Infantry Division and the 82nd Romanian Regiment attached to it. Soon after the shelling began, Colonel Meder received a call from a divisional staff officer. "Those pigs of Romanians have made a run for it." The furthest battalion had retreated, leaving a hole half a mile wide on the flank of his battle group. The Russians, spotting the opportunity, sent in tanks and pushed a hole deep into the line. The position of the whole division was at risk, but its pioneer battalion, led by Major Goetzelmann in a semi-suicidal counterattack, managed to seal the gap for a time. This partly Austrian division, which had not suffered like those withdrawn across the Don, managed to maintain a robust defence. Over the next 2 days, it continued to fight off the 36th Guards Rifle Division, the 422nd Rifle Division, 2 brigades of Marine Infantry, and part of the 13th Tank Corps. When a soldier with previous convictions tried to desert to the Russians, he was shot down by his own comrades before he reached enemy lines. But within a few days, after intense propaganda attempts, more than 40 others deserted to the enemy. The main Soviet effort was concentrated on the advance from the west. By the end of the second morning, the 11th of January, Marinovka and Karpovka were captured. The victors counted 1,600 German corpses. As soon as the fighting was over, peasant women appeared as if from nowhere and rushed over to the German trenches to search for blankets, either for their own needs or as currency. Erich Weinert, accompanying the advancing troops, saw Russian soldiers throwing the files off the backs of trucks captured at headquarters so that they could use the vehicles themselves. "Karpovka looks like an enormous jumble sale," he wrote. But amid the chaos of abandoned and destroyed military material, he saw the results of the terrible opening bombardment. The dead are lying, grotesquely twisted, their mouths and eyes still wide open with horror, frozen stiff, with their skulls torn open and their bowels hurled out, most of them with bandages on their hands and feet, still soaked with yellow anti-frostbite ointment. The Sixth Army's resistance, when one considers its physical and material weakness, was astonishing. The most telling measure lies in the casualties it inflicted during the first 3 days. The Don front lost 26,000 men and over half its tank force. Soviet commanders made little attempt to reduce casualties. Their men provided easy targets, advancing in extended line. Brown clumps of Russian dead littered the snow-covered steppe. White camouflage suits were reserved mainly for reconnaissance companies and snipers. The anger of Russian soldiers and officers was vented on their German prisoners, skeletal and lice-infected. Some were shot on the spot. Others died when they were marched off in small columns, and Soviet soldiers sprayed them with machine gun fire. In one case, the wounded commander of a Strafe company, forced a captured German officer to kneel before him in the snow, cried out the reasons why he was seeking revenge, then shot him. During the early hours of the 12th of January, the Soviet 65th and 21st Armies reached the west bank of the frozen Rososhka River, thus eliminating the Karpovka nose. Those troops who withdrew, still intending to fight, had to manhandle their anti-tank guns with them. In some cases, Russian prisoners were again used as draft animals and worked to death. It was so cold, and the ground was frozen so hard, General Strecker noted, that instead of digging trenches, our soldiers built up defensive snowbanks and snow bunkers. The Panzer Grenadiers of the 14th Panzer Division resisted bitterly, even though they had virtually no more ammunition out in the open on the frozen steppe. Few members of the Sixth Army felt like celebrating Goering's 50th birthday that day. The shortage of fuel and ammunition was catastrophic. Sixth Army headquarters was not exaggerating in its signal to General Zeitzler the next morning. Munitions coming to an end. When Wallrabe's mixed group, occupying old Russian positions dug the previous summer, faced another major attack the following morning, they could open fire only at the closest range because of the lack of ammunition. The lack of fuel in this retreat made the evacuation of the wounded more difficult than ever. Incapacitated patients, who had been piled in trucks which then ground to a halt, just froze to death in the open. Those soldiers with blue-black faces who reached Pitomnik airfield were shaken by the scene. The airfield, noted a young officer, was in chaos. Heaps of corpses which men had carried out of the bunkers and tents which housed the wounded and dumped. Russian attacks, bombardments, Junkers transport planes landing. Lightly wounded soldiers and malingerers, appearing like a horde of beggars in rags, tried to rush the aircraft as they landed in an attempt to board. Unloaded cargo was thrown aside or ransacked for food. The weakest in these hordes were trampled underfoot. The Felt Gendarmerie, rapidly losing control of the situation, opened fire on numerous occasions. Many of the badly wounded with legitimate exit passes doubted that they would ever escape from this hell. Sergeant Major Wallrabe, meanwhile, had received a shot in the stomach. This was usually a death sentence in the Kessel, but he saved himself through determination. Two of his corporals carried him back from their position and put him on a truck with other wounded. The driver headed straight for Pitomnik airfield. With only 2 miles left to go, they ran out of fuel. The driver was under orders to destroy the vehicle in such circumstances. He could do nothing for the wounded, who were left to their fate. Wallrabe, despite the intense pain from his wound, knew that he would die unless he made it onto a plane. I had to crawl the rest of the way to the airfield. By then night had fallen. In a huge tent I received some medical help. Bombs from a sudden air raid fell among the hospital tents, destroying a number of them. In the chaos which ensued, Wallrabe managed to get himself onto an outbound U at 3 in the morning. At Pitomnik, a chance coincidence might save a wounded man's life, while hundreds of others were left to die in the snow. Alois Dorner, a gunner with the 44th Infantry Division who had been wounded in the left hand and left thigh by shell splinters, was appalled by the scenes at Pitomnik. Here was the greatest misery that I have seen in my whole life. An endless wailing of wounded and dying men. Most of them had received nothing to eat for days. No more food was given out to the wounded. Supplies were reserved for fighting troops. It is hard to tell how far this was official policy. Senior officers at Sixth Army headquarters have strongly denied it, but some subordinate commanders appear to have instituted it on their own authority. Dorner, who had not eaten since the 9th of January, was also expecting to die, when, in the night of the 13th of January, the Austrian pilot of a Heinkel 111 passed by and happened to ask where he came from. "I'm from near Amstetten," he replied. His fellow Austrian called over another member of his crew, and together they carried Dorner to the plane. On the northern flank, 16th Panzer and 60th Motorized Infantry Divisions had been beaten back, leaving a dent in that sector, while in Stalingrad itself, Chuikov's 62nd Army attacked the 100th Jäger and the 350th Infantry Divisions, retaking several blocks. Meanwhile, the main Soviet advance from the west continued through driving snow, crushing in the western side of the Kessel. The 29th Motorized Infantry Division was effectively wiped out. A lack of fuel forced the 3rd Motorized Infantry Division to abandon their vehicles and heavy weapons and retreat on foot through the thick snow. There was little hope of establishing a new defence line on the open steppe, when soldiers did not have the strength to dig in. The Soviet 65th and 21st Armies pushed on towards Pitomnik, assisted by the 57th and 64th Armies' breakthroughs on the southern flank, where the 297th Infantry Division, including Medda's battle group, was forced backwards. Their right-hand neighbour, Hitler von Daniels's 376th Infantry Division was cut off. Early in the afternoon of the 14th of January, 6th Army Headquarters signalled, 376th Infantry Division is destroyed. It is probable that Pitomnik Airfield will only be usable until the 15th of January. News of Soviet tank attacks now caused panzer fright in German ranks. There were hardly any anti-tank guns left with ammunition. Nobody had time to reflect on the way they had despised the Romanians for just such a reaction 2 months before. At this rather late stage in the battle, Hitler decided that the Sixth Army must be given more help to hold out. His motives were almost certainly mixed. He may have been genuinely shocked to find from Captain Bear how little help was getting through, but he must also have wanted to make sure that Paulus had no excuse for surrender. His solution, a characteristic move triggering great activity for little tangible result, was to establish a special staff under Field Marshal Erhard Milch to oversee the air supply operation. One member of Milch's staff described this belated move as Hitler's excuse to be able to say that he had tried everything to save the soldiers in the Kessel. Albert Speer accompanied Milch to the airfield when he was setting off to take up his new role. Milch promised to try to find his brother and have him flown out of the Kessel, but neither Ernst Speer nor even the remains of his unit could be found. They had all disappeared, missing, presumed dead. The only trace Speer recorded was a letter which came out by air, desperate about life, angry about death, and bitter about me, his brother. Milch and his staff reached Taganrog, believing they could achieve a great deal. But, as a senior Luftwaffe transport officer wrote, one look at the actual situation was enough to convince them that nothing more could be done with the inadequate resources available. The morning of the 15th of January, their first day of work, did not mark an encouraging start. Milch received a telephone call from the Führer demanding that the Stalingrad airlift be increased. As if to underline his efforts, Hitler that day awarded Paulus the oak leaves to his Knight's Cross. At lunchtime, Goering rang Milch to forbid him to fly into the Kessel. Fiebig then reported that Pitomnik had fallen to the Russians. In this he was slightly premature, and that the radio beacons in Gumrak had not yet been set up, which meant that transport aircraft should not be dispatched. The remaining Messerschmitt 109s flew out of Pitomnik soon after dawn the next morning, when the advancing Russians were in view. Those which diverted to Gumrak airfield landed to find heavy snow which had not been cleared. At midday, Gumrak also came under artillery bombardment, and the Messerschmitts and Stukas there flew out of the Kessel for the last time on Richthofen's orders. Paulus protested in vain. That day, a battalion of the 295th Infantry Division surrendered en bloc. Boronov's leaflet promising correct treatment of prisoners appears to have had some effect. It was senseless to run away, the battalion commander said during his interrogation by Captain Dyatlenko. I told my men that we would surrender in order to save lives. This captain, who had been an English teacher, added, I feel very bad, because this is the first case of a whole battalion of German troops surrendering. Another battalion commander who surrendered later, this one with the 305th Infantry Division in Stalingrad, spoke of the unbearable conditions in our battalion. I could not help my men, and I avoided meeting them. Everywhere in our regiment I heard soldiers talk of the suffering from cold and hunger. Every day our medical officer received dozens of frostbite casualties. Because the situation was so catastrophic, I considered that surrendering the battalion was the best way out. Pitomnik Airfield and its field hospital were abandoned with great suffering. Those who could not be moved were left behind in the care of a doctor and at least one orderly, the standard practice in a retreat. The rest of the wounded either limped, crawled, or were dragged on sledges along the pitted road of iron-hard ice which led over 8 miles to Gumrak. The few trucks left with any fuel were frequently stormed even when they were already full of wounded. A Luftwaffe captain reported on conditions along the route on the 16th of January, the day Pitomnik fell. Heavy one-way traffic consisting of retreating soldiers who appear like complete down-and-outs. Feet and hands are wrapped in strips of blanket. In the afternoon he recorded a considerable increase in stragglers from various arms who had supposedly lost contact with their units, begging for food and shelter. At times, the sky cleared completely, and the sun on the snow was blinding. As evening fell, the shadows became steel blue, yet the sun on the horizon was a tomato red. The condition of almost all soldiers, not just the wounded, was terrible. They limped on frost-bitten feet. Their lips were cracked right open from frost. Their faces had a waxen quality, as if their lives were already slipping away. Exhausted men slumped to the snow and never rose again. Those in need of more clothes stripped corpses of clothing as soon as they could after the moment of death. Once a body froze, it became impossible to undress. Soviet divisions were not far behind. "It is severely cold," Grossman noted as he accompanied the advancing troops. "Snow and the freezing air ice up your nostrils. Your teeth ache." There are frozen Germans, their bodies undamaged, along the road we follow. It wasn't us who killed them. The cold did. They have bad boots and bad coats. Their tunics are thin and look like paper. There are footprints all over the snow. They tell us how the Germans withdrew from the villages along the roads and from the roads into the ravines, throwing their arms away. Erich Weinert, with another unit, observed crows circling, then landing, to peck out the eyes of corpses. At one point, on approaching Pitomnik, Soviet officers started to check their bearings, because far ahead they had sighted what appeared to be a small town on the steppe, yet none was marked on their maps. As they came closer, they saw that it consisted of a huge military junkyard, with shot-up panzers, trucks, wrecked aircraft, motor cars, assault guns, half-tracks, artillery tractors, and almost every other conceivable item of equipment. The greatest satisfaction for Russian soldiers came from seeing abandoned and shot-up aircraft by the airfield at Pitomnik, especially the giant Focke-Wulf Condors. Their advance eastwards towards Stalingrad produced constant jokes about being in the rear of the Russians. During this stage of the retreat, German hopes of SS panzer divisions and air-landed reinforcements finally expired for most men. Officers knew that the Sixth Army was indeed doomed. Several commanders, recorded a doctor, came to us and begged for poison to commit suicide. Doctors were also tempted by the idea of oblivion, but as soon as they considered it carefully, they knew that their duty was to stay with the wounded. Of the 600 doctors with the Sixth Army, none capable of working flew out. Casualty clearing stations at this time were so overcrowded that patients shared beds. Often, when a severely wounded man was carried in by comrades, a doctor would wave them away because he already had too many hopeless cases. Faced with so much suffering, recorded a Luftwaffe sergeant, so many men in torment, so many dead, and convinced that there was no possibility of help, without a word we carried our lieutenant back with us. Nobody knows the names of all those unfortunate men who, huddled together on the ground, bleeding to death, frozen, many missing an arm or a leg, finally died because there was no help. The shortage of plaster of Paris meant that doctors had to bind shattered limbs with paper. Cases of post-operative shock soared, recorded a surgeon. Diphtheria cases also increased greatly. The worst part was the growth of lice on the wounded. On the operating table, we had to scrape lice off uniforms and skin with a spatula and throw them into the fire. We also had to remove them from eyebrows and beards, where they were clustered like grapes. The so-called hospital at Gumrak was even worse than that at Pitomnik, largely because it was swamped by the influx. It was a form of hell, reported a wounded officer who had retreated from the Karpovka nose. The corpses lay in heaps beside the road where men had fallen and died. Nobody cared any more. There were no bandages. The airfield was under bombardment, and 40 men were packed into a bunker dug for 10, which shook with every explosion. The Catholic chaplain at the hospital was known as the Death King of Gumrak, because he was giving extreme unction to over 200 men a day. Chaplains, after closing the eyes of the dead, used to snap off the bottom half of the identity disc as official proof of death. They soon found their pockets heavy. Doctors nearby also worked in the death ravines, with the wounded lying in the tunnels dug out of the side for horses. For one doctor, the place, with its cemetery just above, was Golgotha. This central dressing station and centre for cranial injuries had to be abandoned, with the most severely wounded left behind. When the Russians arrived a few days later, they machine-gunned most of the bandaged figures. Ranker, a divisional interpreter suffering from a head wound, rose up and yelled at them in Russian. In astonishment, the soldiers stopped shooting and took him to their commissar, who in turn sent him on behind the retreating Germans to demand surrender. If Russian soldiers were in a mood for vengeance, then the frozen corpses of Red Army prisoners in the open camp nearby provided much to fire their anger. The survivors were so badly starved that when their rescuers gave them bread and sausage from their rations, most died immediately. The Kessel would have collapsed far more rapidly if some men had not retained a hard core of belief in the cause for which they were fighting. A Luftwaffe sergeant of the 9th Flak Division wrote home, "I am proud to number myself among the defenders of Stalingrad. Come what may, when it is time for me to die, I will have had the satisfaction of having taken part at the most eastern point of the great defensive battle on the Volga for my homeland, and given my life for our Führer and for the freedom of our nation." Even at this late stage, most fighting units continued to show dogged resistance, and there were examples of outstanding courage. General Yernicke reported that an attack by 28 Russian tanks near Basagino station was halted by Lieutenant Hirschmann, operating an anti-aircraft gun entirely on his own. He destroyed 15 T-34s in this engagement. At this closing stage of the battle, leadership made more difference than ever. Apathy and self-pity were the greatest dangers, both to military order and to personal survival. On the sectors which had not yet been broken, starving men were too exhausted to go outside the bunker to hide their tears from their comrades. "I am thinking about you and our little son," wrote an unknown German soldier in a letter which never reached his wife. "The only thing I have left is to think of you. I am indifferent to everything else. Thinking about you breaks my heart." Out in the fire trenches, men were so cold and weak that their slow, uncoordinated movements made them appear as if they were drugged. Yet a good sergeant would keep a grip on them, making sure that rifles were still cleaned and grenades stocked, ready to hand, in excavated shelves. On the 16th of January, just after the capture of Pitomnik, 6th Army Headquarters sent a signal complaining that the Luftwaffe was only parachuting supplies. Why were no supplies landed tonight at Gumrak? Fiebig replied that landing lights and ground control radios were not working. Paulus seemed to be unaware of the chaos at the airfield. The unloading parties were badly organized and the men too weak to work properly. Completely apathetic was the Luftwaffe's opinion. Discipline had broken down among the lightly wounded, as well as stragglers and deserters drawn to the airfield and its promise of salvation. The Felt Gendarmerie chain dogs were starting to lose control over the mobs of starving soldiers desperate to get away. According to Luftwaffe reports, many were Romanians. By the 17th of January, the 6th Army had been forced back into the eastern half of the Kessel. There was comparatively little fighting over the next 4 days, as Rokossovsky redeployed his armies for the final push. While most German regiments at the front followed orders, disintegration accelerated in the rear. The Chief Quartermaster's Department recorded that the army is no longer in any position to supply its troops. Almost all the horses had been eaten. There was almost no bread left. Frozen solid, it was known as ice-brot. Yet there were stores full of food held back by overzealous quartermasters, which the Russians captured intact. Some of those in authority, perhaps inevitably, exploited their positions. One doctor later described how one of his superiors, right in front of his eyes, fed his dog with thickly buttered bread when there was not a single gram available to the men in his dressing station. Paulus, convinced that the end was near, had sent a signal on the 16th of January to General Zeitzler recommending that units which were still battle-worthy should be allowed to break out southwards, because to stay in the Kessel meant either imprisonment or death through hunger and cold. Even though no immediate reply was obtained from Zeitzler, preparatory orders were issued. The following evening, the 17th of January, a staff officer with the 371st Infantry Division told Lieutenant Colonel Meder that, on the code word Lion, the whole Kessel would fight its way out on all sides. Regimental commanders were to assemble fighting groups of around 200 of their best men, inform the rest of the line of march, and break out. A number of officers had already started to consider ways to escape Russian captivity, which seemed to us worse than death. Freitag Loringhofen, in the 16th Panzer Division, had the idea of using some of the American jeeps captured from the Russians. His idea was to take Red Army uniforms and some of their very reliable heavies, who wanted to escape the vengeance of the NKVD, in an attempt to slip through enemy lines. This idea spread to the staff of the division, including its commander, General Angern. Even their corps commander, General Strecker, was briefly tempted when he heard about it. But as an officer with strong traditional values, the idea of leaving his soldiers was out of the question. One group from 11th Corps subsequently made the attempt, and a number of other small detachments, some on skis, broke out to the southwest during the last days of the Kessel. 2 staff officers from 6th Army Headquarters, Colonel Erchlep and Lieutenant Colonel Niemeyer, the Chief of Intelligence, died out in the steppe. Paulus clearly never considered the idea of abandoning his troops. On the 18th of January, when a last post from Germany was distributed in some divisions, he wrote just one line of farewell to his wife, which an officer took out for him. His medals, wedding ring, and signet ring were also taken out, but these objects were apparently seized by the Gestapo later. General Huber received orders to fly out from Gumrak early the next morning in a Focke-Wulf Condor to join Milch's special staff. On the 20th of January, after his arrival, he in turn sent a list of trusted and energetic officers to be sent out to join him. Perhaps, unsurprisingly, the majority were not specialists in supply or air transport, but officers from his own Panzer Corps, especially his old division. Huber no doubt felt justified, since 6th Army Headquarters had stipulated that Panzer specialists were among those entitled to evacuation by air. General Staff-trained officers were also included in the specialist category, but the most curious priority of all was what might best be described as the 6th Army's Noah's Ark. Sergeant Major Philipp Westrich from the 100th Jäger Division, a tile layer by trade, was flown out of the Kessel on the 22nd of January 1943 on the orders of 6th Army, which requested 1 man from each division. Lieutenant Colonel Meder and 2 NCOs were selected from the 297th Infantry Division, and so the list went on, division by division. Hitler, having given up Paulus's 6th Army for dead, was already considering the idea of rebuilding another 6th Army, a phoenix's egg snatched from the ashes. On the 25th of January, the idea became a firm plan. Hitler's chief adjutant, General Schmundt, recorded, "The Führer decreed the reforming of the 6th Army with a strength of 20 divisions." Officer couriers, taking out vital documents, had been selected on compassionate grounds. Prince Donner Schlobitten, who left on the 17th of January, was given the job for 14th Panzer Corps headquarters, not because he was the chief intelligence officer, but because he had the most children of any officer on the staff. Soon afterwards, 6th Army headquarters insisted that officers flown out as specialists should double as couriers. Captain von Freytag-Loringhoven, selected because of his record as the commander of a panzer battalion, was ordered first to collect dispatches and other documents from Army headquarters. There he saw Paulus, who seemed absolutely bent under the responsibility. At Gumrach airfield, after a long wait, he went out to one of 5 Heinkel bombers, escorted by Feldgendarmerie, who had to force back the wounded and sick at the point of their submachine guns. At the moment of leaving the Kessel, he inevitably had mixed feelings. I felt very badly about leaving my comrades. On the other hand, it was a chance to survive. He had tried to get Count Donner, a distant cousin of Prince Donner, out as well, but he had been too sick. Although securely packed into the aircraft with some 10 wounded soldiers, Freytag-Loringhoven could see that they were not out of danger. Their Heinkel remained stationary beside the runway while the other 4 took off. A pump had jammed during refuelling. Artillery shells began to fall closer. The pilot threw aside the pump and ran back to the cockpit. They took off, lifting slowly, with their heavy load of wounded, into the low cloud base. At about 6,000 feet, the Heinkel suddenly came up out of the cloud and into wonderful sunshine, and Freytag-Loringhoven was another who felt as if he had been reborn. When they landed at Melitopol, ambulances from the base hospital were waiting for the wounded, and a staff car took Freytag-Loringhoven to Field Marshal Manstein's headquarters. He had no illusions about his appearance. He was in a very bad state. Although a tall, well-built man, his weight had fallen to 120 pounds. His cheeks were cavernous. Like everyone in the Kessel, he had not shaved for many days. His black panzer overalls were dirty and torn, and his field boots were wrapped in rags as a protection against frostbite. Stahlberg, Manstein's ADC, immaculate in his field-grey uniform, was clearly taken aback. Stahlberg looked at me, and I saw him wondering, does he have lice? And I certainly did have lice, and he shook hands very cautiously with me. Stahlberg took him straight in to see Manstein, who gave him a much more friendly welcome. The Field Marshal immediately got up from his desk and came round to shake hands without any apparent qualms. He took the dispatches and questioned the young captain closely about conditions in the Kessel. Yet Freytag-Loringhoven felt that he was essentially a cold man. Manstein told Freytag-Loringhoven that he would be attached to Field Marshal Milch's special staff, established to improve the airlift. He reported first to Colonel General von Richthofen, who just acknowledged his arrival and said that he was too busy to see him. Field Marshal Milch, on the other hand, an old Nazi whom he had not expected to like, proved much more human. He was horrified by Freytag-Loringhoven's appearance. "My God, look at the state of you!" After asking about the conditions in Stalingrad, Milch said, "Now you must have good food." He gave orders that Freytag-Loringhoven should receive special rations of meat, butter, and even honey. The exhausted young panzer commander was then shown to one of the sleeping compartments on the luxury train. It was the first time that I'd seen a bed in 9 months. I did not care about my lice. I threw myself into the white linen and decided to postpone my visit to the delousing station until first thing the next morning. The comfort and the warmth, it was minus 25 degrees outside, was an unbelievable contrast. Those officers coming out to work on Milch's special staff were disorientated at first by their transformation to another world of plenty and possibility. But they still had no clear idea of what could and could not be expected of an airlift. "Is it possible to fly in tanks, one by one?" was one of Huber's questions at his first meeting with Milch. Milch himself like anybody who had not set foot inside the Kessel, still could not grasp how truly terrible conditions were within. On receiving Paulus's signal on the 18th of January that the Sixth Army would be able to hold out for only a few days more because they were virtually out of fuel and ammunition, he told Goering in a telephone conversation, "Those in the fortress appear to have lost their nerve." Manstein was of the same opinion, he added. They both seem to have instinctively adopted a policy of personal sympathy for individuals, at the same time as they distanced themselves from the horrors suffered by the abandoned army. The wider implications of the impending disaster were left to Führer headquarters and the propaganda ministry in Berlin. "The Stalingrad Kessel is approaching the end," Goebbels had declared at his ministerial conference 3 days before. "The German press must prepare appropriate coverage of the victorious outcome of this great battle in Stalin's city, if necessary, with supplements." The victory was, supposedly, one of moral symbolism. Helmut Grosskurt, Strecker's chief of staff and the most active member of the opposition to the regime in the Kessel, was determined that the facts of the disaster be communicated to senior officers to provoke them into action. He arranged a passage out for one of his trusted colleagues, Major Count Alfred von Waldersee. Waldersee was to go straight to army headquarters at the Bendlerstrasse in Berlin to see General Olbricht, a senior member of the opposition, and then the retired General Beck, with the message that only an immediate strike against Hitler could now save the Sixth Army. Beck asked Waldersee to go straight to Paris to see General von Stülpnagel and Field Marshal von Rundstedt. Rundstedt's reply was so depressing that Waldersee lost all hope of achieving anything. Grosskurt sent a last letter to his brother on the 20th of January, the birthday of his daughter Susie, "who will soon have a father no more, like thousands of other children," he wrote. "The torment goes on and will get worse by the hour. We are pushed back into the narrowest area. We will, however, fight on to the last round, as ordered, particularly since we are told that the Russians have been killing all prisoners, which I doubt. People have no idea what's going on here. Not a single promise is kept." Sixth Army headquarters sensed that Milch's staff did not appreciate how bad things were. "There is not a single healthy man left at the front," it reported that day. "Everyone is at least suffering from frostbite. The commander of the 76th Infantry Division, on a visit to the front yesterday, came across many soldiers who had frozen to death." The Soviet offensive began again with renewed force on that morning of the 20th of January. The 65th Army broke through northwest of Gonchara, which was captured that night. Gumrak, only a few miles away, was the main objective. The evacuation of the airfield and nearby headquarters the following evening was chaotic as Katyusha batteries opened up. That night, Milch's staff received a signal from 6th Army headquarters. Gumrak airfield unusable from 22nd of January at 0400 hours. At that time, the new airfield of Stalingradsky will be clear for landing. This was optimistic. The landing strip at Stalingradsky was incapable of taking large aircraft. General Paulus was by then entirely fatalistic and almost certainly suffering from deep depression. A Luftwaffe major just returned from the Kessel reported to Field Marshal Milch that Paulus had told him, "Whatever help arrives from now on will be too late. We have had it. Our men have no strength left." When the major tried to brief him on the general situation to the west facing Army Group Don, he had replied, "Dead men are no longer interested in military history." Because of the lack of fuel, 500 wounded men were left in the field hospital at Gumrak. As dawn rose on the morning of the 22nd of January, Russian infantry could be seen in the distance, advancing in extended line, as if on a hare shoot. As the enemy approached within rifle range, officers from the 9th Flak Division, who had been responsible for the airfield, packed into the last vehicle, a staff car. 100 yards down the road, they found a soldier from the field hospital, both of whose legs had been amputated, trying to propel himself along on a sled. The Luftwaffe officer stopped and tied his sled to the back of the car as he requested, but it overturned almost as soon as they started again. One lieutenant suggested that he cling on to the front, since there was no room left inside. The wounded man refused to hold them up any longer. They were by then within range of the Russian infantry. "Leave me," he shouted. "I haven't got a chance anyway." The Luftwaffe officers knew that he spoke the truth. Anybody who could not walk at this point was already as good as dead. They drove on, and the crippled soldier sat slumped in the snow by the side of the icy track, waiting for the Russians to arrive and finish him off. He may well have been shot, like many wounded by the wayside. The communist writer, Erich Weinert, attempted to claim that abandoned cripples trying to hobble after their comrades had got in the way of the gunfire of the advancing Red Army. The truth was that the Red Army, like the Wehrmacht, made little provision for enemy wounded. Reports that the 500 left behind in the field hospital at Gumrak, in the care of 2 sick orderlies and a divisional chaplain, were massacred, are, however, inaccurate. The Red Army just left them to fend for themselves on water from snow and horse carcasses. Those who survived were moved to the camp at Beketovka 10 days later. The spectacle of defeat grew more terrible the closer retreating soldiers came to Stalingrad. As far as the eye can see lie soldiers crushed by tanks, helplessly moaning wounded, frozen corpses, vehicles abandoned through lack of fuel, blown-up guns, and miscellaneous equipment. Meat had been hacked from the flanks of a dead horse beside the road. Men dreamed of coming across a parachute container packed with supplies, but they had been either seized on landing or lost in the snowfields. Although the collapse in the centre could not be stemmed, in many sectors German battle groups carried out a dogged fighting retreat. Early in the morning of the 22nd of January, the remnants of the 297th Infantry Division were pushed back from the Voroponovo sector towards the southern outskirts of Stalingrad. Major Bruno Gebele and the survivors of his battalion awaited the next onslaught. Their only artillery support consisted of several mountain howitzers commanded by a sergeant who was told to hold his fire until the Russians were between 200 and 250 yards away. Shortly before 7 o'clock, as the remnants of Gebele's battalion sheltered from artillery fire in their bunkers, a sentry gave the alert. "Herr Major, Sie kommen!" Gebele had time only to yell, "Raus!" His soldiers threw themselves into their fire positions. A mass of snow-suited infantry was charging towards them, baying, "Hurrah! Hurrah! 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 Hurrah!" The first ones were only 40 yards away when the German grenadiers opened fire with light machine guns, rifles, and machine pistols. The Russians suffered terrible losses. The first wave was killed or left lying there, the second also, and then a third wave came. In front of our position, the Soviet dead piled up and served as a sort of sandbag wall for us. The Russians did not abandon the attack. They simply changed its direction and concentrated against the flanking detachments. At 9:30, they broke through the Romanians over to the left. An anti-tank round hit Gebele's second-in-command, who was standing next to him, killing him instantly. Gebele himself then felt a massive blow to his left shoulder. A bullet from the same burst of machine gun fire had also killed his chief clerk, Feldwebel Schmidt, having gone straight through his steel helmet. The enraged Gebele, resting a carbine on the snow wall in front of him, was able to get off a few shots using his good arm and shoulder. Another wave of Russian infantry came at them. Gebele screamed to his surviving men to open fire again. A staff sergeant tried firing a light mortar, but the range was so short that the headwind made a couple of the bombs fall on their own positions. Eventually, having held out for 7 hours, Gebele saw that a Russian flag had appeared on a water tower to their rear. They had been outflanked. He gathered the last survivors of his battalion and led them back towards the centre of Stalingrad. Inside the city, they were shaken by the scenes of destruction and military collapse. "It was bitterly cold," wrote one of them, "and surrounded by such chaos, it felt as if the world was coming to an end." That 22nd of January, the day after Goebbels had prepared the stage management of the Stalingrad tragedy by calling for total war, Sixth Army received the signal from Hitler which sealed its fate. "Surrender out of the question. Troops fight on to the end. If possible, hold reduced fortress with troops still battle-worthy. Bravery and tenacity of fortress have provided the opportunity to establish a new front and launch counterattacks. Sixth Army has thus fulfilled its historical contribution in the greatest passage in German history." Chapter 22. A German field marshal does not commit suicide with a pair of nail scissors. Whenever Luftwaffe planes flew over, men looked up longingly and continued to stare at the sky well after the tiny dot had disappeared. "With heavy hearts," wrote one soldier, "we gazed after the German aircraft and thought how wonderful it would be to be able to fly away out of this inferno in which we had been abandoned." After the capture of Gumrak airfield early on the morning of the 22nd of January, only a handful of planes had managed to land at the small Stalingradsky landing strip. The air bridge, and thus the last line of escape, had collapsed. Resupply now depended on canisters dropped by parachute, the supply bombs. But despite Sixth Army's requests for red canopies, the Luftwaffe continued to use white. The system of drops became even more hit and miss because few units had any recognition panels left, and 8th Air Corps lost radio contact with 6th Army headquarters on the 24th of January. Huber had a message dropped telling soldiers in the ruins of Stalingrad that on hearing aero engines they should lie down on the snow-covered ground in the form of a cross to signify German soldiers here. When the light or visibility was bad, they fired signal flares into the air to direct aircraft as they approached, but the Russians all around would immediately shoot flares of similar colour into the sky to confuse the pilots. Strong winds also blew many loads across the rapidly changing front lines into enemy hands. Some men were so desperate that they risked trying to retrieve canisters right out in the open. Russian snipers picked them off with ease. In the ruins of Stalingrad, starving German soldiers attempted to ambush Soviet soldiers just to get their bread bag. The fall of Gumrak had meant yet another terrible journey for the wounded, many of whom had already been transferred from Pitomnik, having failed to find a place on an aeroplane there. Exhausted, wounded men dragged themselves to the ruins of the town, one survivor reported, crawling like wild animals on all fours in the hope of finding some sort of help. The conditions in Stalingrad in the makeshift hospitals were even more appalling than at Gumrak, with around 20,000 wounded packed into cellars under the ruins of the city, to say nothing of the sick, which may well have brought the total to 40,000. Some 600 badly wounded men filled the cellars of the Stalingrad theatre, with no light and no sanitation. Moans, calls for help, and prayers, wrote a doctor from the 60th Motorized Infantry Division, were mixed with the thunder of the bombardment. A paralyzing smell of smoke, blood, and the stench of wounds filled the room. There were no more bandages, no medicine, and no clean water. A number of doctors from front-line units received orders to help out in the network of tunnels in the Tsaritsa ravine. This complex, like galleries in a mine, now contained over 3,000 seriously wounded or seriously ill soldiers. Dr. Hermann Achleitner, on arriving for duty, was reminded immediately of the phrase, "Abandon hope, all ye who enter here." The piles of frozen corpses outside shocked him deeply. Inside, the image of hell was increased by improvised oil lamps as the only source of light. The fetid, deoxygenated air was disgusting to breathe. He was greeted by pitiful cries of, "Give us something to eat." The patients received only one thin slice of stale bread per day. The doctors turned this into a sort of soup, which was hot and made it go a little further. The lack of bandages was serious for the cases of severe frostbite. Often, he noted, toes and fingers stayed behind in the filthy old bandages when we changed them. Delousing was impossible. Medical orderlies, changing bandages, found a grey mass of lice crawling onto their own wrists and arms from the patient. When a man died, the lice could be seen leaving his body en masse in search of living flesh. The doctors did what they could to isolate cases of typhus as soon as it was diagnosed, but they knew that it would not be long before they had an epidemic on their hands. A young German soldier, surveying the misery around, was heard to murmur, "They must never know at home what is happening here." The retreat from the steppe, as the Kessel was crushed by Rokossovsky's armies, brought the number of Germans crowded into the ruined city to over 100,000 men. Many, if not most of them, were suffering from dysentery, jaundice, and other sicknesses, their faces tinged a greenish yellow. The reactions of Stalingrad citizens were not always hostile, as wounded men from the 297th Infantry Division discovered. 2 Stalingrad women rubbed my frozen legs for an hour to prevent the effects of severe frostbite, wrote an officer. Again and again they looked at me with compassion and said, "So young, and yet he must already be dying." The same group of soldiers, to their astonishment, found several Russian women in a partly wrecked house. They had just baked some bread and agreed to exchange a loaf for a hunk of frozen horse meat. Regiments and divisions were utterly meaningless. The 14th Panzer Division had fewer than 80 men still able to fight. Hardly a single tank or heavy weapon with ammunition remained. In such a hopeless situation, discipline was starting to break down. Resistance continued largely through fear of Russian revenge following Paulus's rejection of surrender. Unthreatened by anti-tank guns, Soviet T-34s crushed German weapon pits and gunners alike under their tracks. Bunkers and fortified buildings were destroyed with a field gun wheeled up to almost point-blank range. German soldiers now suffered a terrible sense of powerlessness, unable to do anything for their wounded comrades or even for themselves. Their own merciless advances of the previous summer seemed to belong to an entirely different world. On the 25th of January, Paulus and Colonel Wilhelm Adam, one of his senior staff officers, received light head wounds from a bomb explosion. General Moritz von Dreber surrendered with part of the 297th Infantry Division 3 miles southwest of the mouth of the Tsaritsa. The Soviet colonel who came to take his surrender is said to have demanded, "Where are your regiments?" Moritz von Dreber, according to this version broadcast 2 days later on Soviet radio by the novelist Theodor Plivier, another German communist of the Moscow emigration, glanced around at the remaining handful of men broken by exhaustion and frostbite, and replied, "Do I really have to explain to you, Colonel, where my regiments are?" The chief medical officer of the Sixth Army, General Renoldi, was one of the first generals to give himself up. Red Army intelligence first heard as a result of his interrogation that Paulus was in a state of collapse. Some generals, however, took an active role. Huber's replacement, General Schlömer, was shot in the thigh, and General von Hartmann of the 71st Infantry Division was killed by a bullet through the head. General Stempel, the commander of the 371st Infantry Division, shot himself, as did a number of other officers, as the enemy seized the south of Stalingrad up to the Tsaritsa River. On the 26th of January, at dawn, tanks of the 21st Army met up with Rodimtsev's 13 Guards Rifle Division north of the Mamaev Kurgan near the Red October workers' settlements. The scenes were predictably emotional, especially for Chuykov's 62nd Army, which had been fighting on its own for almost 5 months. The eyes of the hardened soldiers who met were filled with tears of joy, wrote Chuikov. Bottles were passed back and forth in fierce celebration. The Stalingrad Kessel was split in two, with Paulus and most of the senior officers bottled up in the smaller southern pocket, and General Strecker's 11th Corps in the northern part of the city round the Stalingrad tractor factory. His only link with the outside world was the 24th Panzer Division's radio set. Over the next 2 days, German and Romanian stragglers, the wounded and shell-shocked, as well as still active combat groups, all withdrew into the ever-diminishing southern pocket, where Paulus and Schmidt had set up new headquarters under the Wehrmacht department store on Red Square. The last symbol of German occupation was the swastika banner hanging from a makeshift flagpole fastened to the balcony above the main entrance. The remains of Colonel Rosker's 194th Grenadier Regiment provided its defending force. Rosker was promoted to general as the new commander of the extinct 71st Infantry Division. The increasing number of senior officers who were surrendering meant that Don Frant's 7th Department, responsible for operational propaganda, was busier than ever. So many prisoners had been brought in for interrogation since the offensive started that it had been hard to select the more interesting ones. Captain Dyatlenko received a signal ordering him to return immediately to Don Frant headquarters. Another captured German general had already been brought in for interrogation. Dyatlenko knew it was worth spending time on this new arrival, General Edler von Daniels. The search through the mailbags of the crashed transport aeroplane at the beginning of the month had produced the letters in the form of a diary which Daniels had written to his wife. Daniels, like most newly captured prisoners, was in a vulnerable state. As an experienced interrogator, Dyatlenko knew that the best tactic was the least expected one. He questioned his prisoner obliquely about his Kessel baby, then took him off balance by suddenly producing the letters and papers which Daniels thought were safely back in Germany. "Herr General," Dyatlenko records having said to him, "please have your papers back. This is your property, and you can put it in your family archive when you return home after the war." Apparently Daniels was overcome with gratitude. He accepted tea and biscuits and Russian cigarettes, and then answered our questions. Dyatlenko kept at him until evening. After a break for dinner, he carried on until midnight. On many occasions, such a refined approach was not necessary. The psychological confusion and the anger of defeat produced docility, if not cooperation, from officers who felt both personally betrayed and also guilty towards their own men for having assured them of the Führer's promises of salvation. During interrogation, they often made a point of uttering derogatory remarks against Hitler and the regime. They called Goebbels the lame duck, and bitterly regretted that the overweight Goering had not undergone a Stalingrad diet. But it certainly appeared to their Russian captors that these generals had recognized the real character of their Führer only when they experienced the treacherous way in which he had behaved towards them and the Sixth Army. Few of them had described him or his policies as criminal when they were advancing deep into Russia, and atrocities were being committed so close behind their front lines that they must have been aware of them, if not, in some cases, directly responsible. From these interviews with captured officers, Don Frant headquarters formed the firm impression that Paulus was under great strain, playing a role that had been forced on him. They were increasingly convinced that Paulus was virtually a prisoner in his own headquarters, guarded by his chief of staff. Dyatlenko had no doubt that Schmidt was the eyes and hand of the Nazi party in the Sixth Army, because captured officers reported that Schmidt was commanding the army and even Paulus himself. Colonel Adam, when interrogated later by Dyatlenko, told him that Schmidt had been the one who gave the order for the truce envoys to be sent back. Dyatlenko did not reveal that he had been one of them. The senior officers at Sixth Army headquarters had apparently been well aware of the contents of the oilskin pouch. On that morning of the 9th of January, when Dyatlenko and Smyslov waited in the bunker, They had read during breakfast the leaflets dropped by Russian planes with the text of the ultimatum. That same morning, General Huber had flown back into the Kessel from his visit to Hitler. He had brought the order that there was to be no surrender. According to Adam, this had strengthened General Schmidt's intransigent position at Sixth Army headquarters. On the 29th of January, the eve of the 10th anniversary of Hitler's accession to power, Sixth Army headquarters sent a signal of congratulation from its ruined cellar. To the Führer, the Sixth Army greet their Führer on the anniversary of your taking power. The swastika flag still flies over Stalingrad. May our struggle be an example to present and future generations never to surrender in hopeless situations, so that Germany will be victorious in the end. Heil, mein Führer. Paulus. This signal, grotesque in the circumstances, seems more likely to have been drafted and sent by General Schmidt. The words certainly had his ring to them. Paulus at that stage was ill from dysentery, shaken by events and demoralized, so it is not hard to imagine him just giving a nod of approval when shown the message form. Groscourt, for example, had reported in a letter not long before, Paulus is in a state of physical and moral disintegration. On the 30th of January, the anniversary itself, Goering made a broadcast from the Air Ministry, comparing the Sixth Army to the Spartans at Thermopylae. This speech was not well received in Stalingrad, where it was listened to on radios. The fact that it was Goering, of all people, who was delivering our own funeral speech heaped insult upon injury. Gottfried von Bismarck described the effect as macabre. In the theatre cellars in Stalingrad, which were packed with wounded, Goering's voice was instantly recognized. "Turn it up," somebody shouted. "Switch it off," yelled others, cursing him. The broadcast finished with Bruckner's Fifth Symphony. Some officers joked bitterly that the suicide of the Jews on the top of Masada might have been a more appropriate comparison than Thermopylae. They did not realize quite how accurate they were. Hitler was indeed counting on a mass suicide, above all of senior officers. Hitler's own speech was delivered by Goebbels later on that anniversary day, having been delayed by RAF bombers. It rang with bitter defiance, but the streak of self-justification was too raw to be hidden. He devoted only a single sentence to Stalingrad, the disaster which cast such a shadow over the regime's day of celebration. The heroic struggle of our soldiers on the Volga should be an exhortation to everyone to do his maximum in the struggle for Germany's freedom and our nation's future, and, in a wider sense, for the preservation of the whole of Europe. It was the first admission that from then on the Wehrmacht would be fighting to stave off defeat. The next day, Hitler, as if to offset any sense of disaster, created no fewer than 4 new field marshals, including Paulus. It was the largest group of senior promotions since the victory over France. When the signal came through announcing his promotion to General Field Marshal, Paulus guessed immediately that he had been presented with a cup of hemlock. He exclaimed to General Pfeffer at his last general's conference, "I have no intention of shooting myself for this Bohemian corporal." Another general told his NKVD interrogator that Paulus had said, "It looks like an invitation to commit suicide, but I will not do this favor for him." Paulus instinctively disapproved of suicide. When he heard that some of his men were choosing a soldier's suicide, standing on top of their trench works waiting to be shot down by the enemy, he gave orders to forbid the practice. Hitler was not, of course, concerned with saving lives. He was interested only in creating potent myths. He clearly hoped that senior army officers would follow the example of Admiral Lütjens on the Bismarck, a fantasy no doubt encouraged by news of the deaths of Generals von Hartmann and Stempel. The reduction of the southern pocket continued rapidly. By the 30th of January, Soviet troops had penetrated right to the very centre of the city. In the cellars, where the main mass of Germans sheltered from the cold and the artillery fire, there was a mood of despair and dread anticipation. In the old NKVD headquarters, the winter sky was visible through the smashed dome. The stone floor was covered with rubble and fallen masonry, and the cage-like structure of stairs and railings was twisted. A Red Cross flag outside the entrance enraged a German infantry officer who saw it as a signal of surrender. He went down to the cellar, where the doctors continued to operate in the light of a field hospital gas lamp while they waited for the Russians to arrive. Gaunt and wild-eyed, the officer threatened them with his submachine gun. "What's going on here? There'll be no surrender. The war goes on." Many men were unbalanced by battle stress or hallucinations due to severe malnutrition. The cellars were filled with men raving in delirium. Dr. Markstein, a Danziger, just shrugged. "This is a dressing station," he said. The deranged warrior did not shoot them. He disappeared ghost-like back into the gloom without another word. When General von Seydlitz, in the same building, released his divisional commanders on the 25th of January to decide for themselves whether or not to surrender, Paulus relieved him of his command. He placed all of Seydlitz's divisions under General Walter Heitz, the commander of 8th Corps. Heitz then issued an order that anyone who attempted to surrender should be fired upon. When Seydlitz and over a dozen other officers surrendered, they included Generals Pfeffer, Korfes, and Zahner. Bursts of machine gun fire were aimed at them from German lines as the Russians led them away. Seydlitz claimed later that 2 German officers were mortally wounded as a result of Heitz's apocalyptic order. General Heitz, however, having given the order, "We fight to the last bullet but one," does not appear to have included himself and his headquarters in this rhetorical flourish. An officer under his command remarked that his staff, almost certainly with his knowledge, had already prepared white flags. Colonel Rosenfeld, the Luftwaffe commander of the 104th Flak Regiment, adopted the rhetoric expected by the regime. "The swastika flag flies above our heads," he signalled on the evening of the 30th of January. "The order of our Supreme Commander-in-Chief will be followed to the last. Long live the Führer." That night, 6th Army Headquarters sent a signal, warning that individual commanders were surrendering because their troops had no more ammunition, but also adopted similar flourishes to those of Rosenfeld, claiming that they were listening to the national anthem for the last time with arms raised in the German salute. Again, this sounds more like Schmidt's style than that of Paulus. Whatever the truth, few soldiers had either the wish or the energy to share such emotions. "During that night of the 30th of January," recorded a sergeant, "each man was preoccupied with his own thoughts, with gnawing uncertainty, with painful wounds and frostbite, with thoughts of home, and with our fate. Officers especially expected execution. Many removed their badges of rank." In the middle of that same night, General Voronov, in his izba at non-front headquarters, awoke in a panic from a restless sleep. The idea had suddenly come to him that Paulus might escape on an aircraft landing on the ice of the Volga. Stalin's reaction to the loss of such a prize was evidently not hard to imagine. He jumped out of bed at once and telephoned to give orders for guns along the east bank at Stalingrad to be trained on the ice as a precaution. By early next morning, the 31st of January 1943, Shumilov's 64th Army had secured virtually all of the centre of Stalingrad. Ruined buildings and cellars had been cleared with grenade and flamethrower. Red Square was subjected to an intense mortar and artillery bombardment before Russian soldiers moved in on the Wehrmacht department store. Rosker's remaining grenadiers above Paulus's headquarters in the basement finally laid down their weapons. At 7:35 a.m., Captain Bear, on Milk's staff, received the signal, "Russians at the entrance. We are preparing to surrender." 10 minutes later, as Senior Lieutenant Fyodor Ilchenko went down into the packed and stinking basement, came the signal, "We are surrendering." Bear then passed on the message to Manstein's headquarters at Army Group Don. Back in Germany, the official communique announced, "In Stalingrad, the situation is unchanged. The defender's spirit is unbroken. Staff officers from General Shumilov's headquarters arrived to discuss surrender terms with General Schmidt in the basement. Paulus remained in an adjoining room, while Adam kept him informed of every step. Whether this was a ploy to allow Paulus to distance himself from the surrender, or a further example of Schmidt handling events because Paulus was in a state of virtual collapse, is not clear. Finally, 2 hours after Lieutenant Ilchenko's appearance, General Laskin arrived to take Paulus's formal surrender before he, Schmidt, and Adam were taken to Shumilov's headquarters by staff car, as General Roska had apparently insisted. Like their men, the 3 men who emerged into the sunlight had incipient beards, even if their faces were not quite as cadaverous as those of their soldiers. Colonel Adam, Vasily Grossman noted, had the flaps of his Ushanka fur hat down, like the ears of a pedigree dog just out of the water. Newsreel cameramen were waiting to record the event. Those still in the cellars of the city centre waited until Red Army soldiers appeared. Waving the barrels of their submachine guns, they ordered the Germans to throw their weapons in a corner and file out. The defeated made ready for captivity by wrapping the rags from torn-up uniforms round their boots. Some German soldiers called out, "Hitler kaputt," as a signal of surrender. Russian soldiers might reply, "Kameraden, Krieg kaputt," "Paulus, kapituliert," but mostly they shouted, "Faschist," or "Fritz, komm, komm." When Soviet troops entered the theatre cellars, they gave the order, "Whoever's capable of walking, get outside to be marched to a prison camp." Those who set off assumed that the wounded left behind would be looked after. They discovered only later that the Red Army operated on the principle that those prisoners who could not march were finished off where they lay. In 1 or 2 cases, rage and despair produced an explosive mixture. In the NKVD building, every German expected to be shot in reprisal after an officer who had concealed his pistol suddenly shot a Russian major at point-blank range, then turned the gun on himself. Somehow, the moment of anger among the Russian troops passed, and the prisoners were spared. The surrender at Stalingrad produced a volatility in which the fate of a German was utterly unpredictable. Soviet soldiers, whether deliberately or by accident, set fire to the improvised hospital full of wounded in the Pioneer Barracks by the airfield. 2 Luftwaffe flak officers, who had been escorted to an upstairs room by Russian soldiers in the belief that the red patches on their collars signified high rank, escaped by jumping out of a shattered window. They landed by the latrine, and when soldiers appeared ready to shoot them, the younger lieutenant saved both their lives by quick thinking and acute psychology. He told his companion to pull down his trousers. The Russians laughed and spared them. They could not shoot men with their trousers down. The NKVD special department groups were searching for heavies and also for fascist dogs, by which they meant SS, Gestapo, panzer troops, and Feld gendarmerie. A number of German soldiers, wrongly identified as SS, who laughed at the suggestion, were pushed to one side and executed with submachine guns. Apparently, Red Army soldiers from a Siberian division turned away in disgust from the spectacle. The same account, based on the interrogation 6 months later of a woman Soviet intelligence officer by the secret field police, records the execution of a group of 23 heavies. The NKVD's search for heavies was relentless. Any man not in full German uniform risked being shot on the spot, as one battalion commander from the 297th Infantry Division discovered. Soviet soldiers suddenly stopped us, and because of my lack of uniform and cap, wanted to shoot me as a heavy. Only a doctor's knowledge of Russian saved me. A considerable number of heavies proved loyal to the Germans right to the end. In the ruins of Stalingrad, just before the surrender, some soldiers from the 305th Infantry Division were starving. The heavies with them disappeared, and they thought they'd seen the last of them. But the Russians returned with food for them. Where they had found it, they would not say. The loyalty of these Russians was not always reciprocated, however. Shortly before the surrender, one officer was asked by his warrant officer, "What shall we do with our 8 heavies? Should I shoot them?" The lieutenant, taken aback at such cold-bloodedness, rejected the idea. He told the heavies to hide or slip out as best they could. They were on their own. The fate of the heavies rounded up at the end of the Battle of Stalingrad is still unclear, partly because the files of the 10th NKVD Division remain firmly closed. There is no way of knowing how many had died during 10 weeks of encirclement and the last 3 weeks of intense fighting. Some were shot on capture. A handful were used as interpreters and informers, then almost certainly killed later, but most were marched off by the NKVD. Even members of Red Army intelligence did not know what happened to them afterwards. They may well have been massacred. There were accounts later of captured heavies being beaten to death rather than shot to save ammunition. But in the early part of 1943, the Soviet regime wanted to increase its force of slave labour, especially when it was transferring Gulag prisoners to Straf companies. A solution of working heavies to death certainly offered a more vicious revenge, since it would have protracted their suffering. On the other hand, both Stalin and Beria were so obsessed with treason that only instant death might have satisfied them. During the last few days of the battle, the Soviet military authorities were increasingly anxious to prevent small groups escaping their net. 3 German officers in Red Army uniform, led by a lieutenant colonel, were captured on the 27th of January. A Russian lieutenant from a tank regiment cornered another 2 officers and was wounded when they fired at him. Of the 9 or 10 groups of Germans estimated to have broken out of the ring, none of them appear to have escaped. But by then, Army Group Don had been forced back beyond the River Donets over 200 miles from the Kessel. There is, however, an unconfirmed and unconvincing story of a soldier who did make it, but was killed next day when a bomb hit the field hospital in which he was being treated for exhaustion and frostbite. Others are said to have tried to escape southwards, out into the steppe, and seek shelter with the Kalmyks, who had been friendly. But the Kalmyks themselves, like numerous other peoples from the southern regions of the Soviet Union, soon attracted the revenge of Beria's NKVD. Russian soldiers from frontline units, especially Guards divisions, are said to have been more correct in their treatment of the vanquished than second-line units. But some drunken soldiers, celebrating victory, shot prisoners despite orders to the contrary. Even members of elite formations rapidly stripped their captives of watches, rings, and cameras, as well as the Wehrmacht's highly prized mess tins in aluminium. Many of these items would then be bartered for vodka. In some cases, a decent pair of jackboots would be seized off a prisoner, who would be thrown the Russians' decrepit cast-offs in return. One doctor lost his prized copy of Faust, a small leather-bound edition printed on onion paper, which a Russian soldier wanted for rolling Makhorka cigarettes. Blankets were also snatched off backs, sometimes just for the satisfaction of revenge, because the Germans had taken the warm clothes of so many Russian civilians. As the gaunt prisoners stumbled out of cellars and bunkers, their hands held high in surrender, their eyes searched for a piece of wood that could serve as a crutch. Many were suffering from such bad frostbite that they could hardly walk. Almost everyone had lost toenails, if not toes. Soviet officers observed that the Romanian soldiers were in an even worse state than the Germans. Apparently their rations had been cut off earlier in an attempt to maintain German strength. The prisoners kept their eyes down, not daring to look at their guards or the ring of emaciated civilians who had emerged from the ruins in such astonishing numbers. All around, odd shots broke the silence of the former battlefield. Those in bunkers sounded muffled. Nobody knew whether each report signified the end of a soldier found hiding, of one who had offered resistance in some way, or of a severely wounded soldier receiving the coup de grace. These defeated remnants of the Sixth Army, without weapons or helmets, wearing woolen caps pulled down, or even just rags wrapped round their heads against the hard frost, shivering in their inadequate greatcoats fastened with signal cable as a belt, were herded into long columns of march. A group of survivors from the 297th Infantry Division was confronted by a Russian officer who pointed at the ruins around and yelled at them, "That's how Berlin is going to look." Field Marshal Paulus, accompanied by Lieutenant Lev Besiminsky of Red Army Intelligence, was driven from 64th Army Headquarters in his own staff car to Don Front Headquarters outside Zavarikino, some 50 miles from Stalingrad. Schmidt and Adam had followed under escort in another car. They were shown to their quarters, another 5-walled ISPA. A permanent guard detachment under Lieutenant C.M. Bogomolov awaited them. The other Stalingrad generals were brought to another ISPA close by, where they were watched by Lieutenant Spektor and a platoon of men. Bogomolov and his men, keenly conscious of the historic moment, eyed their charges with fascination. The tall Paulus had to duck low on entering. Following Adam's example, he had abandoned his dress cap for an Ushanka fur hat. He still wore the uniform of a colonel-general. Paulus was followed by General Schmidt and Colonel Adam, who impressed the guards by his rather good command of Russian. Paulus's soldier driver came last, carrying their heavy suitcases. The Mercedes staff car was promptly appropriated by General W.I. Kazakov, the front artillery commander. Paulus and Schmidt occupied the inner room of the ISPA, while Colonel Adam and the escort were quartered in the outer room. They were joined by 2 NKVD agents sent from Moscow by Beria. Late in the evening, General Malinin, the front chief of staff, and Colonel Yakimovich, a senior staff officer, arrived. Besiminsky, acting as interpreter, informed Paulus and Schmidt that their task was to search their luggage for forbidden articles, which included all sharp metal objects. Schmidt exploded. "A German field marshal," he yelled, "does not commit suicide with a pair of nail scissors." Paulus, who was exhausted, signalled to him with a wave of the hand not to bother, and handed over his shaving kit. Shortly before midnight, Paulus was told that the Red Army commanders were now assembled and waiting to interview him. Lieutenant Yevgeny Tarabrin, the German-speaking NKVD officer sent to escort him everywhere, heard Paulus whisper to Schmidt as he helped him into his overcoat. "What should I say?" "Remember, you are a general field marshal of the German army," Schmidt is said to have hissed back. More surprising, and most significant to the ears of Red Army intelligence, the Russian officer reported that Schmidt used the du, intimate form of address to his superior. Only half an hour before the meeting began, Captain Dyatlenko of the NKVD received orders to report to the ISPA used by Marshal Voronov, who had just been promoted by Stalin. "So, Captain," Voronov greeted him affably, "you no doubt remember the time the old man didn't want to receive you. Well, now he's visiting us himself, and you're going to receive him." Voronov was sitting at the table with General Rokossovsky, the front commander, and General K.F. Telegin, the front commissar. A photographer appeared wearing a fur-lined flying jacket. To Dyatlenko's astonishment, he treated Voronov with relaxed familiarity. It transpired that this was the famous documentary filmmaker Roman Carmen, who had become friendly with Voronov during the Spanish Civil War. Carmen lined up the chair destined for Paulus to get the right shot through the door from Voronov's bedroom. He knew that the result was to be used to tell the world of the Soviet Union's great victory. Carmen's photograph was doctored in Moscow. General Telegin was removed from the print because Stalin considered him insufficiently important for such a historic occasion. Even Dyatlenko's promotion to major was accelerated for the release of the photograph. This incident developed into one of those grotesque farces of the Stalinist era. When the photograph appeared across the front of Pravda with his face removed, Telegin was terrified that someone had denounced him for a chance remark. Nothing happened, however, so he thought he was safe. But then, in 1948, he was suddenly arrested on the orders of Abakumov, the head of Shmersh, for no apparent reason. The atmosphere was tense in Voronov's Isba when their guest arrived. The tall, thin, stooping Paulus presented a grey figure, with his mouse-coloured uniform and face ashen from nervous strain. His hair was turning to pepper and salt, and even the growth of his beard was black and white. Only when Paulus approached the table did Voronov indicate the empty chair. "Sit down, please," he said in Russian. Dyatlenko jumped to his feet and interpreted. Paulus made a half-bow and sat down. Dyatlenko then introduced the two Soviet commanders. The representative of the Stavka, Marshal of Artillery Voronov, commander of the Don Front, Colonel General Rokossovsky. Paulus jerked to his feet and made half-bows in each man's direction. Voronov began to speak, pausing every few moments for Dyatlenko to translate. "Herr Colonel General, it is rather late and you must be tired. We have also been working a lot during the last few days. This is why we will now discuss just one problem, which is urgent." "Excuse me," Paulus broke in, taking Dyatlenko off balance. "But I am not a Colonel General. The day before yesterday, my headquarters received a signal saying that I had been promoted to General Field Marshal. It is also written in my military identity papers." He touched the breast pocket of his tunic. "It was not possible, however, to change my uniform in the circumstances." Voronov and Rokossovsky exchanged glances of ironical amusement. General Shumilov had already informed Don Front headquarters of Paulus's last-minute promotion. "So, Herr General Field Marshal," Voronov resumed, "we are asking you to sign an order addressed to the part of your army which still resists, telling them to surrender to prevent the useless loss of life." "It would be unworthy of a soldier," Paulus burst out before Dyatlenko had finished his translation. "Is it possible to say," asked Voronov, "that to save the lives of your subordinates is behaviour unworthy of a soldier when the commander himself has surrendered?" "I didn't surrender. I was taken by surprise." This naive reply did not impress the Russian officers, who were well aware of the circumstances of the surrender. "We are talking of a humanitarian act," Voronov continued. "It will take us only a couple of days, or even just a few hours, to destroy the rest of your troops who continue to fight on. Resistance is useless. It will only cause the unnecessary deaths of thousands of soldiers. Your duty as an army commander is to save their lives, and this is even more the case because you yourself saved your life by surrendering." Paulus, who had been playing nervously with the packet of cigarettes and ashtray laid on the table for his use, shirked the question by sticking to formulae. "Even if I did sign such an order, they won't obey. If I have surrendered, I automatically cease to be their commander." "But a few hours ago you were their commander." "Since my troops were split into two groups," Paulus persisted, "I was commander of the other pocket only in theory. Orders came separately from Führer headquarters, and each group was commanded by a different general." The argument went round and round in circles. Paulus's nervous tic was even more pronounced, and Voronov, too, knowing that Stalin was waiting in the Kremlin to hear the result, began to show the strain. His upper lip twitched, the legacy of a car crash in Belorussia. Paulus, in his blocking tactics, even claimed that if he did sign the paper, it would be regarded as a forgery. Voronov replied that in that case they would have one of his own generals brought over to witness the signature, and he would be sent into the North Castle with the paper to guarantee its authenticity. But Paulus, however lame his arguments sounded, stuck to his refusal to sign. Voronov finally had to accept that any further attempt to persuade him was useless. "I must inform you, Herr General Field Marshal," Dyatlenko translated, "that by your refusal to save the lives of your subordinates, you are taking on a heavy responsibility for the German people and the future of Germany." Paulus stared at the wall, depressed and silent. In this tormented pose, only the tick in his face indicated his thoughts. Voronov then brought the interview to a close by asking Paulus if his lodging was satisfactory and whether he needed a special diet because of his illness. "The only thing I would like to request," Paulus replied, "is to feed the many prisoners of war and to give them medical attention." Voronov explained that the situation at the front made it difficult to receive and cope with such a mass of prisoners, but that they would do all they could. Paulus thanked him, stood up, and gave another half-bow. Hitler heard the news at the heavily guarded Wolfschanze deep in the East Prussian forest, a place once described by General Jodl as a cross between a monastery and a concentration camp. He did not bang the table this time. He stared silently into his soup. His voice and anger returned the next day. Field Marshal Keitel and Generals Jeschonnek, Jodl, and Zeitzler were all summoned to the Führer's midday conference. "They have surrendered there formally and absolutely," said Hitler in angry disbelief. "Otherwise they would have closed ranks, formed a hedgehog, and shot themselves with their last bullet. When you consider that a woman has the pride to leave, to lock herself in, and to shoot herself right away just because she has heard a few insulting remarks, then I can't have any respect for a soldier who is afraid of that and prefers to go into captivity." "I can't understand it either," replied Zeitzler, whose performance on this occasion makes one wonder about his assurances to Manstein and others that he had done everything to convince the Führer of the true situation regarding the Sixth Army. "I'm still of the opinion that it might not be true. Perhaps he is lying there badly wounded." Hitler kept coming back again and again to Paulus's failure to commit suicide. Clearly, it had entirely sullied the myth of Stalingrad in his imagination. "This hurts me so much, because the heroism of so many soldiers is nullified by one single, characterless weakling. What is life? Life is the nation. The individual must die anyway. What hurts me most personally is that I still promoted him to Field Marshal. I wanted to give him this final satisfaction. He could have freed himself from all sorrow and ascended into eternity and national immortality. But he prefers to go to Moscow." The northern pocket, with the remnants of 6 divisions under General Strecker, still held out. Strecker, with the headquarters of 11th Corps in the Stalingrad tractor plant, signalled, "Troops are fighting without heavy weapons or supplies. Men collapsing from exhaustion. Freezing to death, still holding weapons. Strecker." His message was robust, but he conspicuously avoided Nazi clichés. Hitler, who received the signal after the meeting with Zeitzler, replied late in the afternoon, "I expect the North Kessel to hold out to the last." To emphasize the point still further, he issued a Führer directive a short time later. 11th Army Corps must resist to the last to tie down as much enemy strength as possible to facilitate operations on other fronts. The 4 Soviet armies had redeployed rapidly to crush the last pocket. With a concentration of 300 field guns to just over half a mile, the factory district was smashed once again. Any surviving bunkers were destroyed at point-blank range, some with field guns, some with flamethrowers, sometimes with tanks driving right up and sticking their barrel into an embrasure. Strecker believed that, purely to help Manstein, there was a military purpose served by fighting on, but he utterly rejected any idea of self-destruction for propaganda purposes. In his mind, there was no doubt where the duties of an officer lay, as a conversation with a regimental adjutant shortly before the end showed. "When the time comes," the adjutant assured him, "we will commit suicide." "Suicide?" exclaimed Strecker. "Yes, Herr General. My colonel will also shoot himself. He believes we should not allow ourselves to be captured." "Well, let me tell you something. You will not shoot yourself, nor will your colonel shoot himself. You will go into captivity along with your men and will do everything you can to set a good example." "You mean—" The young officer's eyes lit up. "I don't have to shoot myself?" Strecker spent most of the night of the 1st of February at the regimental headquarters of an old friend, Colonel Julius Müller. A single candle burned in one corner of the bunker as the small group present talked about the recent fighting, past friends, and the imprisonment ahead. "No one mentions all the suffering," Strecker noted. "No one speaks bitterly." In the early hours of the morning, Strecker stood up. "Müller, I have to go," he said. "May you and your men go with God." Strecker was greatly taken with Thomas Carlyle's description of God as the true field marshal. No doubt his vision of heaven was a place of perfect military order. "We will do our duty, Herr General," Müller replied, as the two men shook hands. Strecker had already rejected the requests of his divisional commanders to surrender. But at 4 in the morning of the 2nd of February, Generals von Lenski and Lattmann asked Strecker once more for permission. Strecker refused again. Lenski then said that one of his officers had already left to negotiate terms with the Russians. Strecker saw no point in continuing. He and Grosskurt drafted their final signal. 11th Army Corps has, with its 6 divisions, performed its duty down to the last man in heavy fighting. Long live Germany. It was received by Army Group Don. Strecker asserted later that he and Grosskurt had deliberately omitted any acclamation of Hitler, but the version recorded and then sent on to East Prussia ended with, "Long live the Führer." Somebody must have thought it politic to make the signal more palatable at the Wolfschanze. When 2 Russian soldiers appeared, looking rather hesitant, at the entrance of the command bunker, Grosskurt shouted at them to fetch a general. Strecker wrote afterwards that many of their own soldiers were only barely alive. Foreign journalists were taken on a tour of the factory district a few days later. What the normal relief of the terrain had been, no one could tell, wrote the British correspondent Alexander Worth. You wound your way up and down, up and down. What was a natural slope, or what was the side of a dozen bomb craters that had merged into one, no one could say. Trenches ran through the factory yards, through the workshops themselves. At the bottom of the trenches, there still lay frozen green Germans and frozen grey Russians, and frozen fragments of human shape. And there were tin helmets, German and Russian, lying among the brick debris, and the helmets were half filled with snow. There was barbed wire here, and half-uncovered mines and shell cases, and more rubble, and fragments of walls, and tortuous tangles of rusty steel girders. How anyone could have survived here was hard to imagine. The morning of the 2nd of February began with a thick mist, which was later dispersed by sun, and a wind which whipped up the powdery snow. As news of the final surrender spread among the 62nd Army, signal flares were fired into the sky in an impromptu display. Sailors from the Volga flotilla and soldiers from the left bank crossed the ice with loaves of bread and tins of food for the civilians who had been trapped for 5 months in cellars and holes. Groups and individuals, walking about, embraced those they met in wonder. Voices were subdued in the frozen air. There was no shortage of figures in the colourless landscape of ruins, yet the city felt deserted and dead. The end was hardly unexpected or even sudden, yet the Russian defenders found it hard to believe that the Battle of Stalingrad had finally come to an end. When they thought about it and remembered the dead, their own survival astonished them. Out of each division sent across the Volga, no more than a few hundred men survived. In the whole Stalingrad campaign, the Red Army had suffered 1.1 million casualties, of which 485,751 had been fatal. Grossman looked back over the last 5 months. I thought of the wide dirt road leading to the fisherman's village on the bank of the Volga, a road of glory and death, and the silent columns marching along it in the choking dust of August, in the moonlit nights of September, in the drenching rains of October, in the snows of November. They had marched with a heavy step, anti-tank men, machine gunners, simple infantrymen. They had marched with a grim and solemn silence. The only sound that had come from their ranks was the clank of their weapons and their measured tread. Very little that was recognizable remained from the city which had existed before Richthofen's bombers appeared on that August afternoon. Stalingrad was now little more than a battered and burned skeleton. About the only landmark left standing was the fountain with statues of little boys and girls dancing round it. This seemed an unsettling miracle after so many thousands of children had perished in the ruins all around. Chapter 23. Stop dancing. Stalingrad has fallen. At midday on the 2nd of February, a Luftwaffe reconnaissance aircraft circled over the city. The pilot's radio message was immediately passed to Field Marshal Milch. No more sign of fighting in Stalingrad. After Voronov and Rokossovsky's first interview with Paulus, Captain Dyatlenko returned to interrogating the other captured generals. Contrary to his expectations, they reacted in very different ways. General Schlömer, who had taken over command of 14th Panzer Corps from Hüber, arrived limping on a stick and wearing a Red Army padded jacket. He won over his interrogator with an easy charm and remarks about the corporal uneducated in military problems and the untalented careerists in his entourage. General Walter von Seydlitz, on the other hand, whom the NKVD later discovered to be the most energetic defender of disobedience to the Führer during the encirclement, conducted himself in a very reserved way. For Stalin, 91,000 prisoners, including 22 German generals, were better trophies than flags or guns. Paulus, still in a state of shock, at first refused to appear in front of the journalists brought down from Moscow. "We have our own rules," retorted Colonel Yakimovich of Don Front headquarters, with Lieutenant Beziminsky interpreting. "You are to do what you are told." One compromise was, however, permitted. Paulus would not have to answer questions from the journalists. He only had to show himself to prove that he had not committed suicide. The foreign correspondents were rather surprised by the appearance of the German generals. They looked healthy, and not in the least undernourished, wrote Alexander Wirth. Clearly, throughout the agony of Stalingrad, when their soldiers were dying of hunger, they were continuing to have more or less regular meals. The only man who looked in poor shape was Paulus himself. He looked pale and sick, and had a nervous twitch in his left cheek. Attempts to put questions were not very successful. "It was rather like being at the zoo," wrote Wirth, "where some animals showed interest in the public and others sulked." General Dubois was clearly keen to please, and immediately told the foreign journalists, as if to ask us not to be frightened, that he was Austrian. General Schlömer was the most relaxed. He turned to one of his captors, and patting the officer's shoulder boards, which had just been reintroduced by Stalin, exclaimed with a comic look of surprise, "What? New?" General von Arnim, on the other hand, was chiefly preoccupied with the fate of his luggage and what he thought of Red Army soldiers as a result. "The officers behaved very correctly," he announced, but the soldiers he described as impudent thieves. The strain of capture also made for undignified behaviour in the two peasant houses at Zabarikino. Adam deliberately provoked Senior Lieutenant Bogomolov one morning with a Nazi salute and a Heil Hitler. Schmidt, however, was the officer most disliked by the Russians. Bogomolov forced him to apologize to a mess waitress whom he had reduced to tears as she served their lunch. A few days later, trouble broke out across the way in the Ispa which housed the other generals. Lieutenant Spector of Guard Group No. 2 telephoned Bogomolov, begging him to come quickly. A fight had broken out. "When I opened the door of the house," wrote Bogomolov, I saw that a German general was grasping the wrist of a Romanian general. When the German saw me, he let go, and then the Romanian hit him in the mouth. It turned out that the quarrel was about the Romanian's knife, fork, and spoon, which he claimed that the German had tried to take. Bogomolov, in contemptuous disbelief, sarcastically warned Lieutenant Spectre that if he allowed such behaviour to continue, he too would have his spoon confiscated. Latent rivalries and dislikes between generals had come out into the open. Heitz and Seydlitz loathed each other even more after Seydlitz had allowed his divisional commanders to make their own decisions about surrender. Heitz, who had ordered his soldiers to fight to the last cartridge but one, had himself surrendered, and then accepted dinner from General Shumilov at 64th Army headquarters. He also spent the night there. When he finally joined the other captured generals at Savarikino, there was an uproar because he arrived with several suitcases packed ready for imprisonment. When tackled about his order to fight to the end, he replied that he would have committed suicide, but his chief of staff had prevented him. For the Wehrmacht, it was a time of counting the cost. Field Marshal Milch's staff estimated that they had lost 488 transport planes and 1,000 crew members during the airlift. The 9th Flak Division was destroyed, along with other ground personnel, to say nothing of 4th Air Fleet's losses in bombers, fighters and Stukas during the campaign. The Army's exact losses are still uncertain, but there was no doubt that the Stalingrad campaign represented the most catastrophic defeat hitherto experienced in German history. The 6th Army and the 4th Panzer Army had effectively been destroyed. In the Kessel alone, some 60,000 had died since the start of Operation Uranus, and around 130,000 had been captured. Again, the confusion over statistics appears to be due mainly to the numbers of Russians in German uniform. These figures do not take into account the losses in and around Stalingrad between August and November, the destruction of 4 Allied armies, the defeat of Manstein's rescue attempt, and the losses inflicted by Operation Little Saturn. Altogether, the Axis must have lost over 500,000 men. Presenting such a catastrophe to the German people was a challenge to which Goebbels had risen with frenetic energy, using all his talent for shameless distortion. The regime had not admitted that the 6th Army was encircled until the 16th of January, when it spoke of our troops who for several weeks have been heroically fighting enemy attacks on all sides. Now it chose entirely the opposite direction, claiming that not a single man had survived. Goebbels mobilized wireless stations and press to unite the country in martial grief. His instructions to newspapers on how they were to portray the tragedy poured forth. They must remember that every word about this dramatic struggle would go down in history. The press must always employ the word Bolshevik, not Russian. The whole of German propaganda must create a myth out of the heroism of Stalingrad, which is to become one of the most treasured possessions in German history. The Wehrmacht communiqué, in particular, must be phrased in a way which will move hearts for centuries to come. It had to rank with Caesar's address to his troops, with Frederick the Great's appeal to his generals before the Battle of Leuthen, and with Napoleon's call to his Imperial Guard. The communiqué was broadcast as a special announcement on the wireless, 24 hours after Strecker's surrender. From Führer Headquarters, 3rd of February 1943. The Supreme Command of the Wehrmacht announces that the Battle of Stalingrad has come to an end. True to its oath of allegiance, the 6th Army, under the exemplary leadership of Field Marshal Paulus, has been annihilated by the overwhelming superiority of enemy numbers. The sacrifice of the 6th Army was not in vain. As the bulwark of our historic European mission, it has held out against the onslaught of 6 Soviet armies. They died so that Germany might live. The regime's lies proved counterproductive, especially the idea that every member of the 6th Army had died. No reference was made in any announcement to the 91,000 prisoners already proclaimed by the Soviet government, an item of news that had been rapidly broadcast all round the world. Inevitably, Many more people than usual tuned into foreign stations. A period of 3 days' national mourning was ordered, with places of entertainment closed and all wireless stations playing solemn music. Yet the newspapers were forbidden black margins, and no flags were to be flown at half-mast. The security service of the SS did not underestimate the effect on civilian morale. They also knew that letters from the Kessel describing the horror and the squalor fundamentally contradicted the regime's heroic treatment of the disaster. "The farewell letters of Stalingrad combatants," ran one report, "spread great spiritual distress not only to relatives, but also to a wider circle of the population, the more so because the content of these letters was passed round rapidly. The description of the suffering during the last weeks of fighting haunts relatives day and night." Goebbels had in fact foreseen this problem much earlier and decided to intercept postcards from those taken prisoner. In his diary on the 17th of December, he wrote, "In future, cards to relatives should no longer be delivered because they offer an access door to Germany for Bolshevik propaganda." Soviet efforts proved too energetic to stop. The NKVD's prison camps provided postcards, but because the German authorities would not allow them in, their contents were printed in small type, many to a sheet, and dropped over German lines as propaganda leaflets. When these were dropped, German soldiers at the front picked them up, although they risked severe punishment, and sent anonymous letters to the addresses on the list to say that their man was alive. They signed themselves a compatriots, or just XXX. Sometimes, to the horror of the Nazi authorities, families even received a copy of the Soviet leaflet and contacted others in the same situation. Paulus himself seems to have sensed before the surrender that the regime might try to twist the Stalingrad disaster into a new version of the stab-in-the-back myth. Whether this influenced his decision to refuse the surrender terms on the 9th of January is impossible to say. This time, however, the scapegoats for defeat would not be communists and Jews, as in 1918, but the general staff and the aristocracy, still closely associated in the popular mind. All those about to come into the line of fire had at least an inkling of the storm which Dr. Goebbels, with his inimitable talents for rabble-rousing, would attempt to whip up. Prince Otto von Bismarck, the German minister at the embassy in Rome, was in the Palace Hotel in St. Moritz with his wife on the evening of the 31st of January when he received an urgent telephone call. It was from the German ambassador in Bern. "Stop dancing," he warned. "Stalingrad has fallen." They both knew that St. Moritz had become the favourite resort of senior officers from the SS. Nothing more needed to be said. The propaganda ministry's party line about general and grenadier fighting shoulder to shoulder soon changed. On the 18th of February, Goebbels organised a mass rally in the Berlin Sportpalast with the theme "Total War, Shortest War." A huge banderole carried the great call of 1812, "Let our war cry be, now the people rise up and storm break loose." The very different historical contexts made this glaringly inappropriate to all but the most committed supporter of the regime. "Do you want total war?" Goebbels yelled from the podium. His audience bayed its response. "Are you determined to follow the Führer and fight for victory, whatever the cost?" Once again, the party faithful roared. Goebbels, during the weeks following Stalingrad, set the agenda. He demanded an end to half measures, with mass mobilization, yet symbolism was almost more important in the rash of measures. The copper cladding over the Brandenburg Gate was removed for use in war industry. Professional sporting events were banned. Luxury shops, including jewelers, were closed. All fashion magazines were to cease publication. Goebbels even organized a campaign against fashion, with the notion that women did not need to dress up because they would please victorious homecoming soldiers just as much in patches. Rumours spread that permanent waving would be forbidden. Hitler, who passionately believed that it was the duty of womankind to be decorative, objected to this, and Goebbels was forced to announce that there is no need for a woman to make herself ugly. Barter, that first sign of a siege economy, spread rapidly. Scrubbing brushes, for example, were soon exchanged for tickets to a Furtwängler concert. Nightclubs and luxury restaurants, such as Horke and the Quartier Latin, Neva Grill, Pelzer's Atelier, and the Tusculum in the Kurfürstendamm, were closed. When they reopened, customers were to be encouraged to restrict themselves to Feldküchengerichte, field kitchen dishes, as an act of solidarity with the soldiers in Russia, quite probably an idea inspired by Zeitzler's forbidden fast. Goering, however, arranged that Horke, his favourite restaurant, was reopened as an officers' club for the Luftwaffe. The barely veiled message that corrupt upper-class generals had betrayed the Nazi ideal was conveyed in numerous ways. Not long afterwards, all members of German royal families serving in the armed forces were told to resign their commissions. Even riding in the Tiergarten was stopped. More and more Nazi propaganda slogans appeared on walls, but cynical Berliners preferred the graffiti. "Enjoy the war, the peace will be much worse." "Hold out" became the most overused words in the propaganda lexicon. A fear grew for the future, above all, of Russia's determination to wreak a violent revenge. An innkeeper from the Black Forest, on leave from the Ostfront, said to Christabel Bielenberg, "If we are paid back 1/4 of what we are doing in Russia and Poland, Frau Doctor, we will suffer, and we will deserve to suffer." Germans who did not admire the Nazis recognized the grotesque paradox only too clearly. The invasion of the Soviet Union had forced the Russians to defend Stalinism. Now the threat of defeat forced Germans to defend Hitler's regime and its ghastly failure. The difference was that the Russians had a vast landmass into which to retreat, while Germany faced war on two fronts, massive bombing raids and a blockade. To make matters worse, Roosevelt and Churchill at Casablanca had declared their intention to fight on until the unconditional surrender of the Axis. This strengthened Goebbels' hand immeasurably. The opposition, for a variety of reasons, ranging from irresolution and disagreement to sheer bad luck, had not managed to act in time. It was already far too late to convince the Allies that there was a democratic alternative to the Nazi regime, as opposed to a palace coup by generals afraid of defeat. Its members, although well aware of this, still hoped that Stalingrad would at least provide the trigger for revolt. But no army group commander was prepared to move. Less senior but much more determined officers were ready to take huge risks, if necessary to lose their own lives in the attempt. But Hitler, who seemed to possess an almost feral nose for danger, was too well guarded, and constantly changed his plans at the last moment. The only overt sign of disaffection following the collapse at Stalingrad came from a small group of Munich students known as the White Rose. Their ideas spread to other students in Hamburg, Berlin, Stuttgart, and Vienna. On the 18th of February, after a campaign of leaflets and slogans painted on walls calling for the overthrow of Nazism, Sophie Scholl and her brother Hans were arrested after scattering more handbills at the Ludwig Maximilian University in Munich. Tortured by the Gestapo, then sentenced to death by Roland Freisler at a special session of the People's Court in Munich, brother and sister were beheaded. A number of other members of their circle, including the professor of philosophy Kurt Huber, suffered similar fates. Soon after the final surrender at Stalingrad, Hitler saw Field Marshal von Manstein, the first senior officer, from outside his immediate circle. Manstein outlined the measures he had been forced to take to avoid total collapse in southern Russia. Hitler wanted to order him not to withdraw any further, but Manstein knew that in the circumstances he could set the terms. During their discussions, Hitler said that he alone took the responsibility for Stalingrad. then promptly sidestepped his own confession by adding that he could put some of the blame on Goering. But since he had appointed the Reichsmarshal to be his successor, he could not hold him responsible for Stalingrad. No mention was made of his own confused strategy and attempts to control operations from afar. His greatest recriminations were still reserved for Paulus. He told Goebbels that after the war he would have Paulus and his generals court-martialed for failing to carry out his explicit order to resist to the last bullet, to the last. Hitler now seldom held forth at table, as had been his habit. He preferred to eat alone. Guderian found him greatly changed. His left hand trembled, his back was bent, his gaze was fixed, his eyes protruded but lacked their former lustre, his cheeks were flecked with red. But when Hitler met Milch, he showed no regret for the vast waste of life at Stalingrad. He could think only of raising the stakes once again, throwing away even more lives. "We will end the war this year," he told him. "I have accordingly decided on a gigantic mobilization of all German popular strength." In Russia, the fierce exultation over the victory was spontaneous as well as orchestrated. The Kremlin bells rang out news of Paulus's surrender. Rousing martial music was broadcast over the radio, and communiques were published across the front of every newspaper. They lauded the stern lesson in history administered to the adventurers of the German General Staff by the Red Army's own Hannibals in this modern battle of Cannae. Stalin was portrayed as the wise leader and great architect of victory. Morale in the Soviet Union genuinely soared. Throughout the battle, people everywhere had asked each other for the latest news of the fighting on the Volga. When victory came after such a terrible battle, people kept telling each other, "You cannot stop an army which has done Stalingrad." They joked, too, in delight at the expense of the defeated enemy. "I wonder how it feels to be a field marshal caught in a cellar," was a popular remark. After Stalingrad, not a single soldier had a single doubt about the outcome of the war, said an officer wounded there. Stalingrad divisions were distributed to different armies and fronts to raise morale still further. Stalin was soon appointed Marshal of the Soviet Union by the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR, a touch which was marginally more modest than Napoleon crowning himself. The history of the war was suddenly refashioned. The disasters of 1941 were made to appear as if they were all part of a cunning plan devised by Stalin. Stalin's picture and name had been kept out of the press during the bad periods, but now the great captain of the Soviet people, the genius organizer of our victories, was back to the fore. All disasters and all evils were attributed to others, rather as courtiers were blamed in Tsarist times. Ilya Ehrenberg, with breathtaking cynicism, remarked that the people needed to believe. Even prisoners in the Gulag wrote to the great father of the people, convinced that he would step in to correct a terrible miscarriage of justice, unthinkable under communism. No leader had a more effective lightning conductor than Beria. Red Army generals were conspicuously rewarded. The recent suspension of dual command with commissars was crowned with the formal reinstatement of the rank and description of officer. The euphemism commander was dropped. As General Schlermer had noted with amusement, shoulder boards, symbols of privilege which some Bolshevik lynch mobs in 1917 had nailed to the bodies of their Tsarist wearers, were reinstated. Gold braid had been secretly ordered from Great Britain, to the astonishment and disapproval of officials there. One soldier in a Guards division heard the news about shoulder boards from an old man polishing boots in a railway station. "They're starting these gold shoulder boards once more," the man told him in angry disbelief, "just like in the White Army." His fellow soldiers, too, were amazed when he told them the news on returning to the train. "Why in the Red Army?" they asked. Such mutterings were ignored. The new decorations for the great patriotic war, the orders of Suvorov and of Kutuzov, were also distributed to senior commanders in the campaign. The greatest propaganda success, however, extended far beyond Soviet frontiers. The story of the Red Army's sacrifice had a powerful effect across the world, especially within occupied Europe. Its effect on resistance movements everywhere, and thus its influence on the politics of post-war Europe, were considerable. The triumph of the Red Army boosted the status of the party member and attracted fellow travellers in droves. Even conservatives could not avoid praising the heroism of the Red Army. In Britain, King George VI commissioned a sword of Stalingrad to be forged for presentation to the city. The morale of civilians and soldiers alike was boosted by newsreels lauding the victory, with flickering footage of Paulus and the long columns of prisoners of war snaking across the snow-covered landscape. Everyone knew that the Russians were taking the brunt of the German onslaught, and that the Eastern Front was bleeding the Wehrmacht to death far more surely than any Western theatre. The Red Army would push on, as the officer had shouted at the prisoners of war, until Berlin looked like the ruined city of Stalingrad. Chapter 24. The City of the Dead. The silence that fell on the 2nd of February in the ruined city felt eerie for those who had become used to destruction as a natural state. Grossman described mounds of rubble and bomb craters so deep that the low-angled winter sunlight never seemed to reach the bottom, and railway tracks where tanker wagons lie belly up like dead horses. Some 3,500 civilians were put to work as burial parties. They stacked frozen German corpses like piles of timber at the roadside, and although they had a few carts drawn by camels, most of the removal work was accomplished with improvised sleds and handcarts. The German dead were taken to bunkers or the huge anti-tank ditch dug the previous summer and tipped in. Later, 1,200 German prisoners were put to work on the same task, using carts with humans instead of horses pulling them. Almost all members of these work parties, reported a prisoner of war, soon died of typhus. Others, dozens each day, according to an NKVD officer in Beketovka camp, were shot on the way to work by their escorts. The grisly evidence of the fighting did not disappear swiftly. After the Volga thaw in spring, lumps of coagulated blackened skin were found on the river bank. General de Gaulle, when he stopped in Stalingrad on his way north to Moscow in December 1944, was struck to find that bodies were still being dug up. But this was to continue for several decades. Almost any building work in the city uncovered human remains from the battle. More astonishing than the number of dead was the capacity for human survival. The Stalingrad Party Committee held meetings in all districts liberated from fascist occupation and rapidly organized a census. They found that at least 9,796 civilians had lived through the fighting, surviving in the battlefield ruins. They included 994 children, of whom only 9 were reunited with their parents. The vast majority were sent off to state orphanages or given work clearing the city. The report says nothing of their physical or mental state, witnessed by an American aid worker who arrived very soon after the fighting to distribute clothes. Most of the children, she wrote, had been living in the ground for 4 or 5 winter months. They were swollen with hunger. They cringed in corners, afraid to speak, to even look people in the face. The Stalingrad Party Committee had higher priorities. Soviet authorities were immediately reinstalled in all districts of the city, it reported to Moscow. On the 4th of February, Red Army commissars held a political rally for the whole city, both civilian survivors and soldiers. This assembly, with its long speeches in praise of Comrade Stalin and his leadership of the Red Army, was the party's version of a service of thanksgiving. The authorities did not at first allow civilians who had escaped to the East Bank to return to their homes because of the need to clear unexploded shells. Mine clearance teams had to prepare a basic pattern of special, safe paths. But many soon managed to slip back over the frozen Volga without permission. Messages appeared chalked on the side of ruined buildings, testifying to the numbers of families broken up by the fighting. "Mama, we are all right. Look for us in Beketovka. Klava." Many people never discovered which of their relatives were alive or dead until after the war was over. A large contingent of German prisoners, many of whom were too weak to stand, were also forced to attend a political rally in the centre of Stalingrad and listen to long harangues from three of the leading German communists, Walter Ulbricht, Erich Weinhardt, and Wilhelm Pieck. The state of most prisoners at the time of the surrender was so pitiful that a considerable death rate was predictable in the weeks and months to follow. How far this was exacerbated by ill-treatment, casual brutality, and, above all, logistic deficiencies, is impossible to calculate. Of the 91,000 taken prisoner at the end of the battle, almost half had died by the time the spring arrived. The Red Army itself acknowledged in subsequent reports that orders for the care of prisoners had been ignored, and it is impossible to tell how many Germans were shot out of hand during or soon after their surrender, often as vengeance for the deaths of relatives or comrades. The death rate in the so-called hospitals was terrifying. The tunnel system in the Tsaritsa Gorge, redesignated Prisoner of War Hospital No. 1, remained the largest and most horrific, only because there were no buildings left offering any protection against the cold. The walls ran with water, the air was little more than a foul, sickly recycling of human breath, with so little oxygen left that the few primitive oil lamps fashioned from tins flickered and died constantly, leaving the tunnels dark. Each gallery was not much wider than the casualties lying side by side on the damp, beaten earth of the tunnel floor, so it was difficult in the gloom not to step or trip on feet suffering from frostbite, provoking a hoarse shriek of pain. Many of these frostbite victims died of gangrene because the surgeons could not cope. Whether they would have survived amputation in their weakened state and without anaesthetic is another matter. The condition of many of the 4,000 patients was pitiful in the extreme, and the doctors were helpless as fungus spread on rotten flesh. They had almost no bandages left and no medicaments. Ulcers and open sores provided easy entry points for tetanus from the filth around. Sanitary arrangements, which consisted of a single bucket to scores of men suffering from dysentery, were unspeakable, and at night there were no lamps. Many men were too weak to raise themselves from the ground, and there were not enough orderlies to answer the constant cries for help. The orderlies, already weak from undernourishment and soon fever-ridden themselves, had to carry polluted water up from the ravine. The doctors did not even have a reliable list of patients' names, let alone proper medical notes. Second-line Russian troops and also members of ambulance units had stolen their medical equipment and drugs, including analgesics. The Protestant chaplain of the 297th Division was shot in the back of the neck by a Soviet major when he bent over to help a wounded man. Russian medical officers were appalled by the conditions. Some were sympathetic. The Russian commandant shared out his cigarettes with German doctors, but other Soviet personnel traded bread for any watches which had survived the earlier rounds of looting. Dibolt, the doctor from the 44th Infantry Division, described how, when a woman army surgeon, jolly and with a strong red face of peasant ancestors, came in to bargain for watches, a young Austrian from a poor family produced a silver pocket watch. He handed over this heirloom, no doubt given to him on going off to war, and in return he received half a loaf. This he divided among the other men, keeping the smallest portion for himself. Misery also brought the scum to the surface. Certain individuals exploited the helplessness of former comrades with a previously unimaginable shamelessness. Thieves robbed from corpses and from the weakest patients. If anyone had a watch, wedding ring, or other valuable left, it was soon snatched in the dark. But nature had its own form of poetic justice. The robbers of the sick rapidly became typhus victims for infected lice transferred with the booty. One interpreter, infamous for his activities, was found to have a large bag of gold rings hidden on him when he died. At first, the Soviet authorities provided no rations at all. NKVD and Red Army files now show that even though surrender was known to be imminent, virtually no preparation had been made to guard, let alone to feed the prisoners. The German communist, Erich Weinhardt, claimed that heavy snow had hampered the transport of supplies, but this is unconvincing. The real problem was a mixture of brutal indifference and bureaucratic incompetence, above all, a lack of coordination between Army and NKVD. There was also a deep reluctance to allow German prisoners rations when the Soviet Union was so desperately short of food. Many Red Army soldiers were badly undernourished, to say nothing of civilians, so the idea of giving any food at all to invaders who had plundered their country seemed almost perverse. Rations finally started to arrive after 3 or 4 days, by which time many men had eaten virtually nothing in almost 2 weeks. Even for the sick, there was little more than a loaf of bread between 10 men, plus some soup made from water with a few millet seeds and salted fish. It would have been unrealistic to expect better treatment, especially when one considers the Wehrmacht's record on the treatment of its own prisoners, both military and civilian, in the Soviet Union. The greatest fear of doctors for their patients, however, was not death by starvation, but a typhus epidemic. Many had expected an outbreak in the Kessel when the first cases appeared, but had not dared voice their concerns in case it started a panic. In the tunnel system, they continued to isolate the different diseases as they appeared, whether diphtheria or typhus. They begged the authorities to provide delousing facilities, but many Red Army soldiers and almost all the civilians in the region were themselves still infested. It was not surprising that so many died. There seemed to be little reason left to fight for life. The prospect of seeing families again was remote. Germany was so far away that it could have been another world, a world which now seemed to have more to do with pure fantasy. Death promised a release from suffering, and towards the end, drained of pain as well as strength, there was no more than a sense of floating, weightless. The ones most likely to survive seemed to be those who fought on, either through religious faith, or an obstinate refusal to die in such squalor, or out of a determination to live for their families' sake. A will to live played just as important a part in those marched off to prison camps. What Weinhardt described as limping and shuffling ghosts in rags followed the back of the man in front. As soon as the exertion of the march warmed their bodies, they could feel the lice become more active. Some civilians grabbed blankets from their backs, spat in their faces, and even threw stones. It was best to be close to the front of the column, and safest of all, to stay near one of the escorts. Some soldiers whom they passed, contrary to Red Army orders, took pot shots for fun at the columns of prisoners, just as German soldiers had fired at columns of Red Army prisoners in 1941. The luckier ones were marched straight to one of the designated collection camps in the area, although they varied greatly in distance. Those from the northern pocket, for example, were marched over 12 miles to Dubovka, north of Stalingrad. It took 2 days. During the night they were shepherded into the roofless remains of buildings, destroyed by the Luftwaffe as their guards did not fail to remind them. Thousands, however, were taken on what can only be described as death marches. The worst, without food or water, in temperatures of between 25 and 30 degrees below zero, followed a completely zigzag route from the Tsaritsa ravine via Gumrak and Gorodishche, finally ending up on the 5th day at Beketovka. From time to time they heard shots in the freezing air as another victim collapsed in the snow, unable to walk any further. Thirst was as great a threat as weakness from hunger. Although surrounded by snow, they suffered the fate of the ancient mariner, knowing the dangers of consuming it. Shelter was seldom available at night, so the prisoners slept in the snow together. Many woke to find close comrades dead and frozen stiff beside them. In an attempt to prevent this, one of the group was designated to stay awake, ready to wake the others after half an hour. Then they would all move as briskly as they could to reactivate the circulation. Others did not even dare to lie down. Hoping to sleep like horses, they stood together in a group with a blanket over their heads to keep in some warmth from their breath. Morning brought not relief, but dread of the march ahead. The Russians had very simple methods, observed a lieutenant who survived. Those who could walk were marched off. Those who could not, either through wounds or sickness, were shot or left without food to die. Having quickly grasped this brutal logic, he was prepared to barter his woolen pullover for milk and bread from a Russian peasant woman at the night stop, because he knew that otherwise he would collapse from weakness the next day. "We set out with 1,200 men," recounted a soldier from the 305th Infantry Division, "and only a tenth, about 120 men, were left alive by the time we reached Beketovka." The gateway to the main camp at Beketovka was another entrance which deserved the superscription, "Abandon hope, all ye who enter here." On their arrival, the guards searched prisoners for valuables once again, then made them stand for registration. The prisoners soon discovered that standing out in the freezing weather for hours and hours, parading in groups of fives for counting parade, would be a daily penance. Finally, after the NKVD had carried out an initial processing, they were led off to the wooden huts, where they were packed in 40 or 50 men to a room like herrings in a barrel, recorded a survivor. On the 4th of February, an NKVD officer complained to Don Front headquarters that the situation was extremely critical. The camps at Beketovka had received 50,000 prisoners, including also sick and wounded. The NKVD camp authorities were overwhelmed. They had no motor transport at all and tried to beg the army for a single truck. Water was eventually brought to the camp in iron barrels on carts towed by camels. A captured Austrian doctor noted his first impression. Nothing to eat, nothing to drink. Filthy snow and urine-yellow ice offered the only relief for an unbearable thirst. Every morning, more corpses. After 2 days, the Russians provided some soup, which was no more than a sack of bran tipped into warm water. Anger at the conditions led to prisoners scraping handfuls of lice off their own bodies and throwing them at their guards. Such protests provoked summary execution. Right from the start, the Soviet authorities set out to divide the prisoners of war, first on national lines, then political. Romanian, Italian, and Croat prisoners of war were given the privilege of working in the kitchens, where the Romanians in particular set out to gain revenge on their former allies. The Germans had not only got them into this hell, they believed, they'd also cut off their supplies in the Kessel to feed their own troops better. Gangs of Romanians attacked individual Germans collecting food on behalf of their hut and seized it. The Germans retaliated by sending escorts to guard their food carriers. Then came another shock, recorded a Luftwaffe sergeant major. Our Austrian comrades suddenly ceased to be Germans. They called themselves Austrici, hoping to secure better treatment, as indeed happened. Germans felt bitter that all the guilt of the war was heaped on those of us who remained Germans, particularly since Austrians, with an interesting turn of logic, tended to blame Prussian generals rather than the Austrian Hitler for their predicament. The struggle to stay alive remained paramount. The dead each morning were laid outside the barrack block, wrote a panzer officer. These naked, frozen corpses were then stacked by working parties in an ever-extending line down one side of the camp. A doctor estimated that at Beketovka the mountain of bodies was about 100 yards long and 6 feet high. At least 50 to 60 men died every day, estimated the Luftwaffe warrant officer. "We had no tears left," he wrote later. Another prisoner, used as an interpreter by the Russians, later managed to get a look at the death register. He noted down that up to the 21st of October 1943, 45,200 died in Beketovka alone. An NKVD report acknowledges that in all the Stalingrad camps, 55,228 prisoners had died by the 15th of April, but one does not know how many had been captured between Operation Uranus and the final surrender. Hunger, observed Dr. Diebold, changed the psyche and character, visibly in behaviour patterns and invisibly in men's thoughts. German, as well as Romanian soldiers, resorted to cannibalism to stay alive. Thin slices of meat cut from frozen corpses were boiled up. The end product was offered round as camel meat. Those who ate it were quickly recognizable, because their complexion acquired a hint of red instead of the grey-green pallor of the majority. Cases were reported from other camps in and around Stalingrad, even in a camp housing prisoners captured during Operation Uranus. One Soviet source claims that only at gunpoint could prisoners be forced to desist from this barbarism. The authorities ordered more food, but incompetence and corruption in the system blunted any measure. The accumulated effect of exhaustion, cold, sickness, and starvation dehumanized prisoners in other ways. With dysentery rife, those who collapsed and fell into the hellhole of the latrines were left to drown, if still alive. Few had the strength or the will to pull them out. Their terrible fate below was ignored. The need of others suffering from dysentery to use the latrine was far too urgent. Curiously, the latrine saved one starving young lieutenant, a count, whose family owned several castles and estates. He overheard a soldier say something in the unmistakable dialect of his district, and quickly called out, asking where he was from. The soldier gave the name of a small village nearby. "And who are you, and where do you come from?" he asked in return. The officer told him. "Oh, yes," the soldier laughed. "I know. I used to see you go past in your red Mercedes sports car, off to shoot hare. Well, here we are together. If you're hungry, perhaps I can help." The soldier had been chosen as a medical orderly in the prison hospital, and because so many of the inmates died before they had a chance to eat their bread ration, he managed to accumulate a bag of leftover crusts to share with others after each spell of duty. This utterly unexpected intervention saved the young count's life. Survival often ran counter to expectation. The first to die were generally those who had been large and powerfully built. The small, thin man always stood the best chance. Both in the Kessel and later in the prison camps, the equally minute ration scales were almost bound to reverse the normal survival of the fittest because they made no allowance for the size of the individual. It is interesting that in Soviet labor camps, only horses were fed according to their size. When spring arrived, the Soviet authorities began to reorganize the prisoner of war population in the region. Altogether, some 235,000 former members of the 6th Army and the 4th Panzer Army, including those captured during Manstein's attempted relief operation in December, as well as Romanians and other allies, had been held in around 20 camps and prison hospitals in the region. The generals were the first to leave. Their destination was a camp near Moscow. They departed in what junior officers cynically dubbed the White Train because its carriages were so comfortable. Great bitterness was caused by the fact that those who had given orders to fight to the end had not just outlived their own rhetoric, but now enjoyed incomparably better conditions than their men. "It is the duty of a general to stay with his men," remarked one lieutenant, "not to go off in a sleeping car." Chances of survival proved brutally dependent on rank. Over 95% of soldiers and NCOs died, 55% of junior officers, and just 5% of senior officers. As the foreign journalists had noted, few of the senior officers had shown signs of starvation just after the surrender, so their defences were not dangerously weakened in the same way as their men's. The privileged treatment which the generals received, however, was a revealing testimony to the Soviet Union's sense of hierarchy. Small numbers of officers were sent to camps in the region of Moscow, such as Lunovo, Krasnogorsk, and Sustal. Those selected for anti-fascist education were sent to the fortified monastery of Yelabuga, east of Kazan. Conditions of transport were most certainly not up to those provided for the generals. Out of one convoy of 1,800 men in March, 1,200 died. In addition to typhus, jaundice and diphtheria, scurvy, dropsy and tuberculosis had now emerged. And as soon as spring arrived properly, the number of cases of malaria rose rapidly. The diaspora of soldiers and junior officers was considerable, with 20,000 sent to Bekabad, east of Tashkent, 2,500 to Volsk, northeast of Saratov, 5,000 down the Volga to Astrakhan, 2,000 to Usman, north of Voronezh, and others to Basnayovsky, north of Sverdlovsk, Oranki near Gorky, and also to Karaganda. When prisoners were registered before departure, many put down agricultural labourer as their profession, in the hope of being sent to a farm. Hardened smokers collected camel dung and dried it to have something to smoke on the journey. After the experience of Bekatovka, they were certain that the worst must be over, and the prospect of movement and change had its own appeal. But they soon discovered their mistake. Each railway wagon, with up to 100 men forced into each one, had a single hole in the middle of the floor as a latrine. The cold was still terrible, but thirst was again the worst affliction, for they were given dried bread and salt fish to eat, but little water. So desperate did they become that they licked the condensation frozen to metal parts inside the truck. At stops, men allowed out often could not resist seizing handfuls of snow and forcing it into their mouths. Many died as a result, usually so silently that their comrades only realized that they had gone much later. Their corpses were then stacked by the sliding door of the wagon, ready for unloading. "Skolko kaput," Soviet guards would shout in their pidgin German at stops. "How many dead?" Some journeys lasted up to 25 days. The transports via Saratov, then across Uzbekistan to Bekabad, were among the worst. In one wagon, only 8 men remained alive out of 100. When prisoners finally reached the reception camp in sight of the Pamir Mountains, they discovered that it had been established for the construction of a nearby hydroelectric dam. Their relief to hear that they were to be deloused at last soon turned to dismay. They were clumsily shaved all over, which could only be compared to sheep shearing, then sprayed with powder. A number died from the primitive chemicals used. There were no huts to live in, only earth bunkers. But the worst surprise was a German corporal who had joined the Soviets as a guard commander. "No Russian ever treated me with such brutality," wrote the same prisoner. German guards were also used in other camps. The worst were some 200 Germans, most appear to have been Saxons for some reason, who had deserted from punishment battalions. Armed with wooden clubs and granted the designation of fighters against fascism, they refused to allow soldiers to fall out to relieve themselves during roll call, even though the overwhelming majority was suffering from dysentery. Fortunately, movement between camps in this parallel gulag was frequent. From Bekabad, many went to Kokand, or, best of all, to Chwama, where there were much better medical facilities and even a crudely improvised swimming pool. The Italian prisoners there were already well organized, catching sparrows to supplement the soup. Those left behind in Stalingrad found that the collection camp at Krasnoarmeysk had been turned into a labour camp. The food at least improved, with kasha, buckwheat porridge, and fish soup, but the work was often dangerous. When spring arrived, many of them were put to work retrieving Volga River craft sunk by the Luftwaffe and the German army. One Russian shipyard manager, shaken by the number of prisoners who died on this work, swore his daughter to secrecy before telling her about it. The NKVD's grip on Stalingrad had not slackened. German prisoners, working from both banks of the Volga, had noticed that the first building in the city to be repaired was the NKVD headquarters, and almost immediately there were queues of women outside with food parcels for relatives who had been arrested. Former Sixth Army soldiers guessed that they too would be prisoners there for many years. Molotov later confirmed their fears with his declaration that no German prisoners would see their homes until Stalingrad had been rebuilt. Chapter 25. The Sword of Stalingrad. In November 1943, 1 year after Operation Uranus, a Douglas transport plane flew low over Stalingrad. The Soviet diplomats on board were on their way from Moscow to meet the American and the British leaders at Tehran. One of the passengers was Valentin Bereshkov, who had been Dekhanozov's interpreter in Berlin on the eve of Barbarossa. "We pressed to the windows in silence," he wrote later. "First, individual houses scattered in the snow came into view, and then a kind of unbelievable chaos began. Lumps of walls, boxes of half-ruined buildings, piles of rubble, isolated chimneys. They could, however, distinguish signs of life. Visible against the snow were the black figures of people, and every now and then there was evidence of new buildings. Out over the steppe again, they spotted the rusty skeletons of tanks." At the Tehran conference, Churchill presented the Sword of Stalingrad to the Soviet people. The blade bore the engraved dedication, "To the steel-hearted citizens of Stalingrad, a gift from King George VI as a token of the homage of the British people." Churchill made the ceremony memorable by his oratory. Stalin, who accepted the sword with both hands, lifted it to his lips to kiss the scabbard. He then passed it to Marshal Voroshilov, who clumsily let the sword slide out of the scabbard. It clattered loudly on the floor. That evening, Stalin raised his glass after dinner. "I propose a salute," he said, "to the swiftest possible justice for all Germany's war criminals. I drink to our unity in dispatching them as fast as we catch them, all of them, and there must be quite a few of them." Some sources say that he proposed the execution of 50,000 Wehrmacht officers to destroy German military power for good. Churchill stood up angrily and declared that the British people would never stand for such mass murder. Nobody should be shot without a proper trial. He walked out. Stalin, amused at the reaction he had provoked, went after him. Placing both hands on his shoulders, he claimed that he had been joking, and cajoled Churchill into returning. The Tehran conference determined Allied strategy for the rest of the war. Churchill's plan for an invasion through the Balkans was vetoed for sound military reasons. The Western Allies' main effort had to be devoted to northwest Europe. But this strategic logic left the fate of Eastern and Central Europe entirely in Stalin's hands. Churchill, with a strong inkling of the consequences, could do nothing. Red Army sacrifices and the terrible suffering of Russian civilians allowed Stalin to manipulate the Western Allies through a sort of blood guilt because their losses had been minimal in comparison. Several historians, charting the Soviet Union's rise to superpower status, have rightly pointed to the victory at Stalingrad as the basis for Stalin's success at Tehran. Stalin, capitalizing on his new aura of great statesman and as a deliberate sop to Roosevelt, had announced the abolition of the Comintern on the 15th of May 1943. It was an easy pawn to pretend to sacrifice. Georgy Dimitrov stayed in place, running a rump Comintern under a different name, the International Section of the Central Committee. Meanwhile, the Soviet victory at Stalingrad had been the greatest boost imaginable to communist propaganda throughout the world. It was an inspiration even to those who had lost their faith after the Stalinist Inquisition in the Spanish Civil War or the Nazi-Soviet Pact of 1939. The story roused left-wing sculptors, painters, novelists, and poets, such as Pablo Neruda, who in his Nuevo Canto de Amor a Stalingrado wrote a poem of international love to a city whose name had brought hope to the world. For the German prisoners captured at Stalingrad, the future was correspondingly bleak. Some, still dreaming of great counterattacks which would free them, became convinced at night that they could hear the guns of an advancing army. They were the least likely to survive the years ahead in the prisoner-of-war camps, constructed according to NKVD standards, with perimeter fences consisting of 10 horizontal strands of barbed wire. Captivity was almost as uncertain a fate as fighting. It also had its share of the ironies of war. Diebold, the Austrian doctor from the 44th Infantry Division, was astonished when 3 new patients reached his prison hospital. This trio, although unmistakably Jewish, wore German uniforms with eagles and swastikas. One of them smiled at his astonishment. "Doctor, the miracle of the 20th century. A Jew, as one of Adolf Hitler's soldiers." They were from a Hungarian labour battalion. Their Russian captors had clothed them from captured stores. Although prison camp rations had improved in the summer of 1943, they were still uneven, varying from camp to camp. Rations were often stolen by corrupt quartermasters who exchanged them for vodka, or by guards whose own families received little more than the German prisoners. Most of the ill treatment came from a lack of imagination, monumental incompetence, and, above all, that Russian tolerance of suffering which Marxist-Leninist doctrine had managed to exploit so successfully. Nothing, however, was predictable. Prisoners testified how guards, on seeing a photograph of their children, would soften. At a prison hospital outside Stalingrad, after inmates had become used to the idea of men being shot or left to die on the march, Russian guards inexplicably spared 3 prisoners recaptured after a futile attempt to escape. Even when conditions improved in the spring of 1943, the death rate in most prison hospitals was at least 1% per day. The problems were still enormous, especially in the Stalingrad region, with pellagra, tuberculosis, dropsy and scurvy added to the other diseases. A Soviet woman doctor told her German counterparts that Stalingrad civilians were suffering more from scurvy than the German prisoners, but she gave permission for foraging parties to be sent out to collect herbs and other green stuff, from which the German doctors in their dispensary made vitamin concentrates. The inventiveness of prisoner-of-war doctors produced brilliant improvisations. One created out of scrap metal a sphygmomanometer for testing blood pressure. Doctors manufactured their own inoculation against typhus, which consisted of injecting an extract of lice guts. Any article of silk was unpicked to provide surgical thread, and scalpels were made out of sharpened tin lids. Prisoners, suddenly transformed into an underclass, had to learn quickly. They pilfered and fashioned numerous ingenious gadgets. They also learned to make the most of their rations, for example, roasting fish bones from the soup on the stove and then crushing them up. Some made terrible mistakes. At Ilmen, prisoners reduced to eating reeds and water hemlock died rapidly as a result. And one prisoner, who managed to grab a handful of butter in the kitchen, died in agony because his stomach was so unused to fats. The bad diet, on top of the weeks of starvation in the Kessel, was the main reason for patients in the prison hospitals failing to recover. They lost nearly all their hair, and their neck muscles became too feeble to raise their heads. Those dying shunned the daylight, as if preparing themselves for perpetual darkness. Death could often be a deliverance, almost like sleep for the exhausted. A number slipped away quite suddenly, just when doctors thought them over the worst. Sick men would share beds for warmth, even though a number woke up to find themselves next to a corpse. Some had succumbed rapidly. Helmut Grosskurt died of typhus on the 7th of April 1943 in the officers' camp of Frolovo, where 4,000 inmates died out of 5,000. It was 3 years before his family received news of his death. Kurt Reuber died on the 20th of January 1944 in Yelabuga camp, only a few weeks after he had drawn another Madonna for Christmas, with the same words: light, life, love. A few, after having survived the worst, suddenly killed themselves unexpectedly. In a prison hospital, one officer awoke to find a friend in the next bed sitting up motionless. He had managed to kill himself by thrusting a long, thin shard of glass from a broken window straight up into the heart. Even the comparatively healthy had little hope of surviving. Their rations, such as unground millet, which ran right through the stomach, gave them little strength for the heavy work which the NKVD intended to extract from them through Stakhavanite work programs. Materialism, as one of them put it, meant that man was just another material, to be used and discarded. Prisoners were used as pack animals. They first had to build their own camps in almost virgin forest. They were not allowed huts, but underground bunkers which flooded in spring and autumn. Once the camp was established, their life was one of heavy labour, cutting and dragging timber, and sometimes peat cutting for winter fuel. Those kept in the Stalingrad area, rebuilding the city and recovering sunken ships from the Volga, were later put to work, along with other Gulag prisoners, digging that Stalinist showpiece, the Volga-Don Canal. Soon after its triumph at Stalingrad, the Soviet state made plans to undermine the Nazi regime and replace it with a puppet communist state. Prisoners of all ranks were to be divided into anti-fascists and fascists. In the spring and summer of 1943, senior officers were moved from a camp at Krasnogorsk to the monastery at Suzdal, and then to what became their semi-permanent base, Camp 48 at Voikivo, an old inn and health spa which was dubbed the Castle because of its relative luxury. The NKVD moved the implacable Schmidt away from Paulus because he was seen as a bad influence. The NKVD department in charge of prisoners of war first organized an umbrella organization, the National Committee for Free Germany. To run it, Berier's men used their tame German communists. 2 months later, another group, the League of German Officers, was set up to attract anti-Nazis unwilling to support the National Committee. Major General Melnikov, the vice-chief of the department, controlled these activities. Although very much part of Berier's empire, Melnikov also worked closely with the international section of the Central Committee. Dmitry Manuilsky, Stalin's former spy on the Comintern with special responsibility for German affairs, had been given another watching brief, which may explain his curious visit to Stalingrad during the latter part of the battle, when Zhukov refused him permission to cross to the West Bank. On the 19th of August, 1943, 3 Stalingrad generals, Seidlitz, Latman, and Korfez, who had been identified from interrogations as likely collaborators, were taken from Voikivo to a re-education centre at Lunovo. Seidlitz appears to have been emotionally overwhelmed by what he believed was a collective change of heart of many officers, all wanting to save Germany from the Hitlerian apocalypse. He saw himself as their natural leader. Early in September, Melnikov sent Seidlitz, Korfez, and Latman back to Voikivo to win over the other Stalingrad generals. Their arrival late at night brought the generals out of their rooms in their pyjamas, intrigued to hear what all the excitement was about. But when Seidlitz announced melodramatically that this was the day of the new Taurogen, General Strecker turned away angrily. And next day, when Seidlitz and Latman urged them to join in calling for a revolt against Hitler's regime, Strecker, Sixt von Arnim, Rodenburg, and Pfeffer accused them angrily of treason. Seidlitz and his colleagues did, however, win over Generals Edler von Daniels, Dreber, and Schlömer. Seidlitz, in his moral outrage against Hitler and conviction that they had to join the tide of history to save Germany, failed to recognize the dangers. They had left their opposition to the Nazi regime so late that the Allies would never listen to them or give them any say in the fate of their country. Meanwhile, their organizers— he does not even appear to have realized that Melnikov belonged to the NKVD— would simply exploit them for Soviet interests. Soviet documents show that on the 17th of September 1943, Seidlitz, as president of the League of German Officers, presented a plan to General Melnikov, which proposed raising an army corps of 30,000 men from those captured at Stalingrad. According to Seidlitz's idea, Melnikov reported back to Beria, this corps will be the base for the new government after Hitler is overthrown. Seidlitz, Melnikov added, considers himself a candidate for the job of chief commander of the armed forces of Free Germany in future. He apparently also promised to prepare a plan for a press and radio propaganda campaign, sending men to the German rear to win over formation commanders to our side and to organize joint action against Hitler's regime. Seidlitz would send messages to his personal friends, the commander of the Central Front, von Kluge, and General Thomas, who is responsible for Hitler's headquarters staff. Seidlitz, accompanied by Generals Latman and Korfez, and Colonel Gunther van Hoven presented his plan on the 22nd of September. He expected the Soviet authorities to help them form a small army from prisoners of war which could be used by a new German government to seize power. They called for 1 army staff, 2 corps staffs, 4 full divisions, and a supporting aviation force with 3 bomber squadrons, 4 fighter squadrons, and an air reconnaissance groups. In all, 7 generals, 1,650 officers, and 42,000 soldiers. Seydlitz appears to have had no idea of the death rate of Stalingrad prisoners after the surrender. At a subsequent meeting, Seydlitz recommended that all the contingents should be flown into Germany, perhaps Berlin. The NKVD officer present pointed out the technical difficulties of flying such a number of troops into Germany, but von Seydlitz replied that it was up to the Russians to sort out the details. General Korfes, however, did not conceal his exasperation with such a pipe dream. "It's utterly utopian," he said, "to think that all the units could be carried by air." He added, "Russian Air Force commanders would consider such a proposal to be proof that German generals are fantasists." It is, of course, possible that General von Seydlitz secretly saw this operation as a chance of tricking the Soviets into sending him and thousands of Sixth Army prisoners home. But if this had been the case, one would have expected him to mention the episode after the war, when he faced such heavy condemnation from former colleagues for having collaborated with Stalin's regime. Seydlitz appears to have been oblivious to the anger and ill feelings which he and his colleagues stirred up. Officers bitterly opposed to the anti-fascists set up a court of honour, sentencing those who collaborated with the Russians to be shunned in perpetuity. As a gesture of defiance, they began to use the raised hand salute. This polarization made life very hard for those who wanted nothing to do either with anti-fascists or with Hitler loyalists. One lieutenant found himself forced to sleep on the floor for weeks because the rival groups would not allow him a bunk. In February 1944, Russian aircraft started dropping leaflets over Germany and frontline troops, signed by Seydlitz and his colleagues. The Gestapo provided an urgent report for Himmler, verifying that Seydlitz's signature was genuine. General Giller of the Waffen SS, whose troops in the Cherkasy salient were showered with leaflets from the National Committee, sent copies back to Germany. He also passed back personal letters addressed to him from Generals Seydlitz and Korfes, who had been sent to his part of the front by Sherbakov. The handwriting was again analysed by the Gestapo and confirmed as accurate. The leaflets caused panic. Hitler summoned Himmler for a meeting, then sent General Schmundt off with a declaration of loyalty for field marshals to sign. Even this was not enough to reassure him. On the 19th of March, Rundstedt, Rommel, Kleist, Busch, Weichs, and Manstein were summoned from their duties to the Berghof to read out a message condemning General von Seydlitz Kurzbach, the contemptible traitor to our holy cause, and emphasizing their support for Hitler. Melnikov's department, on the other hand, started to have doubts. Recruitment had tailed away, while the propaganda efforts had not won over a single major unit, even when the Wehrmacht was suffering massive defeats. Seydlitz attributed the absence of significant success to the lack of inclination in Germans for revolution, a system of police violence and a complete suppression of opinion, the absence of any capable resistance organization, and the total fear of defeat and its consequence fanned for so long by the fear of Bolshevism. Despite these failures, he still wanted the Soviet Union to recognize officially the National Committee as a government in waiting. But Dmitry Manuilsky, in a typically Stalinist twist, warned that Seydlitz's memorandum, compiled in a devious way, was a provocative attempt to exacerbate our relations with our allies. "There is no doubt," he wrote, "that the recognition of the National Committee by the Soviet government would provoke in Great Britain and the United States a whole campaign directed to show the position of the Soviet Union as pro-German." The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact clearly cast long shadows in Soviet memories. Manuilsky suspected that Seydlitz was being manipulated by General Rodenburg and the former military intelligence chief, Colonel van Hoven, who was in fact a signals officer. Stalinist paranoia became worse. In May 1944, Weinert, the president of the National Committee, sent 3 German officers to the Leningrad front to carry out propaganda for the Red Army. 2 of the officers, Captain Stolz and Lieutenant Willemsig, refused to do what they were ordered. They were brought back to Moscow under close escort to be interrogated by Weinert, Ulbricht, General von Seydlitz and General Lattmann. After 4 days, they are said to have confessed to being members of an illegal fascist organization inside the League of German Officers. Both men were arrested by the NKVD as double agents working for the Nazis and taken away for further interrogation. Other German officers, including General Rodenburg, were arrested and confessed in their turn. Manuilsky, pretending that his earlier suspicions of a plot were now justified, immediately gave the order that all German officers should be removed from propaganda duties at the front. Clearly, Stalin had decided that these unsuccessful efforts were simply not worth provoking any trouble with the Western Allies at such a stage of the war, when he needed all their help. Seydlitz, at this time, suffered bouts of severe depression. In an attempt to bolster his morale, NKVD officers organized a birthday cake for him with 4 red marzipan roses to represent his 4 daughters. But, like all manic depressives, he also underwent irrational bursts of optimism. The assassination attempt against Hitler on the 20th of July may have been a failure, but the ensuing Gestapo repression revealed the degree of opposition within the German army at home. Even Strecker, on hearing of the execution of Field Marshal von Witzleben, was persuaded to sign an appeal against Hitler, but he still despised Seydlitz. On the 8th of August, 1944, Beria reported triumphantly to Stalin that Paulus had finally signed a declaration to the German people. Paulus's subsequent appeal to Army Group North to surrender was entirely drafted by the NKVD on Comrade Scherbakov's instructions, and signed on the 21st of August by Paulus and 29 captured generals. Paulus's declarations triggered Hitler's rage again at having made him a field marshal. The Führer's suspicions that he would give in to his Soviet captors appeared to be confirmed. Yet, clearly, Paulus, after nearly a year and a half of imprisonment, had not made his decision on the spur of the moment. His son, Friedrich, a captain, had been killed at Anzio in February 1944, and he had no doubt come to see his duty differently. He wanted to help shorten a lost war and diminish the number of senseless deaths. His other son, Ernst Alexander, also a captain, was subsequently arrested under the Sippenhaft decree. That autumn, their Romanian mother, Elena Constance Paulus, who had always distrusted the Nazis, was told by Gestapo officers that she would be spared if she renounced his name. She is said to have turned her back on them scornfully. She was arrested and held in a camp. Paulus, cut off from reliable news, requested meetings with a member of the Central Committee who could explain the principles of Soviet policy towards a conquered Germany. He and the other generals held prisoner bore a heavy responsibility calling for the overthrow of Hitler's government, and therefore had a moral right to know the position of the Soviet government towards Germany. He expressed his hopes that Germany might be saved from annihilation during a series of interviews in February 1945 with Lieutenant General Krivemko, the chief of the NKVD Department for Prisoners of War, and Amyak Zakharovich Kobulov, who ran the Third Directorate of the Ministry of State Security. Kobulov, the NKVD resident in Berlin just before the launch of Operation Barbarossa, had operated Dekhanozov's torture and execution chamber within the Soviet embassy. It should be mentioned, Krivemko and Kobulov wrote in their report to Beria, that with military operations carried on to German territory, the mood among German general prisoners of war is severely depressed. General of Artillery von Seydlitz, was greatly upset by news of the meeting of leaders of the three powers at Yalta. Seydlitz declared that Germany looked as though it was going to be divided between the USA, Great Britain, the USSR, and France. Germany will be left in shreds, and the best way out would be to join the USSR as the 17th Soviet Republic. When news of Germany's unconditional surrender broke in Moscow on the 9th of May 1945, and a 1,000-gun salute boomed out monotonously from the Kremlin, Strecker recorded how he and his colleagues suffered spiritual depression, listening to the victorious Russian announcements and the songs of drunken Soviet soldiers. For Russians, on the other hand, it was the proud yet sad end of a nightmare which had begun almost 4 years before and cost the Red Army nearly 9 million dead and 18 million wounded. Only 1.8 million prisoners of war returned alive out of more than 4.5 million taken by the Wehrmacht. Civilian casualties are much harder to assess, but they are thought to run to nearly 18 million, bringing the total war dead of the Soviet Union to 27 million, almost exactly double the total of German war dead. In 1946, Paulus appeared as a witness at the Nuremberg tribunal. The Soviet press referred to him as the ghost of Stalingrad. Afterwards, he was lodged in a villa in Moscow, where he played cards and wrote his version of events. He had aged rapidly, and his tic was worse than ever. In 1947, his wife died in Baden-Baden without having seen her husband again. One can only speculate as to her feelings about the disaster which the Battle of Stalingrad signified for Romania, the country of her birth, as well as for her own family. In November 1947, when the Cold War was rapidly intensifying, the Soviet authorities decided that those deemed guilty of war crimes under the ukase of the 13th of April 1943, irrespective of their physical condition, would be sent on forced labour to Vorkuta at the northern end of the Urals. Former members of the SA, the SS, camp guards, the secret field police, and the Feldgendarmerie, in some cases even the Hitler Youth, were transferred to special regime camps. The definition of war crimes extended from atrocities against civilians to the looting of chickens and fodder for horses. As the future structure of the German Democratic Republic, the DDR, began to be assembled in the Soviet-occupied zone of Germany, some senior officers from Stalingrad, including Latman, Korfes, Müller and Steidl, were allotted roles, several joining the Volkspolizei. General Arno von Lenski's conversion to communism led to his being chosen as a member of the Politburo. Colonel Adam, still a fellow traveller, was appointed to a post in the tame Social Unity Party. General von Seydlitz, however, lost out in every direction. In 1949, another wave of Stalinist purges swept the Soviet Union. German prisoners of war suddenly faced manufactured war crimes trials. The Cold War, following the siege of West Berlin, was at its most volatile stage. The fighter ace, Erich Hartmann, was charged with destroying aircraft, the property of the Soviet government. General Strecker was taken back to Stalingrad, where a court-martial found him guilty of destroying the tractor factory, even though his corps had been nowhere near the place until the very end of the battle, by which time it had long been a ruin. Like the majority accused in this wave, he received a death sentence, automatically commuted to 25 years' imprisonment. Lieutenant Gottfried von Bismarck was condemned to 25 years' hard labour because Russian prisoners of war had worked on his family's estate in Pomerania. In July 1950, the thoroughly disillusioned and embittered General von Seydlitz was arrested and sentenced to 25 years' imprisonment as a war criminal and revanchist reactionary general. Less controversial prisoners found peace of a sort, often thanks to the compassion of Russian women. In some cases, it formed part of an old tradition. Past the prison camp of Kamshkovo, between Moscow and Gorky, ran the Vladimirskaya, the old road along which Tsarist exiles were marched to Siberia. Peasants had come out to give them water, or even to carry their burdens along the road for them. A similar humanity, untouched by ideology, still existed. The Austrian doctor, Hans Diebold, was deeply moved by the sympathy of Russians when one of their most respected medical officers, Dr. Richard Speiler, from the Weizsäcker Hospital in Heidelberg, fell ill suddenly in the early spring of 1946. He had survived typhus, typhoid, and diphtheria in the ill-men camp. His colleagues were convinced at first that he had malaria. In fact, it was blood poisoning picked up during his work. His colleagues were tormented by the idea that their misdiagnosis was leading to his death. They gave him sulfonamides and the last of their penicillin. The two Russian dispensary assistants also handed over the last of their penicillin, which had been allocated for Russian patients. But he died just the same. The hospital cemetery was approached by a track with low pines and juniper bushes on each side. Behind lay the forest. The Russian doctors paid their respects, and the commandant allowed Speiler's colleagues to organize his funeral in the forest cemetery exactly as they wished. Speiler had returned to the Christian faith in his last few days. The Russian doctors, paying no heed to the possible reactions of a commissar, also attended the funeral service, conducted by a tall, frail pastor. For survivors of the Sixth Army present that day, the service was valid not only for the one dead man there, but for all who lay outside, and all those others far to the south, in Stalingrad, and in the steppe between the Don and the Volga, and whom no Christian word had accompanied to their last rest. Since 1945, some 3,000 or so of the Stalingrad prisoners had been released, either individually or in batches, and allowed home, usually because they were deemed unfit for labour. In 1955, there were still 9,626 German prisoners of war, or convicted war criminals, as Khrushchev described them, of whom some 2,000 were survivors of Stalingrad. These prisoners were finally set free after Chancellor Konrad Adenauer's visit to Moscow in September 1955. They included General Strecker, Seydlitz, Schmidt, and Rodenburg, and Lieutenant Gottfried von Bismarck, who, almost 13 years before, had flown into the Kessel to rejoin his unit after that dinner with Field Marshal von Manstein. Just to have survived, he wrote, was sufficient reason to be thankful in the face of fate. Seydlitz, when their journey ended in Friedland by Göttingen, knew that he faced a difficult future in the atmosphere of the Cold War. In April 1944, he had been condemned in absentia as a traitor, and all his possessions were confiscated. This ruling was overturned by a court in 1956, but the new Bundeswehr refused to restore his rank and pension. The fact that he had cooperated with the communist enemy put him, in the eyes of many, in a different league from those officers who tried to assassinate Hitler, even though General Achim Oster, one of the few survivors of the July plot, recognized Seydlitz as belonging to their ranks. He died, like his cavalry ancestor, a very unhappy man. As the historical events were raked over in the post-war years, the mutual recriminations over responsibility for the sacrifice of the Sixth Army became increasingly bitter. Schmidt, who, contrary to Hitler's expectations, had always refused to cooperate with his captors, remained ferociously hostile to officers in the Free Germany movement. Colonel Adam, who had accused him of forcing Paulus to fight to the end, was treated witheringly in return as a pensioner of the Soviet-occupied zone. Paulus, in East Germany, tried vainly to defend himself from accusations of having been subservient to Hitler and indecisive. After his release from captivity in the autumn of 1953, he lived in the Soviet zone, where he wrote paper after paper explaining the situation he had faced. A long, painful illness led to his death in Dresden in 1957. His body was brought to the West and buried next to that of his wife in Baden-Baden. His opponent at Stalingrad, General Zhukov, whose 62nd Army had followed the long road to Berlin as the 8th Guards Army, became commander of the occupation forces, a marshal of the Soviet Union, and Deputy Minister of Defense under Khrushchev, who had appointed him on that September night of crisis by the Volga. The thousands of Soviet soldiers executed at Stalingrad on his orders never received a marked grave. As statistics, they were lost among the other battle casualties, which has a certain unintended justice. That is the end of Stalingrad, written by Antony Beevor, and it was read by Michael Tudor Barnes. This has been an ISIS Audiobooks production. Please phone on 0800 751 5637 or write to us for details of our extensive range of unabridged audiobooks.
In whispers of the stars, a symphony begins. Celestial overture where magic wins. A bow of gods in hands of grace, strings strung with stardust. In cosmic embrace, with each strong string, a chorus takes flight. Echoes of divinity in the archer's light. Celestial overture, and strings entwined, a symphony of heaven's melodies.
It was the proud yet sad end of a nightmare which had begun almost 4 years before and cost the Red Army nearly 9 million dead and 18 million wounded. Only 1.8 million prisoners of war returned alive out of more than 4.5 million taken by the Wehrmacht. Civilian casualties are much harder to assess, but they are thought to run to nearly 18 million, bringing the total war dead of the Soviet Union to 27 million, almost exactly double the total of German war dead. In 1946, Paulus appeared as a witness at the Nuremberg tribunal. The Soviet press referred to him as the ghost of Stalingrad. Afterwards, he was lodged in a villa in Moscow, where he played cards and wrote his version of events. He had aged rapidly, and his tic was worse than ever. In 1947, his wife died in Baden-Baden without having seen her husband again. One can only speculate as to her feelings about the disaster which the Battle of Stalingrad signified for Romania, the country of her birth, as well as for her own family. In November 1947, when the Cold War was rapidly intensifying, the Soviet authorities decided that those deemed guilty of war crimes under the ukase of the 13th of April 1943, irrespective of their physical condition, would be sent on forced labour to Vorkuta at the northern end of the Urals. Former members of the SA, the SS, camp guards, the secret field police, and the Felt Gendarmerie, in some cases even the Hitler Youth, were transferred to special regime camps. The definition of war crimes extended from atrocities against civilians to the looting of chickens and fodder for horses. As the future structure of the German Democratic Republic, the DDR, began to be assembled in the Soviet-occupied zone of Germany, some senior officers from Stalingrad, including Latman, Korfes, Müller and Steidl, were allotted roles, several joining the Volkspolizei. General Arno von Lenski's conversion to communism led to his being chosen as a member of the Politburo. Colonel Adam, still a fellow traveller, was appointed to a post in the tame Social Unity Party. General von Seydlitz, however, lost out in every direction. In 1949, another wave of Stalinist purges swept the Soviet Union. German prisoners of war suddenly faced manufactured war crimes trials. The Cold War, following the siege of West Berlin, was at its most volatile stage. The fighter ace, Erich Hartmann, was charged with destroying aircraft, the property of the Soviet government. General Strecker was taken back to Stalingrad, where a court-martial found him guilty of destroying the tractor factory, even though his corps had been nowhere near the place until the very end of the battle, by which time it had long been a ruin. Like the majority accused in this wave, he received a death sentence, automatically commuted to 25 years' imprisonment. Lieutenant Gottfried von Bismarck was condemned to 25 years' hard labour because Russian prisoners of war had worked on his family's estate in Pomerania. In July 1950, the thoroughly disillusioned and embittered General von Seydlitz was arrested and sentenced to 25 years' imprisonment as a war criminal and revanchist reactionary general. Less controversial prisoners found peace of a sort, often thanks to the compassion of Russian women. In some cases, it formed part of an old tradition. Past the prison camp of Kamshkovo, between Moscow and Gorky, ran the Vladimirskaya, the old road along which Tsarist exiles were marched to Siberia. Peasants had come out to give them water, or even to carry their burdens along the road for them. A similar humanity, untouched by ideology, still existed. The Austrian doctor, Hans Diebold, was deeply moved by the sympathy of Russians when one of their most respected medical officers, Dr. Richard Speiler, from the Weizsäcker Hospital in Heidelberg, fell ill suddenly in the early spring of 1946. He had survived typhus, typhoid, and diphtheria in the Ilmen camp. His colleagues were convinced at first that he had malaria. In fact, it was blood poisoning picked up during his work. His colleagues were tormented by the idea that their misdiagnosis was leading to his death. They gave him sulfonamides and the last of their penicillin. The two Russian dispensary assistants also handed over the last of their penicillin, which had been allocated for Russian patients. But he died just the same. The hospital cemetery was approached by a track with low pines and juniper bushes on each side. Behind lay the forest. The Russian doctors paid their respects, and the commandant allowed Speiler's colleagues to organize his funeral in the forest cemetery exactly as they wished. Speiler had returned to the Christian faith in his last few days. The Russian doctors, paying no heed to the possible reactions of a commissar, also attended the funeral service, conducted by a tall, frail pastor. For survivors of the Sixth Army present that day, the service was valid not only for the one dead man there, but for all who lay outside, and all those others far to the south, in Stalingrad, and in the steppe between the Don and the Volga, and whom no Christian word had accompanied to their last rest. Since 1945, some 3,000 or so of the Stalingrad prisoners had been released, either individually or in batches, and allowed home, usually because they were deemed unfit for labour. In 1955, there were still 9,626 German prisoners of war, or convicted war criminals, as Khrushchev described them, of whom some 2,000 were survivors of Stalingrad. These prisoners were finally set free after Chancellor Konrad Adenauer's visit to Moscow in September 1955. They included General Strecker, Seydlitz, Schmidt, and Rodenburg, and Lieutenant Gottfried von Bismarck, who, almost 13 years before, had flown into the Kessel to rejoin his unit after that dinner with Field Marshal von Manstein. Just to have survived, he wrote, was sufficient reason to be thankful in the face of fate. Seydlitz, when their journey ended in Friedland by Göttingen, knew that he faced a difficult future in the atmosphere of the Cold War. In April 1944, he had been condemned in absentia as a traitor, and all his possessions were confiscated. This ruling was overturned by a court in 1956, but the new Bundeswehr refused to restore his rank and pension. The fact that he had cooperated with the communist enemy put him, in the eyes of many, in a different league from those officers who tried to assassinate Hitler, even though General Achim Oster, one of the few survivors of the July plot, recognized Seydlitz as belonging to their ranks. He died, like his cavalry ancestor, a very unhappy man. As the historical events were raked over in the post-war years, the mutual recriminations over responsibility for the sacrifice of the Sixth Army became increasingly bitter. Schmidt, who, contrary to Hitler's expectations, had always refused to cooperate with his captors, remained ferociously hostile to officers in the Free Germany movement. Colonel Adam, who had accused him of forcing Paulus to fight to the end, was treated witheringly in return as a pensioner of the Soviet-occupied zone. Paulus, in East Germany, tried vainly to defend himself from accusations of having been subservient to Hitler and indecisive. After his release from captivity in the autumn of 1953, he lived in the Soviet zone, where he wrote paper after paper explaining the situation he had faced. A long, painful illness led to his death in Dresden in 1957. His body was brought to the West and buried next to that of his wife in Baden-Baden.